But Bruh. Where is the peoples? Gas pressure still at 1 bar. How interesting, it hasn't changed. Life here on this rock is still sustainable. You ever notice how Star Trek, when they're traveling from point A to point B, it's like this flash or this like blip of film that's missing content, and then when it unblips, they're there already. It's kind of interesting that NASA and Star Trek wouldn't show you what space looks like, and both of them do the same shit.
Yeah.
There he is.
There's who?
You.
Yeah, there's me.
Yes. Yes.
What are you up to?
Thinking.
Thinking about what?
Well, I just like NASA, SpaceX, Star Trek. They have one thing in common. You really
They're all
never
science fiction.
in space. You never see them in space. You just see what they wanted to show you.
Are you good, bro? Can I get some of what you've been taking?
Huh?
Are you on drugs at the moment, by any chance?
Do I have to be?
No, just curious.
Because if it's mandatory, I might like it.
I'm just curious. Is there anyone else on this call that wants to talk?
What are you, a Glober?
You know, I could be.
Oh, you probably are Glober.
Could be. Oh, well, I've been to space. It's pretty crazy.
So, that's a lie.
That's not a lot, but that's cool.
It would be a Glober.
Is it flat or is it a globe, Felix? Let's get down to it.
It's flat, bro. No jokes. It's a fucking globe, bro. It's a globe. Dealing with my baby.
All right.
Bro.
How old are you? 16, 18?
I'm at 21. It's
21,
crazy.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you might as well be 18. Okay, so, well, I got to tell you, it's flat from where I'm sitting. Can you convince me otherwise?
Where are you sitting?
Okay, that was good. Because if we're trying to be hyper specific, then that makes sense. I'm sitting in a chair. He's sitting here in this chair. Does not prove the Earth is flat. Well done. That's points for you, pal. Most people don't come in here and just shut the server down right when they get here. So good job.
But he didn't put anything down. He doesn't have any proof of curvature or telemetry or anything. So,
Hang on. Let's see. Felix, do you have any evidence of Earth curvature ever being measured in the history of time?
Hang on, let me just pull up a fucking 2 million plus videos. Have you ever?
No, not talking about a video.
Hang on.
So what we do here is we deal in direct evidence. So can you point out who, when, and where somebody or a group of somebodies directly measured the curvature of the Earth?
I saw a video a couple of months.
No videos. It was unless, of course, in that video they measure curvature. Then by all means,
and it was a study conducted by a bunch of.
Was it a study or was it a measurement?
It was a bit of both. Have you heard of? I can't remember the exact theory, but the theory states that if there's a long tunnel and you hold a light up, I'm pretty sure that's what the test that they ran. Theoretically, you should be able to hold this light through one end of this tube, and at the angle, you should be able to see it from the other end perfectly. But I can't remember the exact details.
How do you know that the tunnel is built per the specs that are required?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Because listen, if a man makes it, and then a man tests reality with the thing he made, no, it doesn't work because man is fallible. So anything man makes is at least as fallible as man, if not more fallible. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it's true.
Right? So that's why computers are so shitty sometimes, because man made it, right? So they're great, right? They're great tools, but they could be way better, right? And we know why, we know how they could be better, but man's making it, so we're doing the best we can, right? To err is human. So anything that I make myself to test the Earth with that replaces my already perfectly in tune senses, to me that's a bastardization of truth, and you're not really getting the truth. What I observe is closer to the truth than what any device can show me. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Well, we're mole people now, Glad. We're underground, remember, tunnel. We're no longer in space. We're now mole people. Even though we're looking for curvature of the surface of the water and the surface of the Earth, we're underground somehow. This is interesting.
Interesting indeed. So Felix, can you sense his sarcasm? Why he's saying that?
No, I'm not listening. I'm trying to find this video at the moment.
Oh,
okay. Okay.
Don't worry, Cuddles. It wasn't lost on the audience.
No. I get it. It's interesting because the topic is curvature, and the next thing you know, brown mole people.
Mole people. Yeah, and it's funny too. I haven't heard. Hold on, just a sec, Felix. Cuddles, I haven't heard a glober yet, and I'm sure it's happened, but I just haven't heard it yet, that goes underground instead of looking up at the sky to try to determine what Earth is. Does that make sense? This is the first time I've heard him going underground.
I'm pretty sure there's a few of them, but see, if you take a laser pointer over to New York into the tramway and you get at those edges of those turns, you're gonna see that it's a straight line.
Yeah. So what do you think, Felix? You got a video for us?
Hang on, I'm just looking for it.
Perhaps we could ask you another question while you look, because this is a live show.
Your first one was good, Glad. Well, the one that we kind of tossed together, I guess.
I think I found it.
When and how was it measured? This curvature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess we hadn't moved on.
Right. But now he's looking for the underground thing instead of, I think.
Felix, are you looking for the underground test? Because we don't want to see that. Well, you can
What's
post,
that?
you can send it to me or Cuddles DM, but I highly doubt, we even want it. But we'll see.
I'll turn them off if they're not off already, bro.
The underground test.
No thank
So
you.
wait. So you're gonna test the curvature of the surface of Earth by going underground.
No, what? I'm just curious as to what you're talking about.
I'm curious which video you're looking for, because the question on the tape
I'm
is
looking as well. I'm curious because I'm looking for it.
how and when was the surface measured to be curved? And if you're still looking for that, great, because
I'm looking.
I want to tell you something real quick.
On the same subject.
Felix, I want to say something real quick. It's going to take you a lot longer than you think. In fact, you're never going to find evidence of it. However, it is very good that you look for it and continue, even as a staunch flat earther, I still look for curvature. Do you know why?
What's that?
Because if I find curvature, I'm no longer a flat earther.
There you go.
There you go. Anyway, so continue looking for videos, but do you mind if we continue to talk to you?
No, I don't mind.
Can you do two things at once?
Sort of.
That's a no. I heard it. Anyway,
Yeah.
Sort of.
sort of.
It's just hard to watch stuff with people talking and have people.
Okay,
talk
then how
to you
about
at the
this?
same time.
Put the video search on hold just for the respect of the current conversation, please, right? You've got a lot of time after this conversation to do whatever the hell you want with. So while you're here, just maybe focus. Is that okay?
Yeah, I got you. Go on.
Cool. So I've only got two more questions for you.
Okay.
Second question is similar to the first. Do you know of any time in history when someone or a group of someones detected the supposed rotation of Earth?
There's a lot of science behind these questions.
Right. I just need the name of the people or persons, where they did it, and when they did it, and how they did it.
Okay.
So,
Let me have a second to think. There's a lot of different.
right. Just if you can remember one from high school or whenever, you know what I mean? Anybody at any time came up with a direct measurement.
I know.
Not a calculation, by the way. Not a calculation. We're talking physical. You know when you measure a table, right? We're talking that. Who did that to the Earth and when they do it?
Have we? Hang on. Can I hit you with a different question? Whilst I think. Has flat Earth been?
No, hold on. No, see, that's everybody goes to that. So we'll answer that after this.
Okay.
So my question still stands. Do you know, just off the top of your head? This isn't supposed to take very long. And
No, I don't.
Certainly
know
don't try to.
I don't know any
Okay,
specific names.
Great. Okay. Me neither.
know-
That, you know what I mean? That evens the playing field even more. I don't either.
Yeah.
Right? So neither of us know where the curvature is, and neither of us know when somebody detected the supposed rotation of the Earth, right? Neither of us know when that was. Okay, super. So last question I have is, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
So, like, you know when a pop can's pressurized, right? Because it's enclosed.
I know what you mean.
If you give even just a tiny little bit of, pop in that top, right? Gas comes out because it wants to find its equilibrium in the medium. It's called entropy. So, my question again remains, can you have, like with the tire, can you have gas pressure without that tire?
I'm not entirely sure.
Here's what I mean.
Sorry.
Pressure, the word pressure has the base word press in it, P-R-E-S-S. And something, when it presses, it has to press against something else. That's why it's called pressure, right? So the pressure is measured at the necessary walls of a container, right? So if I don't have walls of a container, do I have pressure?
Well, theoretically, no.
Right. There you go. Well, it's not theoretical. This is a natural law. You can't have gas pressure without a container. It just makes sense, right? It's like, what am I going to do with my propane? I'm going to buy a bunch of propane. Yeah. Well, I got to put it in something. I can't just have I can't just like carry it out of the store. What do you mean? I got to put it in something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no gas pressure without containment. Now, the reason that question is valid is because what they claim with the globe is that we have pressure all the way up until some magical moment when the pressure disappears and thus starts the vacuum of space. So you see how impossible that is? Where's the container? Because they're sending rockets and all kinds of shit out there, supposedly, but we have gas pressure here. So how are they bursting through that container and coming back in every time? How are they doing that? Are they doing that? That's my question. Right? So anyway, and those questions are just to spark critical thinking. I don't expect you to have an answer for that stuff. So anyway, thank you for being honest, though. And I got to do a few things right now, but I'm going to keep listening. Cuddles is here. He can chat with you for a while. Looks like Master Chief might be here, some others. So stick around, and you might actually learn something. You might actually enjoy it. Sound good?
Sounds excellent.
All right, Felix, good talking to you.
Here.
Yeah, I like him so far. At least he's honest.
Yeah.
I mean, he sounds like an honest guy. I mean, just listening to the conversation, that's all.
Man, I'm still curious about, like, when he asked me if I was on drugs, like, if it would really help. Like, now.
Your speech is just a little bit slurred, so I was curious. You know? Curiosity drives these sorts of conversations, so, I was curious.
Curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back.
You don't ever wake up with cotton mouth. And there's extreme desire.
Here's another question. Do you believe in God?
I don't do beliefs. I personally, Cuddles, does facts. I don't believe that there is a God. I know that there is a creator. Outside of that, I have no beliefs about what I know. What I know is real.
Okay.
But I'm fairly simple that way.
Okay.
It's like asking, do you believe in Santa? Well, no, I know he's not real. Right. But if you did believe in Santa and you had no evidence, what is it? What does that believe?
Theory.
Well, it's religion.
Yeah.
Belief without evidence is a good solid definition for religion. Belief without evidence. So.
And I guess that's where we get into belief with evidence, which is what
which is no longer belief. Because once you have evidence, you know something because you can show proof of the thing, at least to yourself, if not to other people.
So I was just curious what sort of evidence is there. I'm sure there's heaps. There's a lot. I'm probably asking a very large question for just one person to answer because there's a lot of studies that have been conducted.
Dude, I've got very simple answers, but I'm just a simple man.
There you go.
So go ahead, ask.
I was just curious as to how far the evidence reaches to the point where it's not a religion. Flat Earth. Being a flat earther.
Well, Well, see, that's the thing, though. What?
I guess that's the same with globe earthers, but I mean, I guess, I
Take a
haven't done the
second to
studies.
step.
I haven't looked into it. Sorry, go ahead.
Take a second to step back, though. Take a second to step back.
Uh,
When I was in elementary school, I learned reading and math and history and so-called science. Now, when they got to things where I was to apply them to real life, in math, they showed me how I could calculate the time of a trip, the distance an arrow will travel with a certain amount of force. If I were throwing spears like a javelin, I could calculate the amount of, curls that I'm going to need to be able to do in 10 years to be able to throw that javelin 400 feet. So I can use math and I can apply that to real life and real things. It's just a language to communicate things with. And to help solve problems. Did they do that with every subject that they taught us in school? Just it might take some time to think about that one, but I did it fairly quick. A lot of the things like math, sure. Physics, yeah. Natural sciences, natural things.
Yeah.
In physics, so I could apply that. But then they started talking about space. How do I apply that? This ball is going around that ball, and they're all spinning together and doing all this wacky shit. Now, how do I apply that to my everyday life? How can somebody show me how that fits?
That's a good question.
But I can explain how I can use algebra to help somebody get better times with their car on the racetrack, better lap times. I can use all kinds of things. I can use geometry to go over the aerodynamics of the car, skim things off, make them more aerodynamic.
Yeah.
Where can I put spinning balls into reality where I can actually look at it in reality and use it in my daily life?
When you're in bed with your wife.
Boom.
Right. That's about the only time you got balls going around the room. That's about it. I can't think of one instance where any of that was ever explained, how it actually is real or makes any sense on how it fits into my everyday life. I can't apply, Mars is spinning in circles in place and changing axes 52 times. I can't do nothing with that.
Okay.
I can't, personally.
Okay. Hey, well, thank you very much for the brief conversation we've had. I really need to shoot off. I'll be happy to come back at a later date. So, it's been good talking.
Yeah, good to meet you, bro.
Awesome. Take it easy.
I'm glad you don't have the DJ in here. Oh, you were just posting it so somebody else would do it.
No, I mean, I was just sharing it to whoever would click on it and listen to it. It's good chill out music, man. Found some really good shit lately.
Have you heard of Crady?
Nope.
Kraddy.
Oh, Craddy. Yeah, he's part of the glitch mob.
Yeah. That's my
dude,
whole
I
thing.
like Craddy. Android porn. It's my favorite one by him.
Yep. I got to talk to him when his career started. He's a pretty cool guy.
Oh, that's good, man. Yeah, he's a really good producer.
Roddy. I haven't heard his name said by anybody, so.
Yeah, I think it's Craddy. Fuck, I don't know, dude. Oh, here, check this out. This is a kid dancing to hit. This is my favorite little clips here. Somebody utilizing it in a good way. It's dubstep dancing. This kid's pretty good at it. Check it.
It's funny because I love that Nos Jeff, but like the gearhead in me cries every time he does it.
Yeah, like, why is he doing that?
Gas pressure. He's showing he's showing people gas pressure. That tank's
Yeah, but why is he spraying an engine with NOS?
Because he's got money to blow. Okay?
I guess so.
Yes. That's where I'm
All right.
leaving it.
Check out that video.
Sometimes you just gotta spray the engine with some bald eagles.
That kid is so good, dude. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, Craddy's good shit. I like Craddy better than the Glitch Mob. Glitch Mob's polished, and it sounds a little bit more. I don't want to say mainstream, but like more easily digestible by the general public than Craddy's stuff. But it's also why I like Craddy because he's an individual and he has a very unique style, and he's probably not trying to pander to a record label or whatever.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, I think he started in. I like independent. Talk about Crowdy.
Yeah.
Independent.
Mm-hmm.
I like the independent.
Yeah, he's just, he can flourish that way, but it's good that he's part of the mob too, because like those guys, well, they make a lot of money off of their movie soundtrack stuff, which is good, man. Cash in. They're on a couple Matrix soundtracks, I think.
Well, the biggest thing people don't really get is it's how you start your corporation or your company. Whatever you're gonna run as your label or whatever, or the contract you're doing with another company that's already set up. The whole industry look like going independent is expensive, and really the expensive part's the equipment. The equipment and your time, because starting a corporation is fucking cheap.
Yeah, you don't need much at all. I have one that I'm not really up to date with anymore with my audio engineering. I started a sole proprietor a while ago.
Well, I'm on my way. I don't know how many I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna open up as many as I can.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out how I would do like a studio company because
Studio company?
I'd like to help artists move forward, but without all the bull.
So you want to be a manager?
I'd rather have a record label where I can help people springboard, but
I've met
where
a
the
lot of people just like you with that almost exact same sentence coming out of their mouth. And not to say that's bad at all. What I'm saying is lots of entrepreneurs would come to us in the bands that I was in and want to help out and start us up, right? For both people's careers, theirs and ours. And yeah, I've signed a lot of record contracts with people just like that, and none of them worked out. But that doesn't mean that it's not lucrative. I guess not. It isn't really lucrative, at least at first. But if you can find the artists, the people, the people you can get along with, so that you both succeed. That's I mean, it's possible. It's hard, but it is definitely possible, even in today's world.
Oh, dude, even if you started with a decent sized studio, decent sized recording studio, decent enough equipment, and like right off the bat, I'm already 100 to $250,000 down. All right, just with that.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, you can start up a lot if you have just a good mic. You can have a very, very terrible computer setup as long as you have a good mic that catches audio.
You need a good mic. You need a good mic. You need a good I/O. You need a good preamp, and then you need decent equipment running it. But you know what you need the most? A quality engineer.
Right. But see, the whole model for me is whatever I incur starting this is a gift. The business is to help people to have an opportunity to not be pressed and lose their talent and still have that place where they can make the music without somebody going, no, we're not doing that. Look, if the public says it sucks, that's what you're appealing to is the public. If the public says it's good, that's who you're appealing to. You're not appealing.
But you gotta have producers producing those artists.
Mm.
You're saying you want the artists to produce themselves and have somewhere to record and do all that.
Right.
No one telling them what to do.
But some of them
do realize that that's going to be a money pit.
Well, absolutely. It's a gift.
Okay. A gift? I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, what's a gift, man? What's the definition?
Are you giving a gift to someone, or is somebody giving it to you to give to someone?
I'm creating a gift to be able to
creating a gift.
He's creating an opportunity for other people to grow off of.
I'm making a space for artists to come in. Start.
So you're going to put money down. You have a lot of money and you're going to put it down.
I mean, that's partially the idea.
It's just, you're so vague, dude. Tell me what you want to do.
Well, right. Well, I know other people out there that have decent careers that would invest in something like this. Because they want to see independent artists come to their full potential without the stranglehold of the industry.
Was that a sneeze?
Yes, it sounded like a sneeze.
No, I took a hit of marijuana and I coughed.
Oh, okay.
It sounded like a sneeze to me.
I thought it was a sneeze. I thought it was Cuddles sneezing in the middle of what he was saying. That was strange. Sorry.
That was funny. I was thinking that's what you thought.
It is what I thought, dude. Weird. Okay, anyway.
No, 5 a.m., so I'm trying to be quiet.
It's 7 here, yeah. Cuddles, I want to talk to you more about that, but I got to keep cleaning my fucking apartment. I got to do it today.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
All right, we'll talk later about that,
The
though.
hands-free mics, man.
He got them
Huh?
some deep cleaning to do.
Yeah, I've been putting it off. I got to do it. What's that, Cuddles?
Hands-free headset, bro. Hands-free headset.
Oh, probably, yeah, but I don't want to talk while I'm cleaning because it's just loud.
Oh, right.
So,
Oh, yeah,
anyway,
vacuum.
I'm listening, though. So if you guys say something stupid, especially about me, boy, I'll fucking hear it.
All right. Did you guys know that Glaflub was gay? I'm just kidding.
Fuck. Earlier I was getting made fun of because I live alone with my cat, and they're like, "Oh, so you're gay?" They're like, "Oh, so you're gay?" I'm like, "Yeah, actually, I guess that makes me gay."
That is so funny, bro.
Anyway.
Yeah, you're gay. You own a cat and you live alone.
Yeah, doesn't matter how good I am in bed with women. Doesn't matter. Somehow I'm
That
gay.
makes you gay since.
All right, guys, I love you. I'll be listening, but I'll talk to you here in probably 2 hours or something.
All right, for sure.
Oh.
I am going to be posting some fucking fat tracks, though, in case anybody wants to give a listen. And I don't expect Cuddles or, if you have the power, anybody to post or to start the jukebox up with music I'm posting. I'm just going to post stuff if anybody wants to, personally listen to it.
You don't have that power.
If I could do that, Why Would They Lie would be playing on a loop right now.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Bro, are you fucking delirious? Oh my gosh, I love the lyrics.
I haven't been in this voice channel in at least a year and a half.
Yeah, there's new people here. I'm new.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, there's not a single person in here that I remember.
Oh, bro, I'm green as far as Discord goes. Not new to Flat Earth.
Well, you actually, Cuddle, you sound familiar.
How? I've only been here like 2 months.
Oh,
Samuel.
yeah, I don't know you.
Samuel.
What up?
What's up, man? Long time no see, brother.
How you been, Damo?
I've been fine, man. I've been fine. Doing college work right now. College.
Yeah, bro, fuck school. I dropped out freshman year of high school.
How long ago was that? Like 2 weeks ago. Told me about this.
That was a long time ago. Well, not long. I'm only 18, but...
Like 3 weeks, yeah. So, I get you, bro. I get you.
So I don't know what's more flat, the brain cells in your brain or the earth.
Honestly, yeah. World's a globe. Have you seen the pictures? World's a globe, bro. Yo, what's up?
Ouch.
Creation, bro, I missed you.
Damo, did you upload that stream from the other day?
Did I what?
Were you guys Twitch streaming or something? You guys upload that clip?
What clip?
Oh, come on, man. You guys were in here ganging up. There was like 3 of you. None of you guys were streaming? Come on, man. Come on, man.
What do you mean? What kind of stream? I wasn't even in here yesterday.
Dog, I didn't say anything about yesterday. Talking about when you were in here, when we were talking, me and you.
I wasn't streaming though.
Oh, okay. Why not, bro? You know,
Why would I?
pro flat earthers? What's up?
I know what you're talking about, man.
What? We're not enough for you?
I could just drop that that little drawing you drew, Damo, in the chat, and then we can see what other people think about that.
Drop it.
All right.
Good drawing. So,
Yeah, what was that noise you kept making? That one. You kept making that noise. What is that?
oh, the Soo, that one.
Yeah, what is that? What is that from?
I don't know. I just said it for some reason since I was like 12.
Is it like a tick or something?
I think so.
His dad dropped him on his head one too many times, but
Got
Oh, my bad. So, Christianberg, have you bought FIFA 22?
I'm still looking for that drawing you drew.
That's not FIFA.
Got Call of Duty 4. We go play League.
Play League. Great game.
I've been playing the fuck out of Vanguard.
Son,
No. League challenge, league rules like guns out, knives up. Let's get it.
Jesus Christ, man.
All right,
Yeah.
Damo, go ahead and walk us through this picture again. And anyone else listening in, 19 minutes past the hour, live stream voice text.
That
Go ahead and walk us through
can the
this.
live stream see this? Yeah. I think they can't. Right. So basically, we got the sun. Yeah, it orbits around the flat, goes up, and it goes right through it. It cuts in the middle of the thing, and it goes right under when it's night time. And then it spins around 360 orbits back to the other side, and does like a 360 mirror rotation. And you know what? It goes back up, and where everyone gets sun, and it goes straight down through the half of the flat, and rotates. You know,
That
it's a
must be
loop.
one big mountain.
It's like a big for loop, you know.
What?
C# users understand this. Like, if you don't use C#, like, you won't understand this. Like, honestly,
Is
this
that a
good
shark in
analogy.
the ocean or is that a mountain, bro?
Nah, those are mountains. This is the uneven surface of the Earth. See, like the
So,
second.
My
tip
question
top
is the Earth
whatever.
just floating around? Is it just hovering in space, or what's up with that?
We don't know, but like no one knows. You
Well,
know what I mean?
you drew like a magic carpet, so
Just pretend it's a magic carpet then.
so
Is the Earth a flat square or a flat triangle or a flat rectangle?
Nah, it's a flat whatever. It's like
So-
a carpet.
Well, it's got to be a flat something in specific, not just whatever.
Alright, pretend it's a carpet then. It's a carpet.
What if I want it to be a
Discovering-
magic school bus, bro?
So I have a
School bus.
question. So if I'm on one side, right, and I'm seeing a sunset, and then I'm on the other, someone's on the other side, and the sun's above their head. At what point does the Earth slice? The sun slice through the Earth?
When it becomes nighttime, man, it's easy.
Yeah, but you didn't hear what I just asked you. Hold on. So
did hear
I'm
you.
on one side, looking at a sunset.
I love
Someone's on the other side where the sunset is, and the sun's above their head. So at what point does the sun go down into the Earth?
I can't tell you, man. I don't have the statistics.
Well, just think about it. If it's above your head,
So
when is it going down below your feet?
it goes below your feet when it goes below the feet. Like I can't explain it anymore.
So
better.
when does that when does that happen?
When it goes under your feet,
Yeah.
Samuel
When does,
Jackson
when does that
understands.
happen? When does that happen?
Bro, I just told you. Like Samuel, tell him.
You're saying what happens. You're not saying when or where.
Samuel, just tell
You're
him.
just saying
Man.
what happens.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not understanding a fucking word you're saying, Damo.
Like what? I understand myself. Like what?
No,
Just-
I understand that you drew a shit poor drawing and you're trying to make sense of something. I get what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah.
But what he's asking you is, at what time does the sun go below your feet?
Samuel Jackson. So
See that we made him break character. They can't keep it up for very long.
No, I just don't understand how somebody can draw up a concept and not understand how to explain their own concept.
When you come to like say flat earthers are dumb, but you only reveal your own stupidity in the process.
See, I'm not here to bring any concepts across. I'm just here to judge other people's concepts, you know? And that's the great thing about this chat is I have the right to do that. I just lurk in the shadows and come out when shit becomes hilarious. There was one time, dude, everybody, literally the whole chat was jumping on one dude's head because he wasn't making any sense about anything that he was saying. And it was probably the funniest thing that I've ever fucking seen. Dude made himself look like a fucking fool.
And that happens a lot, just like our boy Damo here.
He was here for like, what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, he's a bad actor. He can't hold the character very long. Oh, he's back. Get back in character, Damo.
You gotta snap back into place now.
ooh.
I had to take a breather and get some water, did you?
Imagine Microsoft Word charges $100 from your account. I imagine that.
The
Well, I
only
have a
thing
challenge
I'd
for you,
spend
Dano.
$100 for right now is a fucking chiropractor.
Huh?
I said the only thing I'd spend $100 on right now is a fucking chiropractor.
Can you buy me FIFA 22?
No, but your mom
Buy me it,
can.
man.
Just go steal her
Please.
credit card.
Bro, what about you, Creation Burke? Can you buy me FIFA 22?
Yeah, bro, I will buy you FIFA 22 if you describe when, where the sun slices through the earth. Tell us about that. Walk us through the process.
Right, so basically, yeah, like the sun, yeah, it's like a big ball of fire and lava.
I'm joking, it's not. But the sun just slices through it. Like, we don't even know what it is. Like, it's a story, yeah? But we don't even know what the story is. Like, just a cheeky bit of light. But the sun just slices whenever it's ready. Like, I can't tell you anything more.
So if it's a big ball of fire and lava.
Nah, it's
and
not
if it was,
fire, man.
No, you just said it is. You
But I just said it's not, fam.
No, you just said the sun is a big ball of fire and lava. And
right, shush. I said, I'm joking. I said that. I said afterwards. I said,
Don't make me
you don't
rewind.
even know what it is, you know.
Damo.
Right, rewind the tape then. Rewind the
I'm
tape.
calling
the tape, bro.
I'm going to
This
call
is the
you
first
out
time
on
you
every
said
little
that.
bit of bullshit you have to bring
Rewind
to the
the
table,
tape.
Demo.
And if I am saying the truth, you buy me
That's the
FIFA 22.
second time you said that the sun was lava. That's the second time you said that.
Nah, that wasn't me, bro. I was just joking. See, Omni Uber understands.
So
Raph, I'm like,
here's
I know
here's
stuff.
my theory, right?
What?
Right, Demo?
Yo, I'm here.
I haven't been in this.
Jesus, bro, you're cutting out.
Yeah, I'm realizing.
See this kid, man?
Yeah, give me a second.
Oh, like, he's trying to chat to me, Creation, bro, yeah, but he doesn't even have a working mic. Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, the satellites, I guess. Something's wrong.
Yeah, the world's orbiting right now through the sun, and it's just not catching through the signal.
He must have hit a pocket of gravity or something.
Yeah. The world's spinning too fast on its y-axis.
What is that, man? You all right?
I've got a fidget spinner, fam. Fidget spinner.
Alrighty. Sorry. Your
What?
bullshit nonsense was clogging up my internet.
Got him.
The thing is, right? About a year and a half ago, I was in the server fucking constantly, and I'd find people like you that would draw up concepts and not know how to explain anything that they're saying, nor make sense of anything that they're saying, and that's exactly. And I'd call them out on it. I'm just saying, if there's a so-called big ball of fire and lava, and it's quote-unquote slicing through the fucking earth, then why don't we have wildfires across this area? Where are these spots that this so-called ball of lava and fire is slicing through the earth?
I literally said it's not lava, it's just light, fam. It's just light.
No, you did say it's lava.
Oh, I said I'm joking.
I don't think you understand. This is a 24/7 live recording.
I know what I said.
I can play it back and show you it. I'll go make a clip, bro.
I'll make a clip.
All right, make a clip of you saying that the sun is made out of fire and lava. I want to hear that.
I want to hear that as well.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
I'm on it,
fucking
man.
retarded.
I'm looking for a clip.
So explain to me when the sun comes in contact with the earth and slices through it.
Alright, give me a sec. I need to find the clip. What you're talking about, because I didn't say that. 1 minute.
Creation, did he say that? Oh, he definitely did himself.
The sun, it's like a big ball of fire and lava.
Just like that, bro. Oh, shit.
I found the clip and I said I'm joking. Samuel Jackson, man, you're in the mud, like I'm telling you.
That shit has me dead.
Samuel, have you seen the clip yourself? Like I'm telling you. I've told you, and I'm telling you again. I said I was joking.
You said you were joking when you heard that you're a fucking fool.
What? You're the fool, fam. Like, what do you mean?
No, honestly, I feel that you say things, and then as soon as everybody calls you out on it, you say that you're joking. Because at first you weren't joking, you were pretty serious about the fact.
No one called me out. I was joking myself. Just being sarcastic, yeah. You know, like, you know what sarcasm is.
So you're saying you're just a joke?
No, that one part, man. Jesus.
How old are you, Damo?
Guess, mate.
I feel like you're an older person, but you just have the brain cells of an infant.
Bro, how can you say that, man? Like, that's so uncalled for.
It's uncalled for, but I just cut to the truth, you know?
I'm 12. So? Nah, I'm not. I'm old enough, as they say.
You're such a glober, you can't even keep your story straight.
You're such a glober, you can't even keep your takes in control.
I can't believe you said that. Speaking of, mate. Speaking.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Oh. So,
There he goes, broke character again.
Okay, so I'm listening in.
Sleeping high as fuck.
If the sun is not made of lava and fire, what is it made of?
it left. The sun, yeah. It's like a big ball of fire. Lava. I'm joking. It's not.
Darn it, he left already.
Fucking creation.
And lava.
Sounded convincing.
Pretty sure he said that the other day in the VC check-in. It's just like, what, dude?
He seems like the type of person to tell me the sun is a fucking light bulb.
I mean, just look at the guy's magic carpet drawing.
Dude, you're not wrong.
Did you see the drawing, Lulu? 19 minutes past the hour in the live stream voice tag.
He also told everybody that's listening to this fucking live stream that the Earth can be any shape, not just one.
What am I looking at? What is this?
So that's his representation of the Earth, apparently. Yeah.
What?
And that circle around the Earth is apparently the sun orbiting, but he's telling us that the sun slices through the Earth.
Looks like when I try to write with my left hand.
Dude, that looks like the shit comes out of my asshole when I look into the toilet. And I was asking him, I was like, what the fuck is that? Is that a shark fin coming out of the ocean, or is that a mountain? Grayons?
So how's everybody been?
Terrible.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Fantabulous. Yeehaw.
Well, like I told him, or that one dude, wherever the fuck he went, he left. But like I was telling him, I want to spend $100 on no fucking, on anything but a chiropractor. My back is all sorts of fucked up.
Mm.
Bro, go find some monkey bars and hang upside down for a while.
That does actually help, though.
Jump off a 5-story building onto a car.
You jumped off what?
No, I said I'm gonna go jump off a 5-story building onto a car.
Well, if you hurt your back before, you definitely will now. If you do that.
So that'll just loosen everything up.
Are you just trying to get a good back crack in? I gotcha.
Gonna need something more than kryptonite to hurt me.
I'd say myofascial release. You'd probably be better off. I did chiropractors for about a decade.
The quickest way I can fix it is loading my body with morphine, but I don't do that.
It's funny because now I don't have chronic pain every day. As before I did.
What'd you do? Cuddle.
Hold on just a sec. Sorry.
No, no problem. Take your time. Damon's banned.
Yeah, I gave him a day to think about his actions and the sun, I guess.
But you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, but that made my day. I made everything fucking worthwhile. That shit's fine.
Where are the Globers anyway?
Yeah, where the fuck is Glober? I want to make fun of somebody.
Hello, family.
Get him!
What's up? Get.
Get big get. How are you doing, guys?
Doing good, get. Got a question for you.
Sure. Go ahead.
Do you think that the sun is made of fire and lava? And that it slices
No.
through the earth?
Not a chance. Not a chance.
The sun.
And you know why? Because they tried to achieve thermonuclear fusion in a lab, and it's not possible to achieve perpetual nuclear fusion. It's unachievable.
Well, it
we have
seems that I've
the
been lied to then, because
Yeah.
Damo, somebody that I was trusting with information.
yeah. I would go along more with some sort of electromagnetic induction, but in an environment of extreme cold, like below the lambda point. And I think there should be something like octa-oxygen material or metallic oxygen, and this uh, electromagnetism can make this metal actually heat up very
So-
easy,
So do you
emanate
believe that the sun
extreme high
actually...
temperatures, but from a very low cold, like below the lambda point, you know?
Yeah. Do you believe that the sun does produce massive solar flares, though?
Well, I do. When I look at I look sometimes with my naked eyes in the sun for a couple of minutes, you know, and it takes a minute for your eyes to adjust with the intense light. And when you do that, you see that you don't see flames, flares, but there is some sort of glowing and twinkling, like the blue of the sky. You know, that bright light suddenly turns into turquoise color, and then back bright white.
What if it's not light?
What if it's not light? What do you mean?
I mean exactly what I said. What if it's not light?
Well, it is light.
What is not light? The sun?
Yes, the sun. What if the sun does not produce light? What if it produces something else?
I agree. I mean, I go from the biblical point of view where it does separate the entity of light and the entity of the sun. So that's a possibility.
I I don't see. I mean, I don't want to contradict you, but
It's
yeah,
not
I
something I
will
believe.
also
It's not
go
something I
along with
believe
the
in. I was just saying,
biblical.
what if? You know,
Yeah. I don't easily
I'm just
disregard
getting,
the biblical
I'm just getting
text.
your point of
Yeah,
view off of it. You know.
yeah. But yeah, we look at it. It is a light source. I mean, that is utterly crazy to deny. You know.
Yeah, but our whole lives, you know, everybody's been calling the sun, you know, a light source and whatnot. But what if it doesn't create light? What if we've been calling it something
And
that it hasn't been
yeah,
forever?
I'm also aware, like the exact position of the sun. I know that when you shine a flashlight into a prism, you know, it gets projected
Yeah.
on a different path. So, and when you go to see uh, that light, you see it coming from the prism, but actually the flashlight is at a totally different position, you
So,
know. But you
so
see,
with
like it's coming from the prism, yeah.
so with the sun, then, if the
Mhm.
sun is bouncing off of prisms, where are those prisms?
Well, you see,
See,
it's
that's the
not.
tricky part, eh?
It would. I don't see it exclusively like the prism which we understand, like we physically have. You know. Yeah, those are the prisms like glass and diamonds and whatever material. You make a prism of, yeah, that's a physical prism, and
So,
we
would you
can
say that it's
manipulate their behavior.
so? Would you say that during parts of the day that material and whatnot floating through space comes in contact with the sun for a certain period of time, and that gives us quote unquote light throughout the earth throughout a certain part of the day, and then that material moves away from
Yeah,
the sun, and we no longer have what we call quote unquote light.
yeah. Well, to give you a like to make your mind question, I will tell you something. Picture in your
Creation, that's
mind
funny.
two opposing mirrors. Yeah, when you stand
Right.
between two opposing mirrors, you see that space in between the mirrors and yourself multiplied. Like it looks like infinitely multiplied, but it actually goes as far as angular resolution allows you to see.
Yeah.
You get me? Yeah. So,
Yeah, I understand.
yeah.
You make
Now,
more sense than Demo, that's for sure.
yeah, when we look at the sky, I don't think we see only like the heavens kingdom, you know. We actually see two realms which are in mirror image in the sky. We see actually what's beneath the earth and what's above in the same time, and it gives us that very distant depth because of this, because it's a reflection, you know.
So change the subject here. I have
Yeah.
another question for you. Um, so what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
The shape. The ground is the negative plane of existence. It's a Gaussian plane. It goes along with the electric and magnetic field and electrostatic field. You know, we, which all these three are forces which we can't deny. They are empirical forces. You know. So I can't picture it a globe anymore. Not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, not since I started reading about motion in an electric field. When you
Yeah.
start reading that, you actually realize that what we call space, not the space from the sky, but the space here in the world between us,
Yeah.
This is the real space, and this is all governed by all these fields: magnetic, electric, and electrostatic.
Do you think there's other civilizations in our universe? In other galaxies and other dimensions?
Not a chance. I believe there is life in the heaven, but nothing like they depict us with UFO. Actually, I believe what's in the Bible. Yeah, in the Bible it says the angels and God is in the heaven. And whatever aliens they depict to us in the movies about the alien life coming from the heavens, they depict them as some sort of evil invaders, resources hungry beings, and yeah.
The thing about space is it's similar to our sea, We've only explored so much.
Mm-hmm.
We have so much that is unknown, unaware of, and you never know, I mean,
how do you mean explore? Like, you can't explore above. Like, are you talking about like space exploration, as in going into outer space and going to Mars and stuff?
Using telescopes and whatnot to be able to see into the outer space, which is very possible.
Yeah, I mean, of course you can see
observing the heavens,
but you can only see so far.
Is it really about distance, though?
I mean, not really, but there are, or at least I believe that there are other universes. There's other spots in our galaxy that you can get to, and there are other sources of life in our world other than just us.
When you say other galaxies, can you elaborate? Because I'm thinking of like Star Trek type of thing. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you.
Well, Star Trek's the shit. I mean,
I'm not disagreeing with that. But we're talking about reality.
The Delta Quadrant.
No, there's. I do believe there's a certain way to be able to travel intergalactically, if you want to put it that way.
How?
Well, I tell you why I don't believe. First, that space which they depict to us, it doesn't exist. When you go high, well, I will tell you why. The higher you go, the colder it gets. And at certain altitudes, the temperatures drop so much that water itself, it doesn't stay into water element. It separates itself, the hydrogen from the oxygen, and becomes liquid oxygen and hydrogen gas. And the oxygen actually becomes liquid. It condensates. I'm talking about below minus 200 Celsius, like 200, 250. And at these temperatures, you cannot physically enter. Your body has heat is extremely hot for that kind of liquid. If you get in contact directly to liquid oxygen, it will cold burn you. The cold burn is a process in which it oxidate when it gets in contact with your body fats. Actually, that causes oxidation at very, very fast, and it will generate heat. So
that all makes sense.
And you see, there is this when it's frozen, the oxygen. It's much more dangerous than the liquid because not the oxygen ice, but octa-oxygen, for example, which is, I'm not sure, like 5 Kelvin or no, a little above 5 Kelvin. This temperature, the oxygen will oxidate your skin and body so fast, it will burn you so fast that light itself doesn't have time, the photons don't have time to emanate, to shine. That fast it's burned.
Well, I do believe that.
So
I do feel that travel through space would be impossible, but I do feel that there's sayings and rumors that there was monks that were able to finger punch, meaning literally be able to put their fingertips against a 2-ton boulder and be able to use that distance and their fist and punch that rock and move it 2 feet back. So you got to think about it. There's certain people in the world that have a more higher understanding to the universe and its elements and are able to do certain things that the normal people can't. And there are people like that. And if you're oblivious to it, then, I mean, that's, your opinion and you're welcome to it. But
I agree with you that there are people who are different than the norm, right? But as far as space travel, the way you put it, I have to disagree with you. I lean towards more like interdimensional spaces, interdimensional travel makes more sense to me rather than
there's
intergalactic, because I don't think you're gonna be able
I
to
understand your
leave.
concept, and I've actually done research into what you're saying, and I do believe in
But I wanted to know what you meant about intergalactic travel, going to other galaxies. How would you do that if you're? I mean, if you're talking about interdimensional, that's different. But if you're talking about intergalactic travels, I would like to know how. Unless you agree with NASA and what they spout, how would you get there?
No, I'm not I'm a non-believer in NASA. I don't support NASA. And
believer or non-believer, they do have advanced technologies.
They do have advanced technologies. I do agree with that.
Yes, and they are very far ahead of us. And what I mean by this, if you look at the rocket launches before 2000s, what do you see before they start the countdown? What are they doing before that?
And what do you mean?
Well, before they were launching the rocket, before they start the countdown, they start releasing this liquid nitrogen gas, liquid nitrogen actually, on the outside body of the rocket to drop its temperature, to cool it down. They make it extremely cold because if they launch that rocket and the metal has a temperature of 30 degrees Celsius, like the environment, once it's going up at high altitudes, it will hit a cold medium, which will act like a magnetic flux. So it will decelerate the rocket because it cannot enter in warm state in that medium because the temperature differential is extremely high. It's like you would compare liquid metal like iron, which is 1800 Celsius, with let's say solid butter. Or liquid water.
Yeah.
And the temperature differential between the two is extremely high. So when you put them both together, when you pour liquid metal into water, at first it doesn't make physical contact. All that heat from the metal is being radiated from the metal, and the water in that little space, vicinity of the metal, it's getting so hot that it instantly takes a gaseous state, steam, so it evaporates. And by this process, it will absorb energy, a lot of energy from the metal, cooling it down. But as long as that metal is being in a liquid state, you cannot have water touching it. It's impossible.
Yeah, that is true.
It bounces like the water, a droplet of water will instantly take gaseous state and evaporate, and it will go, the steam has power. I mean, many trains back in the days when they didn't play well right with those boilers, they explode very hard. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good scene at all.
Yeah. And that's why they were cooling those rockets because, I'm not saying they were sending them into space, but they were sending them very high, If you watch that Go Fast rocket, you can see that effect because they didn't cool that rocket before they launched it. So once it reached those altitudes, it behaved like it hit a wall. That's what it looked like. Like a magnet coming towards a solid wall of copper, and it creates an electric current which generates an opposing magnetic field. So the magnet will not hit the copper, but it will decelerate very fast.
Sorry, I had to step away, but I was listening.
Yeah, and the interesting thing in those high altitude, you also have this Van Allen belt. It's an area where I speculate that that's the place where helium gas actually reaches speeds.
I was just about to
When-
mention that. Was it you that I spoke with about liquid helium?
Yeah, most likely.
Okay. Yeah, that was an interesting concept for sure. I mean, with all of this, I don't know how they'll be able to get past to space, quote unquote space.
Superfluid liquid helium below the lambda point, below 2.17 Kelvin, that's where it becomes a quantum fluid, superfluid. And it has it's a frictionless medium, that liquid inside. It has two directions of flow in opposite directions in the same time and without friction. So if you were to swim in a lake with this kind of liquid, you will be moving your arms. It doesn't matter how fast you move them. You will be standing in the same place because there is no friction between you and the medium that you are in. But the pressure inside the liquid helium is somewhere close to 14 psi, very much like the air which we breathe. Is very weird, and you can have a very, very big ocean, like let's say the Mariana Trenches, the deepest hole in the ocean. Yeah, when we dive there, the deeper we go, the higher the pressure because there's more water on top of you. But if you replace it with superfluid liquid helium, it will always be the same constant pressure. It will never change, no matter how much liquid helium you have on top of you. It's the pressure doesn't change. And it's very weird. They don't like to tell us these strange supernatural facts about it,
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, because it contradicts gravity and the mass theory, like it demolishes it. Everybody will start asking, okay, but how? Why does it do that? Where is gravity then?
Well, with all your explanation, I'm wondering how Samuel Jackson, how are you still gonna go to have an intergalactic travel?
Yeah.
Well, more or less extreme advanced technology in the future. I do feel that we would be able to achieve it at some point. I wasn't more or less saying currently, but I do feel with where technology is leading, we'll be able to do it with no hesitation in the future.
Do you think we'll be going to the moon and actually being able to
Why would we
not
go
of
to
course
the
as
moon when we can go way further though?
well, you would try to go to something that's closer to you first, wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Maybe for a test.
For what?
I said maybe for a test.
It would just make sense.
If it was my idea,
if you're trending like an unknown environment.
if it was my idea, yes, I would probably do a lot of tests closer to home. But the bigger goal would to be able to achieve travel way further and way beyond just the moon, if there is something beyond it.
What do you think space is, though?
Space is a lot more than what we think it is. If there is a space, I mean, think about it. We have all those stars, and if all those stars mean something and do something, then there's a possibility there's more, if that makes sense. You know, I mean, in all honesty, those stars could be nothing. You know, a lot of people like to assume that they're just light, but it has to be something in the space, an actual physical something, you know, to be able to show itself.
No, that's the assumption, right? They assume they're balls of gas in a vacuum. So I'm trying to understand your cosmology.
Yeah, well,
I look at your tag.
Yeah, me too.
A flat earther. So is it
like you were saying, I like.
or
Yeah, no, the Earth is definitely flat.
So what's the cosmology then? Is everything above you? Is there space below your feet? Can you help us understand your cosmology a little bit better? Because
no, in outer space, there's no space below your feet unless you're on something physical.
Well, if we're on a globe, there's space under our feet.
No, there's no globe.
That's what they're telling you, though. So is that same heliocentric model? Are we just on a space disk inside of a giant space galaxy, or how does that work?
No, we're a flat Earth that's floating in our space. If there is a space, I mean, we may be wrong.
Oh, hold on. I think we're at a crossroads here. The Earth is You're saying the Earth floats?
Well, actually, no.
So does the Earth move at all? Your cosmology, Samuel. Does the Earth move?
No.
Okay.
Everything else moves around the Earth.
So is it just hovering in space, or how does that work?
Well, it would have to, right?
No. No.
Wait, how would you? But hold on.
Okay, then explain that how Earth would be grounded onto.
I got you, bro. The Earth doesn't move at all, so that means that we're not hovering around in space Narnia. That those two models they don't go together.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're inserting.
No, then clear my mind with it. Then tell me something that I don't know. Then
I got you, bro. Let me play a clip from Bill Nye the Science Guy.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
Yep. So if the Earth is a closed system, gas pressure requires a container. You're inside of a closed system. You can't travel to other Narnia galaxies.
Yeah.
The Earth doesn't move, like not even a little bit. So it can't be hovering. It can't be floating. Okay, so the Earth doesn't move. That means it's not in space.
And what are we based on?
The Earth is the ground.
We don't know that, and it does say in the Bible what is it, the foundations. You know, God is challenging people to find out. You know, but
if
we haven't figured it out yet.
Exactly, and if we can't get out of the Earth, I mean, how come we can see a moon? You know, how come we can see other things?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Is it an illusion?
No.
Is it?
No, it's not an illusion.
Okay, then explain
actually,
it.
You see, wait. you have learned this school cosmology, which they teach you, nowadays in the modern mankind. But if you go to school like 500 years ago, they wouldn't teach you the same thing. You wouldn't be learning the same things. They will teach you, depending on which country or empire you live in, they will tell you that those little lights in the sky that you see, they are alive. And they actually fit the conditions for living beings. Because a living being can repeat things over and over again. Every night you go sleep, every morning you wake up, you wash yourself, you go to work, you come back, you eat, you have fun with the family, you go back to sleep, and repeat over and over again all these complex cycles.
And
And the
now,
stars, yeah, they are doing that. They are moving in circles in the sky, the same path, the same track, never astray, except the wandering stars. So, gravity took the life from the heavens. It took it away. In the when man starts learning gravity, he actually agrees that there is no life in the heavens. Nothing is alive above our heads, except the birds flying, Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If you think we're floating in, like, first of all, how do you know we're floating in space?
no, I don't know if we're floating in space, but I would assume that we would. If you got to think about it, right? The moon. If our Earth is not moving and isn't floating in our system, if we have a system,
Yeah, what system?
what is our moon and what is our sun doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. We have no idea. The thing is, those two models don't go together. You got to throw out the old cosmology. You can't put a space disk in the heliocentric model and say that's flat Earth.
Yeah. Because here's the thing, what you're doing. But here's the thing, what you're doing is that, okay, yeah, you think that the Earth measures flat. However, you're keeping everything else that the heliocentric model told you.
No, I'm just wondering what the sun and the moon are doing.
Yeah, you'll be wondering that until you die, just like everyone else. No one's ever going to figure out what the sun is or the moon is, and anyone telling you what they are is just lying to you. So,
but even if we told you, is there a way for you to verify it?
No, not at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how are we going to verify that our Earth is not floating?
Measure it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, he's saying, how would we verify that it's not floating in space?
Oh, well, it's just self-evident the Earth doesn't move. Okay, and we've already debunked space by talking about gas pressure, second law of thermodynamics. So, space already debunked, and it's self-evident the Earth doesn't move. Anyone saying it does should have to prove it, and that hasn't been done. So, Earth doesn't move.
I have a question now.
You don't
I
have
have a question now. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, you don't have to prove a negative. You don't have to prove a negative, right?
Correct. But if it's moving, then can a laser tell us if a car is moving when you are outside the car?
No.
Sorry?
Can a laser tell you if a car is moving if you're outside of the car?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you holding the laser? Or is the laser attached?
Yeah, yeah. You're holding the laser. Yeah.
Well, you would have to be moving the laser to be able to stay in contact.
Well, you know, those policemen, they have a laser shooting gun, you know, and they shoot at cars on the highway, and they give you a fine when you cross the speed. Yeah.
Radar detector.
So yeah, they measure your speed which you're traveling with. Yeah.
Yes.
With a laser.
Yes.
Now, if I'm inside the car with that laser, yeah,
and you're moving,
and yeah, I'm moving towards a wall, yeah,
But
and I'm shooting my laser on that wall. Will I be reading my speed or?
He doesn't. He's saying he doesn't believe the Earth is moving. From what I understand, at least that's what he's claiming.
Yeah, but he said
the Earth can be moving at such a slow speed that it can't be detected on the radar.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Well, you are saying the Earth is moving. Yeah. My bad. Continue.
No, I'm not saying that the Earth is moving. I'm just saying that it could be. There's a possibility that it could be.
Where is it?
Well, in that possibility, in that possibility,
I'm just getting in on the concept of what he's getting at. If that makes sense, I'm not saying or agreeing on nothing.
If it was moving, you were supposed to be able to measure the speed to find.
Okay, but if you're moving in a vehicle, yeah, if you're moving in a vehicle and you're trying to measure the Earth's speed, the Earth is such a big mass and so much weight, and it's moving at such a slow speed that you wouldn't even be able to measure it, nor have the technology to measure the speed of the map. The Earth.
Then why would you assume it's moving? If you can't detect and measure it or anything, why would you assume it's moving in the first place?
Well, I'm assuming that it's moving to give into this person's idea. I'm getting more out of what I want to hear.
So, in what direction? Which way is it moving? Are we moving up? Are we spinning? Is it hovering up and down?
I have no idea. It's moving at such a slow speed that nobody can tell if it's actually moving.
But we're moving where though? Is it going left to right? Are we spinning up, down?
No, same spot. Just
What?
What do you think? You're the one
He's referring to spin.
It's moving in the same.
Yeah, this is where I want to pose you
my theory here.
The problem.
You guys don't understand my theory here.
No, listen. If I take a round table, yeah, and I will make a mechanism which will make this table to rotate once in 24 hours, then is it safely for me to say this table is rotating with the same speed in ratio like the Earth does? Because the Earth makes one full rotation in 24 hours. Correct?
See, I don't believe in that. That's not correct.
So let's try to get an understanding.
What?
Bro, I'm so confused at what you think.
Yeah,
do you think the Earth is moving, or do you not think the Earth is moving?
That was for you, Sam.
Well, did I lose him?
No, you didn't lose me. You got me dying over here.
Simple question: is the Earth moving or not?
No, I believe that it doesn't. I was just saying, what if?
No, forget what if. I'm talking about reality. Do you think it's moving or not?
No.
Okay, let's move on from this.
I'm not a fucking moron.
What do you think the distance to the sun is?
What if there is no distance?
Huh?
I mean, fair enough, I guess, right? At least you didn't
I
say
mean, yeah,
no.
but
What? If you take a look on
I get
your
it, but what?
window, if you take a look on your window and you see the house of your neighbor, you're saying there is no distance between your eyes and your neighbor, which you see on the window.
First off, if my neighbor is looking at me through his window, that's a problem.
Regardless, yeah. But you can't say there is no distance.
No, I was
Yeah,
saying
right
that
now,
there's no
Sam, your
distance.
cosmology
Just because
is a little bit
you did not measure it, you don't know how much there is to your neighbor.
That's the thing, creation.
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
So let's get into it. Let's investigate your quote unquote cosmology. So it's not so sus anymore.
No, that's the point. The point of it is to be sus. The point of it is to create a conversation, which I have, because before I came in here, it was pretty quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're playing pretend Glober, or
No.
half Glober?
No, I'm not a Glober. I'm just bringing up what ifs.
Pretend.
No, yeah, I give you that. You're a flat earther, but yeah, you are new to being
I'm
a
not
flat
new to
earther,
this.
correct?
No, I've been in here for fucking like 2-3 years. I just pop in here and there.
But how
I've
much
been in this,
time
I've
you
been in this
spend in
Discord
here?
for a long
Like
time.
in daily, how many times you join the server?
How many times have I joined into the voice channel in this VC?
Yeah.
In the past, I've probably spent.
Not in the VC, in the live stream, yeah.
In the live stream, yes. That's what I'm talking about. In the live stream, I've probably spent over, I don't know, 300-400 hours, 500 hours, something like that.
Really?
300 hours? I mean,
I've been coming into this channel for
it's more.
2-3 years
It's more
now.
than. I mean, how can you have 300 hours in a day? I asked you, like, how many times you join daily? Yeah.
Oh, how many times do I join daily?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, this is my first time being in here in about, I don't know, fucking year and a half.
Oh, so you just came back? Okay.
Yeah, I got into my Discord finally and found out my password, and then I seen the channel, and I was like, "Oh no way, this thing's still alive!" And popped up in here. Now I'm here.
Yeah, it's still alive.
I hope it stays alive. This shit's fucking hilarious.
Well,
this is what I've been doing ever since I've been coming in here. Is I'll pop in here and there. I say some shit here and there that makes absolute no sense. I get other people to make sense of it, and it gets everybody's heads turning, making people's minds break, and having a good laugh while doing it.
Yeah, lately the server, in the last 2 years, this server took a direction like exclusively into natural science, flat earth, and the way we argue or discuss with Globers is by what natural science tells us and science, with its methods.
I got a question. Does Freddy still come around here?
Who?
Freddy.
Freddy. I don't remember this guy by this name.
How do you guys not remember?
I might know him by his voice.
Yeah, that is true. He probably has changed his name since then, but no, Freddy was a good dude. He was real fucking funny, and he knew his shit like really well. First time I ever came in here, I was a Glober, and Freddy was the one who actually like blew my mind and cleared everything up. Like he said some shit that was truly like understanding and being able to understand
you, and
the
that
difference.
makes sense.
I've had other people in the past try to explain the flat Earth concept to me and whatnot, and it never made sense. And Freddie stepped in and said something and explained a lot and helped me understand. He's a good dude.
Well, I tell you what.
Well, you do know. Sorry, go ahead.
So is Morvis. Morvis is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I tell you what. Give it some time. Get accustomed now to how discussions and debates are taking place in here. Get yourself accustomed, because it has been.
I'm definitely accustomed.
Some changes.
My whole conversation that I just had was completely intentional. I'm aware of how the flat Earth system works and whatnot. I brought up certain concepts and certain shit to bring up a conversation.
Have you ever seen any videos? Have you ever seen any videos from Quantum Eraser QE?
I believe I have, maybe.
Yeah, I recommend you search and watch some of his videos. Yeah, they are awesome. Most of them, they are recordings, from the live stream here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the second. This is the second 24/7 Discord. You were probably on the first one as well, and a lot of people have kind of come and gone, but Morvis still around.
Yeah, I was on the first one as well.
Too.
Yeah, but I don't know Freddie. He might have changed, like you said. He might have changed his name. Anyway, I'll just be listening. I gotta go. Have a good one, guys.
Bye. Yeah, you too. Bye. Have a blessed day.
Get. This is not Kai. But have a blessed day. You always call me Kai.
And he always calls me Sonny.
He's just making up.
You're Luca?
Sasha.
Yes.
Luca, yeah. Oh, my bad.
I don't know how you can get Sonny and Roger mixed up at all, because you could totally tell the accents are different.
It's like a cadence.
So, Creation, how long have you been in the server for?
2020. I joined like the 13th of January, 2020, right after the Black Swan got dropped. But I was
Damn, you remember that shit like it's your anniversary, dude.
Well, I've had to look it up. Just curious. The Black Swan came out January 1st, 2020, and I was in like Nathan Oakley's server before then, Glober, Roach Motel, and ended up finding out about this place. So popped over here, January 2020. Why? What do you ask?
Oh, I was just wondering. Your voice sounds familiar. I think I may have heard your voice here and there.
Nice.
Have you seen the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, I have.
You understood it, right?
Kind of. I mean, I didn't get deep into it, but I did hear a little bit of it here and there.
Tell us what you know about it so far.
What do you want to know about it?
Well, you got 12 days of VC time here, so I'm sure you've heard the argument at least once.
Like I said, bits and pieces. I wasn't extremely, intrigued into it.
All right, just tell us what you remember.
Well, then, just go through it. Yeah.
Just a little honesty check.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I popped in once or twice and heard a thing or two about it, but it wasn't anything huge. It was like small comments. It wasn't anything to really remember. If you want to talk about something,
another question. Have you heard of Miggy's 3 points questions?
No. How recent was that?
I recommend you go through those two. Even if you're a flat earther, but it will give you an idea of what we are actually doing and dealing with, Yeah.
Well, I'm wanting to come back around. I haven't been fucking paying attention to much shit.
Yeah.
In about a year and a half, I've been dealing with a lot of mental problems and shit like that. And so,
well, I'm sorry to hear that, and if you stick around, yeah, you will get to talk to nice people, and
I
when
definitely
they
know
give
that.
you
Like I
the
said,
right
I've been around for 3 years now. I pop in here or there.
Yeah.
There should be a way to be able to show you my time in the server, though.
Yeah.
Like
I know how
I should
life
be able
is.
to find a
We
joint
have
date.
to work. We have all these life problems, and it's not everyone has a lot of time to spend in here. Yeah. But yeah, guys, how about you take him through Black Swan and the 3 questions? To
And that's
make
for
him
this.
accustomed.
And that right there is for this server.
Yeah.
That's not even the other one, the first one. I don't even think that one's around no more.
So the 3 points, Sam. The first point is about curvature. Do you know anybody that's measured the curvature of the Earth, or who, when, how that was done?
Well, I heard a lot about the laser theories.
I'm talking about the globe. The globe claims here. So the globe claims that the ground's curving. The question is,
I don't believe it at all. And
I know you don't believe it, but this is like
I know
basic
that.
knowledge,
What I'm saying
which we all got it in school.
Well, yes, and I believe in laser tests 100% on my end.
This is no. Listen. This questions is not an IQ test. Is not a competition, contest, anything. It's just to simply establish with newcomers here, which are mostly globers, but this is not your case. But taking you through this will just give you an idea and maybe learn the technique, and
yeah, it's more of like a status report, Sam, to see how well you know the narrative. So it's okay, quote unquote, believe these things, but the question still stands. They claim they've measured the surface of the Earth and they said it was curving. They've given us a radius value. So how did they do that? Do you know? According to the narrative.
According to the narrative, no. According to what people have told me, yes.
Well, I can give you the narrative's answer. They say Eratosthenes in ancient Greek, he was an ancient Greek, but he was in the city of Alexandria and Syene, one of his friends, and they put sticks, they measured with sticks and shadows, the length of the shadow and the angles. And that's how they claim that they were measuring a curved surface. But the curved surface is an assumption he made. He assumed he was measuring a curved surface. And the second assumption, fallacious assumption, was that Eratosthenes said that the sunlight is a collimated light source, so the sun rays are coming parallel, are on the ground, and this is a physical impossibility. I mean, the sunlight is a very wide angle divergency source, light source. Lasers are very low divergency angle, and Yeah, lasers are very, very different kind of light sources than the sun is. I mean, a light bulb in your house or the sunlight is pretty much the same, but a laser is so different than these two.
Do you believe in a laser being able to give an accurate reading of the Earth, though?
You might want to rephrase that question.
Do you believe in lasers being able to give a accurate reading of the curvature of the Earth?
What kind of reading?
If it's curved or not.
Well, yes, we can use a laser. We can use a laser on long distance measurements, but not infinite distances.
So what you're saying is you wouldn't be able to measure the entire Earth with a laser?
No. With a laser, no. You cannot measure the whole Earth with a laser.
But you can measure the entire Earth with a shadow.
You're sticking entire Earth in there. No one said that, but you.
Yeah.
Well, I was just.
I tell you what. In Romania, we have the most powerful laser in the world, and its power output is 10 petawatts. If the Romanians were to shine that laser towards America, it will never reach USA.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Not even the sunlight doesn't travel infinite distances. It only covers half of the world. It shines on almost half of the world most of the time, and the other half is in nighttime, darkness, So
Samuel, sorry, go ahead.
So when the other side of the Earth is in nighttime, how does that other side of the Earth end up getting sun?
Well, I can show you a simple GIF, which it can demonstrate you that it is possible to have.
Oh, I know it's possible.
Daytime and nighttime on a disk.
Yeah. The question you're asking is kind of like, well, if it's a space disk, how come there's how come there's nighttime? Like if we were in the heliocentric model and we were on a disk, then your question might make sense, right? Like the sun would be just shining on top of the disk. But that's not the model, if that's what you're asking.
And you told us the Earth isn't moving, right?
Yeah, the Earth isn't moving.
Okay. Awesome.
Everything else is moving around it.
Yeah, I posted that GIF. Do you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
So does it make sense?
Yes, and see, that makes sense.
It's possible. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's completely possible.
Yeah.
And see, and there's some people that can't understand that concept right there.
Yeah. This is a lensing effect, but when we talk about reality, yeah, it's not only lensing, but it's also the distance which the light can travel. It's dependent on the intensity of the light source. So when your light source is more powerful, yeah, it will shine more light across longer distance. But if it's less intense, then it won't shine the same amount, the same area, same distances. Yeah. The second question is about the rotation. Do you know who detected and measured and by which method? That the Earth is spinning, rotating around its axis.
But the Earth isn't spinning.
Remember, this is a status report for the heliocentric.
Yeah, the Globers' claim is that it's spinning. That's what they claim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what we are asking them when they come in here. So and when they defend their heliocentric model, they have to know these things, you know?
Right, this is a narrative check, Sam. So do you know how they detected the rotation of the Earth?
It's okay if you don't know. Just say, I don't know it either. The answer to this one.
Well, why don't you hit us with the correct narrative get? Because I could actually learn a thing about this. Do they say it's Foucault's pendulum, or what do they say?
Well, it's a guy, I don't know, he has an Italian name, Bruno or Brunelli, something like that. And he was looking at the stars in the sky. He saw that they are spinning above us, and then he said, we are spinning, you know. He made this assumption that we are spinning, not the stars. The stars are still above us in a still position, but we are spinning, so that's why we see them, that they are spinning in the sky. And that's crazy, you know.
So that's their narrative? They just have a guy who says, we're spinning, there's no apparatus or anything?
No apparatus, nothing. Just a telescope, you know, like making an observation. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having connection issues and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, say it again.
Yeah,
you're asking me a question.
Yeah, if you knew who discovered that the Earth is rotating around its axis.
No, I don't know who discovered it.
Yeah. I don't know either the answer to this one. I'm not sure to give you the name of the guy, but it's some Italian name, Brunelli or something like that. And this guy looked with a telescope at the stars. He saw that they are spinning above us, and then he made the assumption and positive claim that we are spinning and the stars in the sky are standing still actually, but we see them like they are spinning because we are spinning beneath them, you know. And that's pretty much the same like looking at the train, you know.
And that's from Glober's
you see the train moving, but and you're standing still, you know. But then make the assumption you say actually the train is standing still and we are and you are moving, you know. Yeah.
I gotta take a call real quick. Give me a minute.
Yeah, take your time.
So I just did a quick Google search. Who detected Earth's rotation? And they throw up Foucault. They say that Foucault demonstrates the Earth rotates. They said there was no obvious visual demonstration, only astronomical evidence. So how would do you want to go through the Foucault's pendulum and how that doesn't work, or?
Yeah, I can go through that too. The Foucault pendulum is supported on the ground. I mean, they are hanging it from a ceiling, which is hanging supported by the walls, and the walls by a foundation in the ground.
Right.
It's supported by the very thing which he was supposed to measure the speed of, like, to prove that it's spinning. And this is something like when you install the sensor of speed reading on your drive shaft, but you mount also the reader on the drive shaft. So it wouldn't be able anymore to measure any kind of speed, rotation, Yeah.
So what would they have to do to make that work, or to try and... Well, what would they have to do to try the rotation?
What they do, it's a very, very wicked, and it's a scam, because they know the physics of certain metals, and this electric and electrostatic fields, like how elements behave. And they use lead metal weights. Lead is a very interesting metal. As a single atom, it's diamagnetic, and as a metal, where you have many atoms together bonded in a crystalline structure, that's where it's paramagnetic when it's like that. And it has dual two magnetic properties of opposite kinds, diamagnetism and paramagnetism are opposite magnetic properties, and because of this, the lead is actually showing that there is a constant electrostatic flow from the heavens to the ground, from the positive Gaussian plane to the negative Gaussian plane. The ground is the negative, and vast majority of elements that make this world, they belong to the negative plane. And only those elements that make the positive Gaussian plane belong to the positive, and I speculate that will be helium. Helium is not rising because it's lighter. It's rising. Actually, it's being attracted upwards to the positive plane. Yeah.
Globers and their scams.
Yeah, and we have, you see, the higher you go in altitude, the electrostatic voltage potential increases of the gases, And I see this something like a particle spinning in a very wide, large diameter circle, and as you pull it towards the ground, it's spinning in a smaller circle, like a vortex. The higher you go in altitude, the voltage potential increases, so the particle is spinning on a very big circle. But when it's at the ground, it has a lower voltage potential, so it's spinning in a smaller diameter circle. The electrons, yeah. So.
So, according to their narrative, what's the correct answer to our third question about gas pressure? Is it gravity, or what else do they say? It just contains itself?
Well, it's not. It's not gravity. It's actually electrostatic and magnetism involved in the Foucault's pendulum, and I personally like to think of myself like I debunked this because I took two magnets, neodymium magnets, and I glue them together the way they repel each other. And I used these magnets as the weights of a pendulum. And when I swing this pendulum, I noticed no deflection. It was just swinging from left to right, as long as it had that kinetic energy momentum, but it didn't deflect like clockwise or counterclockwise to start spinning. Yeah. Right. And when I use iron or a simple metal as a weight, at some point I thought it's the way my hand, I'm releasing the pendulum and the string, like it's in a spiral shape, and when you pull harder on it, it wants to twist or whatever. But no, I took a fish line, which was very straight, and there is no spiral torsion in it, and yeah, I noticed that you get a slight deflection but when I use lead, yeah, this kind of deflection was very visible, very easy to see. It starts showing up because, yeah, it's the way magnetism behaves, and yeah, magnetism and electricity are directly related, connected, these two forces.
So real quick, we're joined by Andrew.
Yeah.
If you want to get verified, you can jump up into the VC check-in. I can give you a verification there to speak here, or Ahmad can just take you off mute. Yeah, we got two here, no rolls, Andrew and Rifty. If you guys want to talk, you can get VC verified by jumping into the VC check-in. Or Ahmad can just take you off mute.
There is globe clock. I see flat clock, but I don't see a globe clock nowhere. I don't see a globe clock anywhere to explain the globe, how the light works, how the time zones work. Kind of strange.
Isn't it all supposed to be wobbling and tilted and
yes,
11 vectors?
While the light is moving around, the LED on the inside of the little glob, is moving around to show you the sun movement, right? Because to try and do like a full scale clock would be like ridiculous. It'd take up like the whole ceiling. With like a little globe clock. Little globe clock that you can set on a nightstand. It's got an alarm and a snooze button. Where's that? To show us how time zones work and how the Earth is and everything. Where's at least one? All these inventors and engineers and designers, all these intricate things, not one guy ever, not one chick, not one globe clock to explain to me how time zones work on a globe. I mean, sure, they can put it in CAD, make a video game out of something. Sure, they can do that. But I could also do the same thing with the flight simulator. Oh, look, we have compare and contrast, a glob and a flat plane. I wonder which one looks like reality. I like it. Plus, with parallel rays, damn sundial wouldn't work anyway. But see, the needle has to change depending on your location, the size of it, to get the accurate read. Because of the angle to the sunlight. Too tall of a needle and it's 11 o'clock before it's 11 o'clock. Good, howdy everybody. Bro, Reckner, people not paying attention to the chat that are in the conversation, that's annoying. You can work around other people talking in the chat. That's easy.
Yeah, so we can unmute Andrew. He's now here. Andrew, you're unmuted. Welcome. How are you doing?
Is that no mic or broken mic?
Oh, you're unmuted. Yeah. Welcome, Andrew.
That's what I was asking. I haven't heard peep yet.
Welcome, Lemon.
How you doing? What y'all talking about?
Not much. We were wondering if Andrew has a question, but he doesn't. But you're coming in low. Is it me? Maybe I turned you down. No.
Probably my mic. Sorry about that.
No problem. Found any new globe arguments?
They're pretty much the same. Talking about the Southern Pole Star and stuff like that. But you could explain that with stars rotating in a curved round surface like a firmament,
Right.
forming and warping the shape of the star trail.
Still no curvature. Must be frustrating for being a glober these days.
They just gotta think about the diffraction limit, like looking down a hallway where the ceiling and the floor eventually converge. Even over a flat surface, they can even cut off things bottom up.
Well, looking down a hallway is fraction. That's perspective. That's your limited vision in the distance that you have to look. Plus the mirroring effect that happens due to perspective.
Yeah.
Refraction requires two mediums. And if you're looking from a beach across the ocean out to sea, there's no glass wall. All there is air. So you have one medium, air, all the way out.
Yeah.
No
Refraction is going from medium to medium. Diffraction is basically the ceiling and the floor merging in this example.
Can you say that word again?
Diffraction with a D.
Okay, sorry. It's just my end. I got everything turned up, and it's yeah.
My mic's crap. But diffraction, if you look through a camera obscura, appears to imply that there's a midline between the top and bottom half of vision where the image is flipped and inverted. And one would expect there to be this zone where there's no flip and no inversion, aka a horizon line, where everything just simply converges but isn't flipped or resolved.
Right, which is what I was talking about with the mirroring of the perspective over distance. That everything is going to collapse in on itself, especially when you're trying to zoom into the vanishing point. That's how looming and things occur. Fun things. It's just an optical illusion.
Basically, it's a diffraction limit combined with being too close to the surface, the floor, the wall, or the ceiling. Diffraction with a D, aka perspective. Some people think perspective means that it'll vanish down to a pinprick automatically, but you have a vanishing plane, the flat surface that you're on, that makes the line. So it's not just going to disappear down to a pinprick. It's going to disappear bottom first.
Right, but we could be on a 10, 20 mile long flat road like Arizona, New Mexico. I could have a flashlight at night. And at some point, me backing away from you, that light's going to disappear. And it's going to be in that one step at that distance. It's going to just vanish, even though it's still on. And if I take a step forward, it'll come back in. And if I take a step back, it'll disappear. To pull larger objects into a larger frame, you need larger lenses, which what I've wanted to do for a long time is just build some 5-foot lenses and stack those in a proper system, and then boom. Let's see how far we can see with I see you, Lulu. I mean, if you like, I can go over gas pressure, Lulu.
Say that again?
I said I could go over gas pressure if you just want to hear noise going.
Nah, no.
Yeah, I love gas pressure. I love it though.
Me too.
Because we got halves it. How was your day?
It's been good so far. How about you?
I'm still waiting for an example of a globe clock that explains how time zones work on a globe. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be waiting.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't hold your breath. I was watching on the news today that they Amazon has a new home robot called Astro. Thought that was interesting.
At home robot?
Yeah, so I guess it's like, I don't know why it's different from the what is that one called? The Alexis?
Or Alexis.
Alexa or Alexis, whichever one it was.
Alexa, yeah.
Oh, Alexa, yeah. So I guess this one is different because it can move. I don't know. It's dumb, but people are, hyping it. So you'll see that in every home soon. That's their plan.
Right. So we have another magic box that gives us magic answers to queries. And no go get me a beer out of the fridge robots. Why?
Wait, say that one more time?
We've got that silly garbage technology. Outdated. But I don't have a robot that'll go get me a beer out of the fridge while I'm watching the game. Or I'm studying. Like, where's my robot that's fetching my beer?
Now that kind of robot I'm behind.
Right. Well, you see BattleBots, and then you turn the channel, and none of that technology is anywhere in everyday life. RC cars, planes, drones, sure, all right, fine, but beyond that, just the mediocre. We've had RC planes and cars since I was little.
Japan has Big Brother robots in the houses and the school systems. You could probably order one from them.
Those are creepy though. They make them look like the creepy robot that's gonna kill you at night.
Japan already has a market. They've got several of those markets.
But yeah, I've seen those too. Like they would have them in restaurants or fast food places to take your order or something, right?
Right. They have little things, but like, come on, we got the little dancing robot you put on the desk with the remote control. Put a little extra RAM in there, a couple GPUs to handle the strain of the processing. Give him some actuators so he can open the fridge. And get me a beer.
That's maybe in the future, Cuddle. That's beyond our capabilities right now.
No. We have this technology now. We've had it for like 50 years. And I've just watched people squander it. It is weird.
The reason we don't have it is because of business. That's about it.
Oh. You know, a free market would be beautiful. It would be, if we actually had one. But see, free is without restriction, without mob bosses or whatever. Undue influence. Without it. Not you get to influence me. No.
But if you go to a restaurant, would you rather see someone, I guess a human, taking your order, or would you prefer a robot?
A real restaurant, or what we're loosely defining as restaurant? And like society. Because I think there are restaurants that are not. But I mean, like,
Plus, if you had a robot, the robot would still be programmed to be polite regardless of how you treated it. If you had the person going in and being your waiter or waitress, if you was rude, your waiter would be rude, right? If you wanted to not have somebody remember your conversation, you wouldn't want a robot. If you wanted, to have privacy and not be recorded, you would want a person. So I think there's pluses and minuses on whether or not I'd want a robot taking my order.
Yeah, but I mean, how much secret will you be talking at a restaurant, really? Like your life secret? Because they're already monitoring us, right? So
not a matter of,
if you have your phone, you're definitely being recorded somehow.
It's a matter of having my personal life being recorded and stored on some server at the bottom of the ocean. You know what I mean? It's okay. I can have a technical manual in the Army. It's allowed to be published it's allowed to be given to the public. But if you take specific information from throughout this technical manual and you was to put those pieces together, then that becomes a top secret information. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at it from like a general view. Just to have that interaction with a person, wouldn't that be better rather than just I don't know. I wouldn't want a robot personally.
Me neither. I'd much rather be able to go to the same restaurant, meet the same person, and then like grow a relationship with that individual. I can have I don't know, trust build up, and then that person would know that, if I didn't have tip money this time, I'd double up on it next time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And Sasha, I do agree with you. Prefer to eat at home. I'm just saying on those like one or twice a year occasions if you do ever go out. But now here is the thing, Sasha. You have the option to have a robot at home to cook for you? Hmm?
I don't want that option.
You're missing out.
No, you're missing out what I can cook.
Or get the beer from the fridge for you.
I'm not drinking.
Get the soda? Water? Milk?
All in coffee. Sometimes.
I don't know. I wouldn't go if but
Are you sure you're not a robot, Sasha, and your battery's recharged with coffee?
I need to check. I can cry. I'm not a robot.
All I'm saying is in certain situations, where the hell is the technology? In other situations, I don't want it there. I'm not talking across the board. I'm talking about getting my beer. That's it. I don't care about McDonald's or Burger King or the fancy $200 a plate restaurant. That's a whole different ballgame. If they want to do that at the low end, sure, fine, let them. But at home, go get me the ranch. It comes back, it brings me the ranch. The barbecue sauce. The drink.
So you'll be programming your robot only to go from the kitchen to the living room or wherever you eat.
Maybe my daughter has a robot.
And maybe back to a docking station. Hell yeah. Why not?
You know? My daughter has a robot in the house.
Really?
Yeah. That's me.
Oh.
Give me
All I can think about is
give me that.
Crypto and the sex robot.
Sorry.
No.
You heard that, right? Maruka?
Yeah. I did. No thanks. Not that kind of robot.
You know, it's not your wife. I don't think Cuddle's ever heard it. We had this guy come in here saying his wife could be a sex robot or something. It's so hilarious. It's recorded. The music spot's downright play it. It's hilarious.
That's what you can buy on Amazon. That's robot. Yeah.
He was going to be trying to argue that his wife could be a sex robot. He didn't really know. Yeah. Trying to prove something dumb. Goldbergs will say anything.
Well, Indio, yesterday evening was even one worse than him, saying that Earth is almost closed system.
Almost close.
Bro, that's his...
It's like a small little door up there somewhere.
No, he made an example. If it cut the tire, the air will go out, But if we cut the container from air, it will not go out anything out.
So we got a slow leak.
So
yeah, like the ozone layer, right?
Was that what the flat guy?
Yeah.
I just was reading it, and he says sulfur hexafluoride doesn't go out of the tank, doesn't evaporate. Like what?
Yeah. I was there for that train wreck.
But don't they claim that they do have a tear in the ozone layer?
I thought the hole repaired itself. They keep changing their mind.
Yeah, no. The space bugs had a bunch of space bug babies, and because of the lack of the CO2 emissions, supposedly they got to repopulate, so the hole is closed now.
Well, I actually read this year that it reopened. So it closed, reopened.
So
well, dude, this was like 6 years ago when I was still a Globie, 7, 8, 9, something like that. So like.
It's convenient when it opens and closes, I guess.
It's
yeah, they it could have been like, assume it even was a globe, right? So if it was a normal oscillation, right, say it opens and closes, just like on some time scale that they don't know of, right? So we banned all these fluorocarbons. Spray, you can't. It's hard as hell to get like an air conditioner for your car. It used to be easy. It's difficult now because it takes a refrigerant, which is banned. So yeah, they banned all these products when I was growing up.
Yeah, that's R12, right?
Yeah, R12, yeah.
Yeah. But see, what they don't tell you is you could vacuum the system and then replace the garbage with propane.
If you have 2 containers, you don't need container for gas.
I actually know someone that was fined. He picks up garbage for a living. Someone paid him to throw away a refrigerator, and he got fined. Someone happened to see him, paid like a $2,000 fine or something for letting out because the trash truck compacts the thing and busts open the refrigerator. So while the refrigerant goes out into the atmosphere, so he got a $2,000 fine for releasing chlorofluorocarbons into the atmosphere.
Wait, why is that?
Because it's supposedly chlorofluorocarbons supposedly destroy the ozone layer, and they ban them. You're not allowed to release that refrigerant into the air.
Right. Because the moment you open that line, the refrigerant goes out. It goes from a liquid to a gas.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's only a gas because it's in that containment system, and it's vacuumed, it's specifically pressurized. Even its movement, it still equalizes everything while the compressor kicks. Blah blah blah. It's its own ecosystem.
Helicopters that have AC units to cool off their electrical boxes, their air, their I don't know, freon, so to speak, is made up of 3 different chemicals, and you can put the chemical in from one container, but when you extract it to do repairs on the system, if you're going to replace that air, you have to take the system and run it at 3 different temperatures so that you can separate the gases and put them into 3 different containers so that you're doing it legally.
Yeah, it used to be in every aerosol can used to have chlorofluorocarbons in it, but they got rid of them.
Right. They said it was the ozone. The space bugs were dying. We were going to die because
we're all going to get a super tan from UV radiation.
Bro, just hear them say space bugs. What the hell's the ozone layer? So imagine space bugs. What? This tiny bacteria.
Ozone is created by lightning strikes.
Bro. Oh my god, I remember watching that crap. It's still funny because, dude, I couldn't believe what they were saying. I'm like, there's no way. Space bugs?
Wait, what are space bugs? I mean, how did they explain it though?
They were saying something like microscopic or so bacteria that
Look, they say they found seaweed on the International Space Station. Seaweed on the exterior.
Oh, yeah, because it's in the ocean.
No doubt. Oops. We almost confessed.
Man.
Look, I tell you, man, I'm waiting for the Cobra flags. That's it. I'm just waiting.
What I'm waiting for is to know what can NASA say which way these guys will actually start doubting it. Like, how absurd does it have to be? Because they say some pretty crazy things as it is.
Dude, it's up there already, bro. It's beyond Santa. Like, Santa ain't got nothing on the globe.
Say it rains diamonds on Jupiter and Saturn. That there's a star that spins at 70,000 revolutions per second, right? A star, 70,000 revolutions per second. This is what they say. What else? What else is a good one? Oh, that they can, Uranus smells like farts and they can detect it at 3 parts per million from 16 million miles away.
Yeah.
It's like, how ridiculous. Look, a gas chromatograph spectrometer, right, is one of the most sensitive machines to detect things, to detect substances. It only detects down to 6 parts per million. That's when you have a physical sample and you stick it in the machine. They said that they detected 3 parts per million from 16 million.
They're using LIGO to detect all that stuff. So, I mean, it's science, bro. You can't argue.
You're smoking an infinitely long crack pipe.
Look, bro, they captured a Care Bear, and it's in the reactor, and it just started doing what it's doing. I can't explain it.
LIGO claims to measure a displacement of 1/10,000th of a proton radius. What are they measuring that with?
Imagination. I can't say it with straight face.
They measuring it with a proton? Like, what are you measuring it like? What was your ruler? Like, seriously. They'd say the most absurd things.
They're measuring it with Casper.
People back in the old server, people used to come in with LIGO. So I read all their documentation on what they did. The surveying of LIGO is pretty funny. They actually had to do it 3 separate times because it kept messing up. But anyway, the thermal vibrations, right? Brownian motion, things have a temperature. That is 11 orders of magnitude larger than what they're claiming they measure. So the random motion of the instrument is 11 orders of magnitude larger than what the distance they're trying to measure. It's like trying to measure an inch when the lines on your ruler are, 1 billion inches apart. Well, where's the inch on this? I don't know. We don't have any lines. Where is the line? It's 1 billion inches that way. It's crazy what they say. It ain't even 1 billion. I think it's 100 billion. How many is 11 zeros?
I think 10 billion.
Yeah, 10 billion. So yeah.
But my thing is with all these so-called, smart people that are actually looking at these documentations, and how do they not see the lie? Like, do you have to first come to the realization that it's not a globe before you can actually look at the lie? It just amazes me.
I mean, to me, it's like a drug to them. Like the idea of being a scientist, doing high technology, and discovering the secrets of the universe. It's like a high. Drug abusers, they know the drugs they're doing is bad for them, but they still do it. And I think these so-called scientists are the same way. They're just caught up in it. They went to university, they got their PhD, they're just so immersed in this idea of scientism that they just, if they see something that doesn't make sense, the cog disc just takes over and they just plow right through it mentally.
Bro, pseudoscience is the new pop culture. It's the easiest way I can explain it.
I think it's a philosophy problem because they're inconsistent.
It's just love imagination. That's what it is. Just imagining things.
I think the schooling system really made them like the idea of being same as the authority. So kids don't tend to be honest. They just tend to be same and accurate with what the authority says.
Well, for my family, I've been hitting them with flat Earth for like the last, 4 years. And the biggest problem that I have talking to them is, what does it matter? What does it change in my life? What if I started believing flat Earth? What does it change? And trying to get them to understand that, there's a big difference between understanding a lie and then realizing the truth. And then knowing the truth, you can spot when they're lying to you. That doesn't compute for them because their focus is not on understanding the science. It's on my day-to-day life and what does it change,
I mean, to a certain extent, yeah, they're right. Their lives wouldn't change. Their day-to-day life. But if your career or life was involved in physics or in anything that's related to the globe, then that would have a huge impact in your day-to-day life, right? I would assume.
This is what I say. This is what I say to that. Why does it matter to them? Because they're the one pushing the idea of a globe. We're not running around, on putting, flat Earth on TV and in magazines and all over the internet and whatever. It matters to them. It matters to them enough where it's so important that it's like a news story every 5 minutes on TV about people in space. So why does it matter to them? That's what they should be asking. Because it's not really, how is that important in their day? Does it really matter if Chris Hadfield plays the guitar on the International Space Station? Like, how does that change their life?
Exactly.
It's useless. The whole idea of space, even if you believe in the globe, it is the most useless, money-sucking endeavor in the history of man. Ain't no one going to space. You think it's just they have these ideas. There's no commercial. You can't make money. There's no way to make a profit. You'll be in the red forever. Like there's no money in space. Just name one thing where mankind spends a whole shitload of money with no return, where you're never going to get anything out of it. Nothing. Human beings are about profit. We want something for, our efforts. We're just going to go to space and just float around? Like, really? We're going to spend billions of dollars to go to space and float around and talk about pee and poop and drink piss coffee.
But they give you they give the Globers the hope of life being out there, right? So they have to go out there and research and try to look under every planet to see if there's life. So some people are just, like you said, immersed in that. And
yeah, but it is a total fantasy, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, listen, you could take every advanced physics idea that's proven that exists now. There's no way you're ever going to another planet. There's just no way. It's never going to happen. You're never going to go to another star. Voyager, right, was launched in the 70s. Fastest object supposedly launched into space. It's not going to reach the distance to the closest star for 143,000 years. Okay? Let's think about this. 143,000 years from now, Voyager will be the distance of the closest star. Like I said, even if you believe all that crap, it's a waste. It's just, you're living in a fantasy world.
Isn't one of the two voices still working? One
supposedly, yeah.
Yeah.
Supposedly, yeah. It's got like an 8-watt. It's got an 8-watt antenna, and it's transmitting, 1 billion miles back to Earth.
It's in the live stream. One of them's kind of stuck. There's a wall of fire out there, and it's held up, guys. So donate to NASA because we need to invent the tech to tell it how to get past the wall of fire now.
Oh God! You mean hell's in space? I thought you were down to go to hell. Heaven was in space. We got it all backwards.
It's like frickin' South Park, man. Send more money now so we can get past the wall in space. All we have to do is send data to some little robot and it'll know how to get past the next part of science that we can't figure out. Send money now, guys.
Yeah, and Voyager's supposed to be nuclear powered. That's how they got electricity.
Wow. I'm surprised they haven't invented a scavenger engine yet to gather little pieces of things from the nowhere place to fuel itself as it goes.
The vacuum energy. Never heard of that? Supposedly nothing has a lot of vacuum. Or a lot of energy, rather. You know how Hank talks about wrong by 1 to the 120th power? The prediction?
Yeah.
That's the vacuum energy. There's the vacuum energy, according to the equations, is way too much. And they're off by 1 to the 120 zeros.
I thought you were joking about that.
No, called 0-point energy or the vacuum energy. It's a prediction of quantum mechanics. They say that there's particles, virtual particles, being created and annihilated all the time. And the energy that creates them is called the vacuum energy. Quantum foam is another word for it. They got a bunch of, it's another story. Another fanciful story.
This is something that always amazed me, that they never explored the Earth itself, like underneath the ocean. Why not? They say it's like 90% not explored yet, when they have this sort of technology.
I know, right? You got, private people have explored the bottom of the ocean, like Jacques Cousteau and who's that director that made Terminator series. They made the ones that went down to the Titanic. So that was all private money. So it's private people exploring the bottom of the ocean, not the government.
Yeah, you would assume NASA, with wanting to explore planets, would first start here.
You'd think it'd be a good place to test the technology. I know it's different. Lots of pressure versus no pressure.
Right. Just test everything in a pool instead of in a vacuum chamber.
Because they already do that. I wonder if they tested the Apollo 11 in a pool, the lunar lander. Even, active enough to fake the paperwork of testing the lunar lander. Because they say they never tested it. They just flew it to the moon and it worked. So that's it. They never tested it once. Not even one time. They just built it. Stuck it on a rocket and sent it to the moon, and it worked. Because that's how we do things.
Yeah. They were pretty lucky.
No, they're just that good.
The first diesel engine didn't explode. It didn't. The steam one, that one didn't explode and shoot a piston through the neighborhood. No. Pistons, size of a Tim.
And before they manufactured the lunar lander module, Neil Armstrong tested. Just video this. He tested like a mock-up of it. It wasn't the exact same thing. They were just testing the idea before they came up with the design. He almost got killed in that. He had to eject.
Like 20 feet or something above the ground.
Yeah.
It went lateral, and he had to eject before it dropped to the ground and exploded.
And that's on Earth with infinite more control than, like, you know, in a vacuum. Because at least you got some air resistance, kind of damp your motion. Yeah, the moon hoax it's so bad. I don't know why anybody believes that. I don't know why I ever believed it. So the rocket motor on the lunar lander is supposed to be 43,000 foot-pounds of thrust. So that's more than I think those are about 27,000. So he's landing this on the moon, having a conversation with the motor, like, 3 feet under his ass, and he's just talking normally. It's so absurd, so beyond absurd.
Well, Buzz Aldrin said we watched an animation, so it's not absurd.
I thought he said we didn't go there.
He said both. We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And at was it Conan O'Brien? He said, "Well, you didn't because you watched an animation. There wasn't TV or something."
So Citizen Z is a mod on this server. I know you guys probably don't see him, but he used to be a lot more active here. He runs Ice Wall. Anyway, this is still open challenge to demonstrate thrust in a vacuum. So all the Gem Panda goons were asked to do this. This is like 3 years ago now. No one has ever demonstrated thrust in a vacuum. So go to Newton's equations. Look at this math, man. Thrust exists in a vacuum. Yeah, okay, demonstrate it. And no one has yet.
Yeah, I think I saw somebody do it in a small tube with some kind of fireworks thing, but it was so small thing that when it went off, it
pressurizes it.
Yeah,
yeah.
You feel it with pressure. Yeah,
yeah. This is how they used to try to refute it back then. There's a video. It's actually I took that video on my channel. They got a pressure gauge. You can see the pressure gauge go up as soon as they ignite the rocket. So the thing doesn't move until the container that it's in becomes pressurized. Oh, that's right. I said container.
India, why wouldn't it work in a vacuum?
Why would it?
To preserve
conservation momentum.
Conservation of momentum. Exactly.
Yeah, Newton, you're correct.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's cool. We can say that. There's no demonstration of it, and it should be easy to demonstrate, right? And all the demonstrations that I've ever seen of demonstrating thrust in a vacuum have been in containers and the thing doesn't move until the container pressurizes.
Sure, that would be the best way to settle the question. But until either I demonstrate that it does work in a vacuum, or you demonstrate that it doesn't, then we could have to look at the equations, right?
No, we don't. We don't have to do anything. We don't have to do anything of the sort.
I'll keep believing that it will work until you provide a demonstration.
It doesn't.
I don't know if it does. I don't know if it works or it doesn't work. All I know is there's no demonstration. I know it's a prediction of a mathematical model, but
you got to pack it with a crap ton of extra oxidizers, and then try and cap off some freaking oxygen inside your engine, inside your rocket, to try and escape past. But you're adding Atmos already by cheating.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm not going to consider a scientific fact until validated by experiment.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's just that sometimes people say, oh, there's no air to push off of, in the incorrect idea that rockets push off of things.
That rockets push off the air? Yeah.
Where do they push off when they leave Earth? Right?
Nothing. It's a conservation of momentum thing.
That they're not conserving anything; they're moving.
So the flames and the thrust doesn't push off air.
Oh.
When there is air, it displaces the air, but in a vacuum, the center of gravity doesn't change.
No, I'm talking about when it's on Earth, standing on Earth, right? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, up, and then ignition, and then you have blast off. And where does it push off?
It pushes the air out of the way, but the main thing is that the speed of the exhaust downward has to be matched by the speed of the rocket upward in order to conserve momentum. It's not pushing off the air that makes it move. There is air that gets pushed out of the way, but that's not what makes it move.
I have an easy question.
And that's the claim. That's the claim, right? That it's not pushing off the air. It's conserving momentum and it moves. So, but if you look at like how they say a rocket works, right? You got the bell housing of the rocket. They say that at the exhaust point, there is no pressure. That inside the bell housing itself is zero pressure.
Right.
Which is craziness. So it's like this little vacuum bubble inside the thing, and that's how you're getting pushed.
I don't know this.
Anyway, it's something that like can't be proven one way or another. So I mean,
okay, fair enough.
The closest I've seen, someone once sent me old ass documentation from pre-Apollo of testing of a rocket inside of a vacuum chamber. But it was, I would call it poorly documented. It didn't look like it was a contract, right? So NASA contracted somebody to do these tests, and it looked more like a sales pitch than a scientific paper. It's pretty pathetic. It actually looked like an ad out of Scientific American, like, this is how we did this, with no data, I think they used a Thor, one of those Thor rockets that they had back in the 50s. If I remember right. That was a while ago.
It'd be interesting, but yeah, you're right. There was a lot of money swirling around those days, so it makes sense to make it look like a sales pitch.
Yeah, I think adjusted for today's dollars, the last time I looked, which was like a year and a half ago. I know there's been a lot more inflation since then, so this is probably a bigger number. We're talking about the entire program, all the launches, the rockets, everything. I said, it sounds like a bargain.
Yeah, but that was 1960s money. It was a lot more valuable back then.
Well, that's this is adjusted for inflation. This is an adjusted for inflation number, $140 billion. last time I looked. And there's been a lot of inflation, so it's probably like 30% higher than that in today's money. I consider NASA a government make-work program, like the roads to nowhere that FDR made back after the Depression. Get people working, just have them make roads. Who cares if they go anywhere? Doesn't matter. Like China's little cities that they build that have no one living in them, because they got like 40-story skyscrapers.
India, have you been following the latest sextant arguments that QE's been talking about?
No. I mean, I'm aware of it, that there's some year of the sextant hype going on, but no, just like cursory.
Because it seems to me like he's saying that you can't measure a angle from a globe, like that. You can't measure an altitude because the ground would be curving on a globe, and that doesn't make sense. But anyway, if you haven't heard of it,
the 90-degree angle, right? The 90-degree, the zenith, and that they're assuming they're on a flat surface. They're taking that angle.
Yeah, that's right.
So how would you get a 90-degree angle on a curved surface, Matthew?
You wouldn't, but you could still measure angles.
But you need a 90 degrees for a triangle, right?
If you're doing it with the sort of straight line triangles, then you'd need straight lines, flat surface, and 3 angles. Yeah, but if you're just looking at the angle to a globe, then you don't need straight.
Okay, so why are they doing a dip correction?
I don't know what a dip correction means.
So when you're standing on a boat, right, and you have to make a dip correction to put the line at the surface of Earth.
The dip angle.
To find the horizon.
Yeah, straight line, right?
It seems like it'd be easiest just to do a plumb line and do 90 degrees from that, because then you know.
But that's not how they use the sextant. They measure the angles, right, and then correct for the dip angle. So if you're standing on a boat, I don't know, 10 feet, you need to correct for that, right? Minus 10 feet. Then the line is on the surface, going to the GP of the star, 90 degrees. How would that work on a curve Earth?
Why would there be a dip angle in the first place if the Earth is flat?
No. So you need to have a triangle, right? So you're standing on a boat and you're elevated. The point is you need to correct for that to get the triangle on the surface.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's what you would need to do if you were using the flat Earth model. That's right.
No, that's how they use it. That's literally how a sextant is used.
Okay, I'll post this question in the live chat. So my question is, at the point where the red line meets the blue line, does that count as a right angle or not?
Matthew, I'm not going to let you get away with this again. Dude, this is a 2D picture, okay?
And, yes, and I'm asking a 2D question.
Hold on.
A 2D question. Is, well, it's just a yes or no question.
Go ahead. I didn't hear the question. Sorry.
Is there a right angle between the red line and the blue line in my image on a two-dimensional?
What was it? You already asked that the other day. QE destroyed you. Let me try again to explain this to you. There are no right angles in a circle. There's no straight line in a circle. Okay?
Yes, correct. I'm asking about angles, not about lines.
There's angles, but they're not 90 degrees. And again, it's not a sphere, it's a circle.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about two dimensions first. So if what is the angle at which the red line meets the blue line? If it's not 90 degrees, what is it? Higher or lower?
Lower. I don't know, man. That's my guess is lower. I don't get why you're trying to dissect something. You can't, if you don't have 90 degrees, you don't have sextant use. That's all.
I'm just saying, I think it's possible to measure the angle between a line and a sphere.
Perhaps, but will you get a perfect 90?
Yes, straight up is a perfect 90.
No, so correct the dip to account for your distance above sea level, right?
Yes, so your horizon dips down the higher you go.
No, that's not what it states, right? You need to make this correction because you need to get the straight line on sea level. Yeah? So this straight line goes to the GP of the star where you get the 90-degree angle. This straight line goes on for hundreds of miles. This is how a sextant is used.
Yeah, because we're on a globe, you have to...
No, we're not on a globe.
The dip is...
So yeah, you're obfuscating from the fact, right? You're trying to say that the horizon goes lower. No, that's not what it's about. Again, you need to account for your elevation to bring the straight line down to sea level to make a triangle.
So you think the 1.7725 is not because we're on a globe? You think that was derived some other way?
What do you mean?
Show us what you're talking about. Don't just try to explain it.
Sure. 5 minutes after the hour, Roger posted the description of how to calculate the dip angle, and my claim is that calculation comes from an assumption that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, Roger, what kind of point are you trying to make with that?
That you need a straight line to the GP of the star to get it 90 degrees. And this straight line is hundreds of miles long.
So is this picture defending the globe, or is it proving our point?
It's proving my point, because he said because the horizon dips, right? But you need to get the straight line on the surface of Earth.
Right.
Yes,
and there are no straight lines, there are no curved lines in the triangle, right?
This is a concession that the horizon dips the higher you go, which is predictable.
No, this is what you make of it, right? It's not how a sextant is used.
We'd have to fucking test it. We'd have to take these two paragraphs and fucking go on a plane and test this shit, okay? So, again, unfalsifiable. Give us some evidence. I'm serious, dude. I'm sick of messing around. Like, this is just begging the question, blah, blah, blah stuff. Where's your evidence, man? This is really splitting hairs, and we got the bigger piece.
Yeah, you're warping this into some kind of argument that the horizon drops down on the ball, which it does. I mean,
yeah, the farther you go away,
you've seen the high altitude,
higher you go, the lower the
high altitude balloon footages, right? It's all at high eye level, right? When you're in a plane, it's all at eye level.
Your arguments are all fucked, Matthew. I hope everyone listening knows
it's
that.
It's not about going higher and the horizon drops. It's about making a triangle, and there's no curves in the triangle, right?
600,000. We're gonna wake you folks up. Don't you worry. How many hypotheticals does it take to make a globe? These answers and more when we return. It's pathetic, dude.
2 rolls of duct tape, 6 Band-Aids, some chicken wire, a number 2 lead pencil.
That's a bong. Can you make a bong out of that?
Ooh, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Sounds
know.
like bong ingredients to me.
Who knows what type of vaping liquid is in there, that red stuff.
You can make a bong out of anything, man. Problem is, you need a container for it.
You need weed. It's the most important part.
That too. You can do knife hits if you don't have anything else. That aside, Matthew,
yeah,
can you sum up in a sentence what this means? Do we see dip in the horizon in reality, or given what this WikiHow says? What do you think?
In reality, like I posted at 10 after the hour, it's evidence that the Earth is curved, because the higher you go, the more the angle dips. And like Roger's post says, you have to account for that when you use the sextant.
Okay, so WikiHow and you, and a bunch of other people paid to say
and
this.
The rest of the world, yeah.
Oh, just 8.8 million
you
retards.
You need to bring the line to the surface, because you need a straight line to the GP of the star to get a 90 degree.
Yes.
Doesn't matter about all this other stuff. You need 90 degrees, dude.
Could be 300-400 miles away. 400 miles of straight.
Here's the other thing. Why don't we left to right see any curvature ever? Why does it always have to be just right in front of you? That horizontal line's a curvature, but we don't see curvature anywhere else. In fact, we never see it anywhere. What are you doing, Matthew?
Telling the truth about the way the world is. What are you doing?
No, sir. No, sir. You are knowingly lying to children and us.
I'm telling the truth to children.
I'm not asking you about that, dude. I'm not asking you. I am not asking. That is what you're doing. Now you know. Sleep on that. Fucking sick.
I lose 0 sleep on this.
Okay, so
I said sleep on it. Like, think about it for real, because all the science, the actual science, disproves the globe at the very least.
So I got
flat
a question.
No matter where we go. Flat no matter where we go. How are you going to defend against that, dude? It's ridiculous. Absolutely. I'm done.
Well,
Go ahead, Inyo.
Maybe Matt will get lucky someday and experience your as a ball. Until that time. So where are they assuming? Okay, so when you do a measurement with a sextant, where are they assuming? This is the globe model. Where are they assuming that line goes from? The line to the star, like the zenith. Does it go through the center of the Earth? Like, where's that triangle coming from?
On the globe model, the star is assumed to be infinitely far away.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking, right? So so you calculate a dip angle, right? And if you drew a line to the star from that point, like the dip angle, that would be like a scalene triangle, and you can't do trig on a scalene triangle without breaking it into pieces.
On the globe model, you're not doing triangles; you're just measuring angles.
You need the 90 degrees to the GP. You need it, Matthew.
The GP is an acronym for what? What is that again?
Ground point.
Ground point.
Geographic position. Geographic position. So that star, right, where you made your angle 900 miles away, where the 90 degrees, where you get the straight line to the GP of the star, right? That 900 miles, if you would walk that 900 miles, that star would be right above your head, right, Matthew?
Yeah, right. It would be directly above your head.
Okay, so how would you get a triangle on a curved surface?
On a curved surface, we would assume that the star is infinitely far away.
Right.
So it would be only above one point on a globe and not
assume.
Right. Again, you need a straight line to the GP of the star. Doesn't happen on a curved Earth. You can talk about stars being infinite miles away, but you need a straight line to get the 90 degrees.
So that star is 1,072 miles away. Is that what you're saying?
That's not.
Man, just talk about the angle, man.
That's right. And then
you got nothing.
Yeah, then deflect to. Oh, so we can calculate how high the star is. Well, maybe, right? But how would you validate it, Matthew? The same as how would you validate that it's infinite miles away? The only thing that's necessary, that's needed, is a straight line to the GP of the star. Can't have that on a curved surface.
I agree. You can't.
Okay.
So you have to use the sextant differently.
This is one of the things I find amusing. Typical Globers are like, yes, astronomy proves the Earth is a globe. But, Matt, because the stars are infinitely far away, mathematically they're assuming that the Earth is a point. That the Earth is the origin of coordinates is a point. So when Globers say astronomy proves the Earth's a globe, they don't even consider the Earth as a globe. They consider it as a point, and the angles are just a rotation, right? So you're rotating about the point, rotating in three-dimensional space. So when you do spherical trig, that's all spherical trig really is. When you're finding, when you're finding where you are, right? You're just rotating. You're rotating yourself in space.
Right.
And then you just sprinkle in a radius, and then, hey, there I am. Well, it's just one of those funny things that, not you, just your compadre Globers, the kids that come in here. They just, they don't understand certain things, or they have ideas about spherical trig, which are incorrect.
Yeah, that I'll agree with. Most Globers don't understand that type of stuff very well.
Trig.
Matthew, I asked Jempanda this question a while ago. Maybe I'll ask you the same question. Okay. Do you feel as though you have as much of a duty to educate Globers on the globe model as you do to debate flat earthers on why you think the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I think that is true. I'd be happy to, because they're actually receptive to hear what I'm saying.
Sure, yeah. Because obviously we point out the problems with the globe model, and you may even agree with them, but they'll listen to you and they won't listen to us.
Yeah, and usually I'd end up saying stuff about why I don't think it's a problem and educating them about how to answer it, like the black swan stuff,
Sure, but then obviously at that point you're not really addressing the problem, you're just papering over cracks. Right?
Obviously, I disagree with that characterization, but yeah, I would be explaining how to make it work on a globe.
How to make it work, yeah. How to shove that square peg into that round hole. See, if we just assume that the square peg is round, then it fits fine.
Just get a bigger hammer.
Yeah, if we just assume the sun is far away at midnight and that's why we can't see it, even though there's nothing but air in between us and the sun, then The Earth could be flat.
Yeah. Yeah, except no one actually says that.
No, I know.
Just a straw man.
Yeah, I'm straw manning it the same way that you straw man some of the globe stuff.
Well, I don't think I did. I think a lot of globers do that. They assume that the square peg is round, and that's why it works.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we'd have to look at a specific example, but I see what you're saying.
I mean, lack of curvature would be one.
All right, that 90 degree that Roger was talking about. You know.
Yeah, I'm still confused about the 90-degree thing because it's possible to measure angles on a globe, right?
So you can get a 90-degree. Well, so you can get a right angle on a curved linear path. Show me that.
Because an angle is just at a point. An angle's at a point. Actually, here, let me.
No, right. So show me the right angle on a curved linear path. I mean, you might be right. Like, just educate me, because you teach math. Yeah, I tutored math.
4 minutes.
I like math.
4 minutes past the hour. The red line and the blue line meet at right angles.
4 minutes.
Okay, so check this out, man.
No, you don't.
So if I take an angle, I got a straight line and a curved surface. If I take the angle, at the device, that's one angle. If I take an angle 1 foot in front of that, that's a different angle. 10 feet in front of that, it's a different angle. So on and so forth.
That's true. That's why angles are at a specific point. You measure angles at a point. Angles are angles, not, distances.
Yeah, but there is no line at that point. If I use like a regular triangle, right? So at that point, the spread between those two lines is going to be the same. All along the length of those lines is never going to change. That's why we can just say, yes, there's an angle here. But if you're using a curved line, it's arbitrary. Like, at that point where the lines intersect, there is no line. The line doesn't exist.
Okay, let me make a specific problem.
Look, I understand what you're saying. Listen, I understand what you're saying. Basically, we're going to measure this angle, and, it's not exactly that angle. It's approximately that angle.
Yeah, because you're going to approximate that curve with a straight line when you come to actually measure the angle.
Here's a problem that has nothing to do with 3D or globes or anything. It's just a two-dimensional problem.
Matthew, you're talking about something a bit like this. I'll upload something common that was sent to me.
Yeah, I posted a question, a math question at 22 after the hour. And the question is there an angle, or doesn't it doesn't exist because circle isn't a straight line?
Oh, the angle. What is the angle then? There is an intersection.
Yeah.
But can you, with a protractor, measure the angle for me? Go ahead. A measure, or you can do it because you have a grid. You can do it mathematically. Tell me the answer. So, why don't you solve for alpha? Why don't you solve for A, bud, and give me a numeric value?
45 degrees.
How many?
45 degrees. The angle.
Go ahead. Show me how you got that. Show me how you got your math.
At the point of intersection, the red line is horizontal, and the blue line is an angle of 45 degrees.
The red line is not horizontal. It's a circle.
At the point of intersection, it's horizontal. And that's
at the point of intersection. So you're going to draw a horizontal line to measure it from there, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. The tangent.
Yeah.
You measure it.
Okay, then there you go. So you're going to have to draw another line to measure off of that, man. That's where you're being dishonest. You can't. There is no angle there.
That's what you do on the globe.
Serious? Does my microphone sound okay?
Yeah, you're coming through, man.
It's
pissing me off because, bro, I tutored geometry and trigonometry in college. I tutored that shit, so it's pissing me off that I know that he's being dishonest.
I'm not,
because I know we have to draw a straight line. He knows that.
He knows that.
It's called a tangent.
Yeah.
Bro, yeah, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Why are you drawing a tangent there? Because you can't measure it on a curved linear path, like I said. So you approximate the. I'm not. Yeah, I won't bother. Fuck it.
No. Carry on. Carry on, please. Sorry, it's just annoying me because we went through this with him.
He's being dishonest about geometry. It's like, how could I? Like, I don't know how to address that, man. It's an honesty thing. Yeah, and she's like, yeah, you have to draw a tangent. It's like, exactly, bud. That's what we're talking about. You have to draw a tangent. So it's cool. You can approximate it with a tangent. Yeah, man. I'm down, man. Just you have to draw a tangent. You can't actually measure that.
Yeah, serious. Look at this comment.
Not exact. It'll never be exact.
When I was talking about establishing a vertical and a horizontal, right? So suddenly all the globers are talking about the sextant. Like all of a sudden, ever since it's been brought up by us, now they're experts.
So can I use the equation of the circle to figure out the dip? You know, the bulge.
Let me post some stuff for you. I'm just going to post it.
Okay, so I guess I was asking a simple question. At 22 past the hour, do you say that there isn't an angle, or there is an?
No, there's an intersection.
At the intersection, is it possible to measure the angle? Yes or no?
Only if you draw an additional line.
So drawing a tangent, you can measure the angle.
Yes. Well, you can approximate the angle with the tangent.
Okay. Yeah,
approximate.
Yeah. Well, I think you can get the exact number. There's an exact number at that point, 5,0.
Well, that's because you know it's at a 0. So yeah, because it's on a graph, dude. That's fine.
Yeah, on a graph, exactly. Yeah. It's exactly 45 degrees at angle A.
It's because it's exact. No, it's not. It's not 45 degrees.
At the point of intersection, there's a single point, 0,5. At that point, the angle between the blue and the red is 45 degrees.
Matthew, angles. It's a what? So we can establish a linear relationship between angles and sides. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right, then. Can you establish that same relationship with that circular path and the blue line?
Yes.
Such as when you're at the 0 point, you're looking out at 45 degrees. However, if you move on the x-axis a little bit to like 2, position 2 or what, then it's not 45. But yeah, no shit, because it's expanding, right? The line is moving out and it's dropping off at a constant rate.
Yeah, so
that's the angle.
The angle changes.
The angle. Exactly, at a constant rate. It depends where you draw the line, man. It's like, this is nonsense. It's like, do you actually have... No, we're not saying the same thing at all, man. We're not. I'm saying is, you don't have an angle there unless you draw an additional line, an imaginary line. We both agree to that.
Right.
Right? Yeah, there you go. So on the globe, you have to draw an imaginary straight line, right? Because you don't have one.
Exactly, and that's how sextants work. We draw an imaginary line to find the tangent to the position on the globe.
Well, there you go. Well, you're not drawing an imaginary line, because there is no imaginary line.
Yeah, and then also you're not using the Earth itself. You're just using your imagination.
It's all in the maths, dude.
At 16 past the hour, the point B, where point B, there is a tangent shown.
Repost what you were talking about, please.
16? I'm looking at the 22 minutes after the hour.
Matthew, could you repost what you were talking about for the people that are on the live stream? Thank you.
At A and B, I posted
pretty sure a tangent's a line. Straight one.
A straight line, yes. Not a curvilinear path?
That's right. Tangents are straight.
Yeah, that's right. No shit.
I don't see the angle in that diagram. What would be the angle of that you said, oh, there's an angle here, but you never specified what the angle is. So what would the angle be?
Which diagram?
The diagram with this red circle on a coordinate system where you have A pointed at an angle, but you never actually, you pointed at you did show the coordinate points, but you never showed the actual angle. So you said that you could get an angle. So what is
that whole graphic is dishonest?
How could a graphic be dishonest?
Did you make it?
The tangent.
Yes, I made it.
Did you make it?
I made 22 after the hour. I made that one, asking a question of
is that
28 minutes.
Is that a bad question to ask? Did that make sense to you guys? Is that a bad question to ask?
Sorry,
he keeps talking about angles, but I see no angle.
Okay, so
ask it again because I spoke through you. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. DCO, you were asking about the angle A that Breaking
Yes.
Down Wall of Lies just posted. And the question is there an angle at angle A, or would you say that it cannot be measured because it's between a
No,
straight
you
line
said
and
that
a
there's an
circle?
angle there. You said that there's an angle at A, correct?
At A, yes.
What
My
is the
question is-
angle there?
That's
Could
my
you calculate that angle?
I think the answer is 45 degrees, but my question is, would you say that you can't calculate the 45 degrees because the red
No,
line
show me how you calculate 45 degrees. Show me how you calculated 45 degrees using that, because that doesn't make sense to me.
It's
You would
just
fail my geometry class.
Yeah, rise
I'll be
over
honest.
run. It's basically the blue
Yeah,
line.
why'd you get the slope of it? Yeah. Why'd you get the derivative of that shit? Then you use the derivative to measure the angle. Come on, man. Come on, how'd you get that straight line? Which is the slope, which is the derivative, correct? Yes. Now, no one asked you for that.
Yeah, it has.
What's an angle, Matthew? You teach math, so this is like, it's a personal issue of mine. Like, all right, this has nothing to do with flat Earth, bro. What's an angle? Define angle.
It's the measurement between two straight lines.
Thank you. How'd you like with straight lines? Yeah, it's like that's what I'm saying. You have a straight line and a curved path. The intersection between those two, we know that there is no angle there. You can approximate all you want, but then the more you zoom in, the more you have a lot. Sorry, India, go ahead.
I said there's no line there. There's no line at that point, at the intersection. There's no line.
Not a straight line.
It's a very rudimentary graphic.
So the point, like an angle is a separation between two lines, right? And at that point, there is no separation. It's the point of intersection. So there's no separation. So there's no angle there. It's zero angle.
And it maintains that angle as long, like as you go out, as you expand in those two lines in that triangle. That angle is maintained. That relationship of 45 degrees, 30 degrees, whatever it is, it's maintained. It's locked in place. You'll never lose that, right? That's why you could extrapolate and interpolate, using triangles, because that linear relationship is solid. But you don't have that on a curved path, and we know that. Like the minute you just move off the path, the angle is fucked. It changed immediately. So it will vary by. Go ahead, this is correct.
Look at what I just posted, Matthew. This is what they're sort of trying to talk about. We can literally make it a little bit more.
Well, that's it. That's exactly it. And they're saying you can approximate that corner one, and it's close enough to 90. But it's like you can't actually measure it.
When a line intersects a curve, then the angle is defined as the angle between the line and the tangent to that curve.
Okay.
Okay, so how do you establish the angle there?
You have to find the tangent at the point on a curve, either a circle or a sphere. At that point, there is a tangent to that curve, and then you can use that tangent to measure angles. That's how sextants work on a globe.
Like on a globe. Wait, how do you know it's a globe, though?
You're on about using 2 points of reference, like with parallel lines.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove that it's a globe. All I'm trying to do is something simpler, saying, hey, it would work on a globe.
Are you talking about something
because it's not
like this?
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
What a star in.
The star is at an infinite distance. Then
Can you give me your one leg? Can you give me the one way bit of like? Before we start to like draw,
it's very fast, but it's one
imaginary. No. Can you show me where someone measured one way?
Oh, yeah, it's impossible. In fact, Veritasium has this great video talking about how you can't do that.
Right. So the issue then is that we're drawing a line, parallel line, for a proxy to create angle, right?
Yeah, we're approximating
based on something that's an apparent position of something that we don't even have speed of light for. While this takes time to do this, again, there is no way of doing this on a path, because light path between you and onto the globe change in your declination on the globe, or the light does, based on its leaving the star as to where it lands on the globe, right? Parallel light ray attenuating through the atmosphere, obviously bending light, okay, the Earth takes also. You don't ever end
Breaking
up
up for some reason, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was wondering. Does it sound crackly, or
So Matthew, based on your definition of an angle, let's go back to the dishonest graphic of 12 angles. You said, what, 4 minutes after the hour that was? All right, no, so you want to answer that one for me again? So, based on your definition of what an angle is, how many angles do you see there, bud?
Based on the mathematical definition of the angle between a line and a curve, which says that if a line intersects a curve, you take the tangent at that curve. Based on that, then there are 12 right angles on that image, including the...
Okay. I don't see any tangents, though. You didn't draw any for me, right? Do you see any tangents? I see a red X and a blue circle.
Yeah, there are no tangents drawn there, but the definition uses tangents.
So if this was a question on a quiz that you gave your two students, if the answer at 4, is that an incorrect answer?
That would be incorrect. The correct answer is 12.
Oh, wow. So interesting.
Do you think drawing tangents would change the number?
Of angles? You didn't draw for me, so I have to draw the tangent.
Yeah, the question is...
yes, it does, because you don't have an angle there, man. What you have there, what do they call this? This is a section of a circle. And that's a chord length. So the intersection between what? The circumference of the circle and the radius of the circle is not known as an angle.
And
the line that makes 90 degrees at that intersection with the radius, that's the tangent line. That's how the tangent is defined. 90 degrees to the radius. Yes? Yes, of course it is. Because that's what it is. Yeah.
So because
So you're telling me to draw an additional line and then do your angles. So it's like, draw them for me and I'll give you your 12 angles. But without you drawing them for your students, there are only 4 angles there. 4 90s and,
I would say it this way. I would say that the angle between the red line and the blue line is 90 degrees. In order to show that, you draw a tangent and then you can see that it's 90 degrees. But if you take the tangent away, it's still 90 degrees.
All right, so do you want me to shred your shit? Just on the air right now? All right, guys.
Sure,
this is for the mathematicians. Yeah, this is like...
in hearing that your definition of the angle between...
I'm gonna treat you like you're a student that you've never done geometry in your whole life. Okay, sir. There are 360 degrees, right, in a circle. So those 4 90s inside, how many degrees do they make? 360. Perfect, right? That's how many degrees. That's the sum of angles we have on the inside of a circle. Is that correct? Of course it is.
Right.
Because you're just not allowed to answer. Of course it is. Okay? So, your additional 12 angles, how the fuck did you get the additional degrees? Is what I'm saying. Now, I can draw as many, bro, I can put infinite amount of angles in there. I just keep on drawing lines. It's like, yeah, but they'll never change the sum of the interior angles of a circle. It's always 360 degrees, always. Like a triangle, always 180 degrees. Like, you just can't break that. Go ahead, break it. Show me how. You can use another convention if you want, call the 180 degrees something else. Of course you can. But you get to the same relationship. It's the same bond that ties us. So those 490 degrees is the only proper answer, bro. I fucking tutored. University level. It's like, yeah, no, you're wrong, sir. Like, I don't actually... The problem is I believe you that you do tutor, like teach math, but this makes no sense now. It's like, do you actually? Really, bro? It's like, because, okay, 490 degrees, 360. Cool. How about, you said 12. So we need what? 8 more? Sir, like, how many degrees do you want in a circle, man? Exactly. You're going to go over 360 degrees. So you're wrong. This is where you're wrong. How many angles? 4. 90, 99. Y equals 360. You can't have, that's it, in a circle. That's it. Like, what? Then you want to draw arbitrary lines anywhere? Yeah, get as many angles as you want, man. So that's my piece for that. I'm done with that.
The additional 8 are 2 each where the red and the blue lines cross.
Exactly, for the triangles. So don't play geometry games with me. You like, because you drew a triangle. Like, yeah, you're drawing triangles, and it has nothing to do with the circle, right? So it's like, yeah, bro, no, there are only 360 degrees in a circle. I don't care what you say. Interior angles. Interior,
yes.
Not exterior.
I totally agree with you. Interior angles.
There are more infinite, of course, exterior angles. Infinite. Because it's a circle. There are no exterior angles, actually, right? Because you have to draw tangents, like we were talking about. Because, like, okay, what's the summation of the exterior angles of a square? Or not a square, let's take a pentagon. It's more than 360, you know? But not the interior. The exterior, right? Anyways, that's that. I'm done with that.
I'm gonna smoke a joint for the stream.
Smoke one for me too, please.
Oh, I will. You sound stressed, brother.
Man, I do when people tell me that I can measure angles with curved lines. It triggers me a little bit. I'll be honest. It's my first time talking about it. I've been listening. It's kind of absurd.
Well, I agree with you, man, and you're totally on point when it comes to angles. For me, the Globers always have to make it more complicated than it is in reality. It's so simple when you actually look at how it actually works, but you just have to complicate it more to make it fit into their. Sorry, I got filtered in.
Jenny.
Hey.
How you been? I haven't seen you in fucking a year or so.
Wait, who am I talking to? I wasn't looking at my phone.
Samuel Jackson. I had a different name when I was in here originally. I met you on the first Flat Earth live stream.
What was your name over there? Oh, with the old one?
At the time, I think it was What's a Backwood. It was just a fuck around name, but
yeah. Okay.
I remember your name, that's for sure.
So are you claiming we had conversations?
Oh yeah, we talked about weed and hallucinogenics and whatnot.
Oh, nice topic. Yeah, I have the day off, so I will be partaking of the seed bearing plant given to us by the Creator. Thank you so much. Yes. So
Yeah,
good day to talk to you.
of course. Yeah, I'm growing some beautiful plants right now. They're looking amazing, smelling amazing.
Wow. I'm happily jealous for you.
Yeah, I got 6 plants that are ready for harvest in October.
Yeah, I really need to make better use of my time and educate myself on botany. That would be good. Like how to grow plants. I do not have a green thumb. I don't at all. So for me to
I've tried growing a lot of different plants in my life, and I've failed at all of them besides weed.
That's encouraging. Thank you.
I've killed every single plant besides weed. I think it's only because I love weed so much, though.
Okay, so if you were all right, so sorry to switch on you here, but before you said hello, I was sitting here thinking, why is it after all these years we're just now talking about triangulation on a curved surface? I swear to you guys, I'm a simple girl, I connect the dots and I'm not a coincidence theorist. So anyway, I don't get deep like you guys do, but I know a little bit about a bunch of things, and it just seems so simple to me. How can you have triangulation with a ball? I mean, you're just supposed to set a triangle on top of a curved surface, and
It's been brought up before, Jen.
huh?
It's been brought up before.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
They
Good.
abandon it because there's no solution.
Right. So
I
now
can't
we're
believe Matthews lasted this long.
Yeah.
Typically, Glovers will jump off of it because it's like one of those things where there's no way they can come out alive. So just like change the subject. Hurry up.
Jump ship like little fleas off of a dog.
Exactly.
Abort.
You need a straight line for a triangle.
Another thing about Glovers too is they'll let the trick of the eye get them and make them assume that things are a different way too. Because your eyes can only see so much.
And in a certain way. Naturally, that is. So you, I don't know.
So should I help the Glovers out and tell them that they do have a straight line? No, they do have a straight line because they're not measuring at the surface. They're assuming that they're measuring at the center of the Earth.
Correct.
And that they are rotating. So if I'm on the so-called equator, take an angle with a sextant, 45 degrees, right? To get that 45 degrees to Polaris, to get Polaris overhead, I have to rotate 45 degrees. So as you travel along the surface of the Earth, your body is rotating, right? They're measuring the rotation of your body underneath the stars. Yeah. But they don't want to say that because it's so absurd and it's ridiculous. And people might actually start questioning things. They told them what they're actually doing. Wow. That they're not even measuring at the surface at all.
Yeah, they tell you how to use a sextant, right? Nobody takes account for curvature using the sextant.
It's so weird. That's so weird. That's happening.
They don't start the navigation class. Now assume you're in the center of your ball, right? And when you measure 45 degrees to Polaris, you're actually measuring your rotation.
Okay, I just saw Truth Flat Earth's last post.
And they're taking this class on the bridge of a ship, and then they look and they see all that flat water, and they're like, "This guy's cooked." Like, what's he talking about? Like, I'm taking a different career, man. We're not safe out in the ocean. This guy's high as hell.
Are you laughing at that picture?
Imagine you're taking your celestial navigation course on the bridge of a ship, and you're looking around in every direction. All you see is flat water, and you're sitting there telling you you're on a ball. I mean, it's craziness.
I'll toss you off the fucking ship, bud. Like what? You see ball? Look at you here. Go for a swim. Matthew. Yeah, what were you saying, man? I just hate texting, man. It's a telegraph telephony thing, right? We developed telephony because it takes less bandwidth. So it's like, yeah, I'll stick with telephony. It's more advanced. So, yes, you were saying what?
I'm saying you have to assume that the globe. You have to assume the globe ahead of time. A sextant doesn't prove a globe. Is what I'm saying.
So what if you don't assume a globe? It just works as is, right? Like if you assume what you see is what you see, like, just flat, level, plane.
Yeah, a sextant would work on a flat Earth also. It seems to me like you'd have to know how high the stars are to get some numbers out of them, though.
Works the same exact way it works, man. It's irrelevant. But it's the assumption of that, that leg of the triangle, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, in order
if you see it, if you're using it as straight, like why are you assuming it to be curved in the first place? And why are you assuming this is an imaginary tangent while it is a straight line?
Yeah, there are two different ways to use a sextant. One on a globe, one on flat, and you can't sort of mix them up. You're right. You could not use the methods described on a flat Earth. They wouldn't work on a globe, and vice versa.
Okay.
Matthew, would you say that's pretty common knowledge? Like everybody should know that
No,
you can't mix.
Most people just use their GPSs. Hardly anybody needs to know all the details of this stuff.
You mean location services?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pretty. I mean, the GPS, people don't really use them on their phone. They've been using location services.
Most phones have both. So if you're out in the
yeah, but it won't. You literally have to turn off all the location services for the GPS to work.
If you're in the middle of the ocean with no cell towers for 1,000 miles, your phone could still get the GPS signal.
Do you know that from experience, or is that some anecdote?
Yeah, I'm asking. Do you test that?
That's a claim.
Who is it, that Bear Grylls guy that was out in the woods and they had like 3 different GPS devices and none of them could get a signal? It was one of those survival man or something.
Yeah, you don't have to go out in the oceans. Like I just go into the woods and it doesn't work.
So there was GPS satellites back in the day, right? And I would be delivering pizza, and I'd be down a county road, right? And it wouldn't tell me where I was at, so I would have to go back into cell phone service, ask how to get directions because my GPS didn't work out there, even though I was paying an extra $15 a month because we were using satellites that were in space.
Satellite rental.
Do you guys remember, if you're my age or older, do you remember the big old satellite dishes from the 80s that people used to use to watch TV?
Like a 7 foot or like an 8 foot dish?
Yeah, like 7 or 8 feet in diameter.
Yep. I love those things. You can do so many things. Like
my solution to technology is the gun range.
So what were they pointing at?
What were they pointing at?
Yeah,
I got you. It's easy. It's easy. Listen, it's a parabolic dish, dude. Right? So it's gonna. You can use this for sound too. Like you can turn into one of those, like into a wicked fucking microphone. By the way, you can
I've heard of
you can
that.
spine all your neighbors with one of those. It's just yeah. Anyways,
there is actually one of them where I live. Did they have one at this state park? It's like a little park, right? So they have a big metal like parabolic dish. And there's a pipe that goes through the ground about 300 feet, and then there's a parabolic dish on the other side, and you can talk to each other like a whacked out telephone.
Right.
I'll go take a picture of it later today because I'm gonna be over there. Pretty cool, actually. It's like stainless steel. You just talk into it, and you could talk to someone that's at another park bench like hundreds of feet away.
Yeah. You hear them
Was it-
clear, right? Crisp, yeah, when you step into that zone, right? That focal zone or point. Yeah.
Exactly.
You're like, whoa, dude, you're in my ears now. It's like, yeah, you too, man. It's crazy shit.
It sounds weird. It's like a projected voice. It's
So-
super cool.
So did Matthew? Did Matthew describe the way a sextant works? How different it is? How you use it on a globe versus how you would use it on a flat Earth? I think he was trying to describe that.
Well, that was earlier conversation. Yeah, the thing I was waiting for an answer for is what is those 8-foot satellite antennas pointing?
Parabolic dish. Yeah. Yep. It is collecting signal from that point. That's all that I know it's pointing at. And I
what point
cannot verify that the point source now is what. I can tell you that I am receiving information from right there. And I used a dish. I can use a dish to pinpoint that location, but I just don't know what that is.
So they're all pointing to something up in the sky?
Something. No, it could be, whatchamacallit, I don't know, skywave propagation or some other mode of propagation. I do not know. That's,
Well, that's what they say now, right? They say shortwave reflects off the ionosphere and comes back down.
Yes. Yeah. You can't do this. Like, you can't actually do it yourself.
So you don't think it's odd that there was all of these huge antennas pointing 25,000 miles above the equator everywhere on Earth?
Actually, not. No, I don't think it's odd because...
Did you not hear what I say? Like reflecting off of something, right? Where's the reflection point in the sky?
I don't think it was reflecting. I think it was coming from a satellite. But
So in the 1918, when Marconi sent, when they were sending radio signals from UK to Australia, like how did they do that?
that was reflecting off the ionosphere. Yes.
Okay. So this is funny because see, you guys say that it was reflecting off the ionosphere, but they were doing daytime transmissions, and it's only supposed to propagate a couple hundred miles.
Yeah.
So have you ever used shortwave?
I had a shortwave radio that I'd listened to sometimes, but haven't in a long time.
Yeah, so it's further, like, this is what they say. And I really like to see, like, this is some funny shit. So during the day, right, the ionosphere closes down, basically, gets close to the surface of the Earth. So the signal propagates not as far because, the bounce path isn't, that angle doesn't propagate as far. Then at night, it expands. But
It's because of the temperature, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so for some funny reason, it must be like some oblong egg because it's a ball, right? So on the day side, it's close to the Earth, and on the night side, it's far away from the Earth. So it must be like an egg. If you could see it, like in space, you see like this egg shape, like that. How it is?
Yeah, a moving egg, constantly moving.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
a wave. Yeah, it has a wave in it. Like
It's
it just
rotating
bounces
with
back and
that's
forth.
rotating with the Earth.
Yeah,
Right?
Dude, I didn't know that we have a breathing ionosphere. That is actually cool.
And Matt, are you familiar with Kinnicabine?
I don't know much about any of this type of stuff, so I don't know how the ionosphere works, that kind of stuff.
Well, it was one of those things that, like, holy shit, this isn't supposed to work because we're on a ball. Come up with something, hurry, quick. There's another ball outside of us, and everything's bouncing off of it.
How'd you know it's a ball, though?
So the Kinnicabine was so have you heard of the Kinnicabine, Matt?
No, I have never heard of that.
Okay, so during World War II, the Germans created a bombing system, right? So they had two transmitters in Germany where the transmission signal would cross paths. It was originally, this type of system was invented to land on runways at night, right? So when you're in the beam path, right, you'll get like a beep, right? So like you'll know where the runway is if you're lined up because your little radio will beep, right? The signal will be really faint, and it'll get louder and louder and louder closer you are to where you're supposed to be, right? So this is how they land at night. The beam would go straight down the runway, and they knew that if they had a loud beep, it's like beep, 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 like if it was really loud, they know that they were lined up right. So the Germans decided we're going to use this to bomb, and they used two crossed beams, right? So if you're in one beam, it would make a dash, and if you're in the other beam, it would make a dot, like Morse code, dash, dat, right? So they'd know they were over the target when they would get a loud signal. Problem here is, at least for the globe, and it's funny because people actually died because of this. So they discovered that there was a couple crashed planes, right? And they were they put two of the German prisoners together, and they overheard them talking about it because they didn't know about it. And they knew there was a radio system inside the airplane that they didn't know what it did. So it turns out that they discovered that they're saying they used this radio system. And for like a whole year, they said, this can't possibly work because the Earth's a ball. And they refused to let this guy in the British Army investigate it. Well, eventually they did, and they discovered this bombing system. The thing is, the radio towers are so far away that the signal would be 11 miles above the surface of the Earth. And I don't think any World War II bombers can fly that high. In fact, no airplane can fly that high, even now. But they had to be in the beam path.
I'm sorry.
So actually, I'll post a link to it. Listen, Matt, I know you'll probably watch this. So there was a show called The Secret War, and they have a video of the people that discovered this talking about it. So I'll post a link to that so you can, the video's on our wiki.
Okay.
So if you ever want to watch it, it's about the video is long. It's like 4 hours, but that segment's only like 30 minutes because they go over like a bunch of secret weapons that they used during World War II. That's just one of them. But dude, people thinking the Earth was a globe actually killed people because they didn't investigate this system. Because once they found out about it, they jammed it. They started jamming it, so it didn't work.
That's so horrendous. My God.
Well, you think they cared about American soldiers dying? That was the whole point.
I guess.
Right? In order for communism to take over, the capitalists had to fight each other. Or, well, I guess the socialists and the capitalists had to fight each other.
Yeah, I don't know much about that World War II history. And radio waves act in weird ways, but some radio waves go just in line of sight, and I would say the satellite.
Wait a minute, why do you say weird? Every time something doesn't line up with the model, quantum physics is weird. Nobody understands it. How about if gravity doesn't work? It works perfectly fine.
The world is a strange place. That's all. It makes sense that we don't understand everything about it.
I mean, that's cool.
I mean, you guys say that
gravity works.
Sunset.
Gravity works weird. Well, I mean, gravity only works weird if you're going to be swimming in liquid oxygen or something.
I don't know what gravity is. What's that exactly? Gravity.
Yeah, what is gravity?
Well, you just invoked it. You said that it works weird when it's in oxygen. So if you invoked it, well, then you know what it is. So what is it?
I mean, what I understand, it's the effect. That's the label for the effect of things moving in a downward trajectory, as defined by the globe heads. I think that's my understanding of it.
That's a good enough definition. That makes sense. You can say you can say what it is.
Then I love gravity. Well, it's an effect, right? Gravity is an effect, yeah? Or is it the cause?
No.
If it's the effect of things falling down, I agree. There's gravity.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what
gravity is ink on paper. It's just a concept.
Yeah, so is the dome, just a concept.
So radio waves act weird. They just bend around curvature of Earth.
Apparently so. That's what the World War II story seems to show.
Line of sight radio waves that are meant to help you land. So they could land 11,000 feet up in the air and be like, yeah, this is where we're supposed to land.
He'll take whatever piece of information you got and wrap it around and go up for something.
It was originally the system was originally designed for landing. It was repurposed for bombing, so that they, like I said, when they knew that when they were in where the beams crossed, they were over a certain place, and that's when they're supposed to drop their bombs.
Australia. I don't really know what you guys are talking about. Australia uses this like type of radar technology where we shoot radars like basically up into the sky and they come back down, and we can like
the Jindalee over the horizon OTHB radar system, 4,300 kilometers. They said that they can pick up airplanes in North Korea.
Is that the Australian thing?
Can't happen on a globe, guys. Can't happen on a globe.
I got that in the wiki too. I'll post it on the next.
I can't. Not though.
So you're saying that the radio waves are going over a curve, hit the object, and then bend back over it again?
Wait, me? No, I'm saying that they hit the sky.
No, Matthew.
And then they hit the object, and then they bounce back.
So you're not listening, right? What
Even
Indio
more
just said
bounces.
You're not listening what Indio says, Fluffy? Right?
What did India say?
Oh. Can you repeat it?
No, it's the Jindalee is what they call over the horizon OTHB radar system. They bounce radar signals off airplanes, they say, in North Korea.
Maybe.
So
I mean,
it would have to bend around the curve, bounce off the airplane, and then bend back. What you're saying is it reflects off the sky, bounces off the airplane, reflects off the sky, and then goes back. Which is, I don't even know how that would work.
That sounds accurate. I'd bet my life on it.
Well, no, it might be density. So, do you know, have you ever, like, say there's like a fair going on? Yeah, so it's density of air.
What? Oh.
You mean in the upper atmosphere?
So,
wait. Sorry, he's saying in the upper atmosphere there's density?
No.
Well, let's talk about it finish.
In the lower. It's denser lower to the surface.
Yeah, we're talking about airplanes. Where do airplanes fly, Fluffy?
I thought we were talking about radar.
What do you mean?
Yeah, where do airplanes fly, Fluffy?
Because they generate lift.
No, where? Listen to my words. Where do airplanes fly?
Below 40,000 feet, right, Fluffy?
So that's not on the surface, right, Fluffy?
Yeah, but it can still curve it.
No, right? No, right? No, not yeah, but no. No, right? No.
Can I say what I was going to say?
No, I want to hear you say no. I want to hear you say no, not yeah, but no.
It's
Not at the
false.
surface, right? Where do airplanes fly, Fluffy?
Because they generate where?
Listen to my
in the
word.
sky.
Where?
Jesus.
Okay. So your whole density thing in the air, right? Just pulled out of your ass.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not pulled out of my ass. It's like
Yeah, it is. But you just threw out some words, right? Hopes it sticks.
What do you mean? So when you go up in the mountains, the air density doesn't get lower?
That's not what you're
ears
saying. So no,
Wait a minute.
That's not what you're saying.
You said density, right? We were talking about bouncing radio signals off of something in the sky. Why would it bounce off of less dense atmosphere, but it travels through the atmosphere down here where it's thick?
No, I was saying like curves. So you like point it towards a direction and it will curve.
So it just curves on its own.
Yeah.
So we're talking about electromagnetic radiation. You know that thing that people call light? Light just curves. I thought photons travel in a straight line unless they go through a denser medium. So if they're going upwards towards a less dense medium, are they going to curve?
Listen here, Fluffy. Hank Hill told you straight. You're wrong.
So yeah, you pulled it out of your ass, Fluffy, right?
What did I pull out of my ass?
Yeah.
The
You know
curving
damn
part.
right. Yeah, you know damn right.
I don't think I was literally.
So how does a radio wave curve over the Earth, right? Curvature, right? They can see airplanes in North Korea, so it travels hundreds of miles, right? And then hits the airplane, and then bounce back over the curve again. How does that happen?
We all know radio waves travel in a straight line.
Here's like an example. So
no,
I want you guys
how
to
does
try
that
this. No, just listen to me. Stop saying no. Listen to me. Let me speak for once. Holy shit. So basically, if you ever like have a fate or a fair,
Why would we want to listen to something false?
Well, let him finish, man. That way.
If you ever have a fair in your city or wherever the hell you live, and it becomes nighttime, you'll notice that the sound or the music playing from the fair will travel a further distance and sound louder, and it's due to like denser atmosphere. Because
everybody's in bed, Fluffy. They're not driving their cars around making noise. For hell's sake, it's quiet.
Wow.
No, it's quiet at nighttime, dude. No, you're making shit up.
Because people are fucking asleep.
Fucking throwing shit right out of your ass.
People aren't being loud. People are trying to go to bed.
Did you just say air gets denser at nighttime?
Yeah. He's talking about the speed
for that.
The speed of propagation through the medium. That's what he's talking about.
Can this dude get a reward for being stupid?
Bro, okay, listen. Let's not dogpile the guy, man. He's obviously handicapped.
Weren't you guys literally just speaking about an ionosphere doing the exact same thing, but you weren't?
The alleged ionosphere.
Yeah. Wait. What? Yeah.
Look, listen. Often we'll talk about the cold model because we have to often teach you guys what it is to debunk it. So. Just because I talk about the ionosphere does not mean I think there is an ionosphere. It means I'm talking about it. Concept.
Yeah, I don't really know much about the ionosphere.
So why are you making claims, right? Why are you making claims then, Buffy?
Well, it's not really a claim. It's clearly like, I don't know, logical. The air is literally thicker at nighttime. Like,
okay.
Do you have a citation? How much thicker? How much thicker?
Do you
How
have
much more pressure?
anything? Do you have anything that you can bring to the table that proves that is correct?
That's why I asked for citation. Like I've never heard of this nighttime air pressure increase.
I don't know. Try it. Wait until the fair happens.
I will.
That's
just for a quick
subjective.
sec. I'll also accept a calculation if you actually look up the different temperature, different densities, and you plug it in an equation. You'll be like, here you go, man. Proven like mathematically. I will accept that. If you
maybe Matthew can save him. Matthew,
I mean, will you believe me if I look it up on the internet though?
Oh, I can calculate it for you. So don't mess with me. It's like, no, I want you to calculate it. Like, no, I'll actually tell you how much faster it is or slower. But it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. But I want you to do it.
Glower correcting another glower.
Matthew, can you save yourself from earlier and correct Fluffy?
Wait, it literally says here, you're right though. Whoever said temperature. So literally with temperatures at nighttime going colder, the air density increases. So I was right.
Where's the citation then? Where's the citation?
Wiki.
But you're not right. Because that's just, okay, now work it out. Go ahead, okay.
Yes,
cool.
air temperature affects the
decreases
in the
sound.
Of course, man. No one disagreed with that, right? So that's, of course, that's kosher.
What happens if it gets warmer at night?
I guess the air density will get less.
Yeah. So there goes your claim.
Don't hurt him.
Well, not really.
Not really. So now it's no, not really. So when it gets warmer at night, it gets less dense, right?
I mean, but the sun also.
Yeah, just talk through me,
heats
right?
Up the...
Yeah, just talk through me after you got fucking jacked yard.
Well, the sun also heats up water molecules.
Oh, the hot sun heats up water molecules. Oh, boom, 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 boom.
So at nighttime, you don't have the
anything
sun.
to do with what we were talking about.
So it's still like still a medium, so it's still dense.
There's still a medium, and its color is purple. And yeah.
Oh my god!
You're not listening to me. Go test this.
Fluffy, bro, you're just.
What instrument are we testing it with? Are we going to use like a barometer? Like, what are we going to use? We're just going to listen and say, this sounds louder than that. That sounds real scientific, dude.
A fucking turkey baster, dude.
I mean, it's not even really scientific. You can just go out.
Well, exactly. It's subjective. And God rocking covered it, right? It's your subjective impression. And because there's less other noise, ambient noise around, it seems like it's louder. Because there's no sight. Because listen, you can't get a citation that sound travels further at night.
Yeah, and this was your proof, right? That radio waves bounce over the curves over the Earth, right? Hits the target and bounce back. That was your proof.
Yeah,
right?
it would definitely help in the physics of
No.
radio waves curving. Even on flat Earth, it would still help the physics behind it curving. I don't know why you're trying to disprove it.
It doesn't need to curve.
Can you demonstrate curving light?
Curving radio waves?
Yep.
You know how
So
they
you got,
talk to
a
subs
ship.
underneath the water?
Because they do it for ships too.
They also do it for submarines. But it doesn't curve.
I don't know how they do it for submarines.
So they use
That's
long wave, extreme long wave frequency radio waves. Talking 10-mile wavelengths. So you can generate more power, and they have a higher penetration strength.
Do you think maybe it bounces off of the Earth's atmos as it travels freely through the water, and then bing, gets to the thin air and bounces off, like they say that the radio waves do in the upper atmosphere?
Are you saying that to me? I don't really know about this.
I'm asking you, bro. Is that what you think happens? Or do you think maybe those waves penetrate the atmosphere easier than the water?
It depends. So, certain waves penetrate better than others. Like, I fly remote control planes and stuff.
Right, he just told you that these long ones penetrate better. So do you think that it penetrates the atmosphere, the atmos, or do you think that it bounces off like a mirror?
Hey, maybe you're right. It might actually help it to bounce off if it's lighter.
How about this? You know, have you ever heard the party next door? They've got a house party, and you can hear the bass way more clearly through the wall than the mid and the treble. Why do you think that happens?
I don't know, because bass penetrates through walls.
Yeah, exactly as Injo was saying. When the frequency is lower, it penetrates more easily.
Yeah, correct.
So you understand this basic basic thing about sound, right? So that's what he's saying. But I don't understand what else there is to be said after you understand this basic principle.
And the reason that we can't use extreme long frequency above ground is because the antenna needs to be some fraction of the wavelength. You can't use you can't have 1 mile long wavelength and use a 2-foot antenna. You'll never pick up the signal. It'd have to be at least a 1/4 mile antenna. So under the water, they can just string a long cable, right, and pick it up. What they do.
Yeah, whales talk with each other over 4,000 miles.
Yeah, the whales thing. I haven't heard that one in a while. Whales can talk to each other across the entire Pacific Ocean or some ridiculous thing.
Yeah, the blue
Florida's a
whale,
plateau, so
it's the loudest animal on the planet. Apparently, I actually saw that today. It's louder than a
Never
jet
met my wife.
There's no planet.
Get on. Damn.
There is no planet, my guy. That's the whole point.
Yeah, so you think because they are quote unquote so loud, it just goes through the earth, Fluffy? Is that what you think?
What? No.
So whales communicate? No, so the sound just bends around Earth, right? Stops, right? Just does it.
No, it doesn't even travel that. Like, it travels quite far, but it
4,000 miles,
doesn't
bro.
travel 4,000 miles, really?
4,000 miles. Yeah, 4,000 miles.
Quite far.
Damn, that's like that.
Yeah. Just bends around the Earth, right? Just magically.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Because Earth ain't a ball. Unless
By the way, this.
I'll look that up. I'll sing it before.
Go ahead, Raj. I just wanted to clarify something with the sound waves and density thing, because he's talking about the speed of propagation, but like you're neglecting the material, right? Because it's going to absorb a lot of what the amplitude, or most of the signal. So signal strength, or the amplitude of the wave, versus the speed of propagation. It's not the same, because to block sound, you usually want to use dense material, right? But inside the material, yeah, the speed of propagation is high, but it will absorb a lot of sound. So from the other side, you're not going to hear most of it except what goes through, right? Test this, go inside of a cave or something. It's pretty quiet. So the more stuff you have in between you and sound.
So here, blue whales can only be heard from 500 miles away. Not 4,000 kilometers, not 4,000 miles. Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong animal. Loudest animal. The blue whale. Yeah, so it says here blue whale can be heard at a distance over 500 miles.
I don't think loudness is an appropriate measure. We're talking about the distance at which an animal can be heard the furthest.
Yeah.
So I'm going to quote this for you. I even tagged you in it, right? So let me quote it for you.
Your reference is Daily Mail, though.
What's wrong with Daily Mail?
It's mainstream, bro.
Are they not capable of telling the truth once?
Well, of course, they're mainstream media. Of course, they don't tell the truth.
Oh, a humpback. Yes, one second. Also, a humpback whale singing in the Caribbean, for example, can be heard by a fallow whale of the west coast of Ireland, more than 4,000 miles away. Okay?
I don't know. I'd have to speak to a whale expert.
Another one over here which says that their low frequency sounds during their mating things can be heard up to 10,000 miles away. So, yeah.
That's one hell of a booty call. 10,000 miles away? Shit, we shouldn't be worried about the whales. They'll be fine.
Hey, what are your sources? Because I looked at like the Australian Geographic. Oh, actually, man, I got pretty much the same. National Geographic. They both say 800 kilometers. I don't see anyone saying further than that.
Yeah, I literally just Googled how far can a whale be heard. And the very first link says a whale's low frequency sounds can travel up to 10,000 miles.
Really, the first one is 800.
Google the exact phrase, how far can a whale be heard, and see what comes up. My second link is 4,000 miles. The third link is 10 10 to 16 kilometers. That must mean 1,000 kilometers. There's a few.
I got 10,000 for the first one too.
So I was kind of low on the 4,000, right?
Well, I mean, I think technically you can hear sound, like, no matter the distance, depending on how good your hearing is, and if you're specific on the frequency.
Yeah, I mean, so that's, just talk about, how loud a sound is, how far away you are, yada, yada, yada. But I think that the problem here isn't that, it's the curved surface. I think that's the issue.
I mean, maybe even for like globe earthers, say like fiber optic cable, you know how like when the photons hit the edge of it, they kind of bounce back into it. Maybe that's the same.
Yeah, maybe. Right, maybe.
We live in a fiber optic universe.
I mean, the physics would act the same. That's all I'm saying.
No. Like a sound isn't traveling within a inwardly reflecting tube. It's very much not the same.
Sound is not photons either.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 4 different reasons why that's not equivalent.
I mean, photons are frequency and particle.
Photons are frequency. Oh, man.
Yeah,
frequency.
Like light.
Okay.
Yes.
So the word frequency. Wait, I got you. The word frequency means how often you do something. So how often you cycle. That's it. So how frequent is what? So I just frequency of. In order for me, like I kind of like make sense of what you're saying. I just don't understand frequency on its own. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it has to be of a thing.
Yes,
it's saying of what thing.
Yeah.
So you can't say light is frequency because that's like saying light is how often I do something. Doesn't make any sense.
Right. Right.
Because you need to know the something, right? That's what he's asking.
Oh.
So,
I guess it's like the frequency of the photon.
But that also doesn't make sense. Like, a photon isn't a thing being done. Right?
Yeah, it's a particle.
So...
so, like, imagine a particle that, like, bounces up and down repetitively at a certain frequency.
Okay, so are you saying the frequency of the bounce of the particle? Is that what you're
jiggle?
Saying?
Yeah.
Because that would at least be a coherent sentence, even if it made no sense. At least it would be a complete sentence. Right? Because I could say the frequency of chicken. That doesn't make any sense. Like, the frequency of chicken doesn't make any sense. The frequency of me eating chicken, that's a sentence that makes sense.
True.
If I was to say to you, I chicken 3 times a week, you would think I was mental. If I said, I eat chicken 3 times a week, now you know that actually means something, right? So this is what we were trying to get to. So when you say light is frequency, can you be way more specific with what you're actually saying? Because we can't even address that.
I mean...
I think what he probably means is light is vibration.
Something like that.
All right, bust out the scalpel. Okay, what's the difference between a vibration and oscillation? All right, I got this. Let's go.
Wow, we're dealing in we're dealing in 5-year-old blocks here, so we have to kind of simplify it, right?
I was just kidding.
If you don't know the technical definition, the technical difference between an oscillation and a vibration, it'd be interesting to know that.
It is, yeah. It's rarefaction and like expansion and contraction would be a vibration, but then like that surface is like translating, right? So that's oscillating, like a pendulum oscillates.
Okay, vibrate. Yeah, I see. Yeah. So
pendulum, it's an oscillate. Yeah,
I get you.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. But like your heart is more of a vibration. Boop, boop, it expands and contracts. You know.
Yeah. So an oscillation is where the thing moves side to side, whereas a vibration is where it kind of expands and contracts but stays in place.
Right. Yeah, but the surface will oscillate too from the vibration, so it's kind of like they're entangled. Like there's this entanglement.
Sure.
But they're
I get
not
you.
defined as the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just being silly, you know what I mean? So just messing with Elijah.
Wait, was I here?
You were. You are.
I think that's in your imagination.
Just his imagination.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, carry on.
So yeah, Wales. There's your source for 10,000 miles and 4,000 miles. Literally Google, and you know, that's not to say that I give a shit about Google, but it's interesting that you can't Google that. I mean, it's interesting as well because that's a claim that we would have to then verify, right? But yeah.
Yeah, for Fluffy, like the sound wave or the signal, at some point it will diminish as like you'll lose amplitude, and so you're going to turn up the gain of whatever instrument amplifier you're using. When you do that, you'll also pick up more noise. So there, at some point, you lose it because of the noise is overwhelming. You could never ever extract the signal from that anymore. So once you reach that point, this is where the signal is diminished. It's done. It's done. Unless you could get rid of the noise. If you could get rid of the noise somehow, then sure. But when you keep on zooming in, like with instruments, this is what happens, right? You pick up the background.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fluffy's still here.
Yeah. Thinking of getting Macca's though.
Oh, gross.
In what?
McDonald's.
Ah. What are you getting?
Well, I'm gonna get a free cheeseburger, and I don't really know. Maybe a Big Mac. I don't.
Ew, cheese.
Don't worry, it's not real cheese.
Yeah, don't worry. The whole thing's not real food, so it couldn't be cheese.
Tastes like cheese. Looks like cheese. It's not cheese.
In spite of the fact that cheese is amazing, McDonald's does taste like shit.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can get at 2 in the morning though.
Getting a free cheeseburger is kind of like, from McDonald's, is kind of like getting a free punch in the face.
I mean, you know what's always confused me? Do you know, like, the richest people in the world, for some reason, like, eat McDonald's and, like, kind of, like, advertise it. They're like, yeah, I go to McDonald's. And it's like, what? Why?
Really?
And you're that rich. Yeah, like, Warren Buffett or something. Do you know that dude? Like, really rich.
Oh, on TV. I thought I was about to give you like real life examples. People I know. It's like actually no. But the richer they are, the better they eat. Like, you know, they're always eating organic and like it's kind of they don't eat junk food. They will like once a week, date night and shit like that. But it's like I don't know, man. For my just personal like walk in life, I think because when you have more money, it allows you to if you have the knowledge, right? If you know that the grocery food stuff is shit. Well, you can use that money to get good food, right? To buy good food that costs more money. So they end up doing that, most of them. The ones I've met.
Or they go to a cheap country where they don't allow GMOs, but the exchange rate is like really off the chain, and they live like for next to nothing compared to their wealth. Meanwhile, playing stock markets and other stuff like that.
But isn't McDonald's having like organic burgers or something?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, 100% meat. I mean, hey, look, I'll go for a double quarter pounder right now. Like, okay, if you just hand me one right now, it's like, okay, I'll chew it down, no problem. I just won't do it every day. Like, no, I'm good. That's it. Till next time. You know.
Where'd the ballers go? They still here?
I mean, Fluffy's still here.
Fluffy.
Not sure why. Oh, yeah,
He's
he's
the one
grabbing
that
some
from
food.
Macca's, isn't
Yep.
Did you guys want to tell me something?
No, we're chatting.
I was just curious. What's your evidence for the globe? You got any?
I have the power to fly outside the atmosphere in a circle.
You have the power to fly.
Did I hear
Are you
that right,
mental?
man?
Are you?
You've been drinking
That's
tonight,
what you
man.
said. That's what you said. Is that what you meant to say? Have the power to fly outside of the atmosphere. Oh, okay. You're joking.
There was one thing that I was thinking of doing stopping for, like mats for, but I actually thought of it recently, and I'm like, wait, this works on a flat Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
So do you
everything
have
works on fire.
Everything that works on the flutter. So do you got any evidence for the globe? I mean, it's 2021. Surely you got better than Rob Simmons' Photoshop.
What? I don't even have whatever that is.
You don't have the blue marble?
No.
The blue marble. I mean, that would count as evidence if it were an actual photograph. You don't know about Robert Simmons, Goddard Space Agency?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, me in a few minutes, or one of my friends will post the video for you, and it has a link that goes straight to Goddard, which is affiliated with NASA, and you will be able to see that the picture of the Earth that you see, the only reason you see it is because it's a cartoon. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think I've heard about that.
Yeah, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
Yeah. I mean, did you know that Mercury, Venus, even Pluto were like, if you have like old planet books and shit, they were all Photoshopped. They were like what they assumed it looked like, or you might even just have ones that are like low poly, not low poly, low quality.
Still are photoshopped. Pick any book. It's a CGI rendered image, not a photograph. They even label them as images. CGI images.
Yeah, I just posted an image here. This top image is what they actually get, and the bottom image is what they extrapolate from that pixel.
Wait, is that in debate? I don't know. Where'd you put it?
Live stream
there.
voice text chat. It's the bottom. At the
So they're not lying to you and telling you that they're photographs, but if you don't read, which most people, I'm assuming these days don't, other than a few headlines, Like, when's the last time you heard of someone reading the dotted line? And yeah, I said that right. Have you ever heard of someone reading the dotted line? That line that you sign, it's not dotted. It's microprint. It's a contract.
I have no idea.
Yeah, because you don't read the dotted line. You probably don't read the contract either. So if they were to slip in like 27% interest, you'd probably just sign it and think it's normal because you didn't read it.
I mean,
but yeah, the point is NASA tells you that the Earth is flat in their documents. They tell you that it's a model, and then in your brain you reify it as reality. Right? You think you live here, Timmy, and you're like, oh, that's where I live. I live on a spinning water ball. But no, she meant like on the map that's wrapped around the model. Because the teacher doesn't actually think you live on a globe that's on her desk. She knows that you live in your body. Where else could you live other than in your body?
I don't know. Maybe if you believe in the soul.
So when you get pulled over and the cop says, "Is this you?" Do you say yes? Right? Because you're not a piece of plastic, are you?
I mean,
so the obvious answer would be no, that's not me. I'm me. Right?
Well, maybe I should.
You see the problem? So you're reifying, right? You're making concrete out of a concept, and that's a fallacy, by the way, reification fallacy. So NASA tells you, like, straight up, like, it's an image. It's not real.
Yeah.
And the only place that you've ever actually seen the globe is in your mind's eye because you've seen it on TV, a magazine, a book, some sort of painting or photoshopped image, and then you thought that that was reality. You reified it into reality. When the real world is outside, and what do you see outside? What do you perceive when you are outside meditating? Your senses tell you that it's a flat, stationary plane for as far as the eye could see, no matter where you go.
That's a look. I don't know. It's a confusing thing on why.
That's called cognitive dissonance.
Why so many flat earthers are confused by the fact that you're stationary.
How am I confused? That's what my brain is telling me.
Yeah, I know, but like,
you're the one that's confused. Your brain's telling you that you're not moving, but the brainwashing that you've endured as a child up into your adult years is telling you that you are. You're the one that's confused, not me, bro.
I know. I was just saying I'm confused that Sorry, let me try and think my words. I'm very tired as well.
Sorry, it's all right, bro. I'm not gonna grill you. Go ahead, take your time, formulate your sentences.
One of the Newton laws. I don't even know which one it is. One of the three. It's like, action. Wait. It's basically like
the ones that were debunked. For every action, there's equal and opposite reaction. Is that what you're talking about?
But there's also the it says an object will not change its motion unless its motion. Wait. Yeah, unless a force acts on it.
Unless acted upon by an outside force.
We're at a constant,
all right.
Like, no matter where I am, it's not like I'm accelerating.
Constant. They're elliptical orbits. You ever went around a racetrack in a car?
I know.
Or just turned a corner that was at a steady rate, and then there's a blind corner where the rate of turn increases to a very acute angle, and then you slide off the road? That's what happens when the rate of turn changes.
But it's not accelerating.
Yes, it is.
Bro,
because
tell
it's
that
moving
to
in
the
all
people that hit their eye on the window. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the Earth is moving in a lot of different directions, so there is a change of angle and motion and speed all the time.
Yeah, but it doesn't change acceleration.
But that would be in a linear path. That's the funny thing, like, because they're all circular or elliptical paths. I mean, an elliptical path is always an acceleration. It can't be anything else.
Yeah, think about the teacup ride. As the Earth is going around the sun, right, it's also spinning. So every time you go around the outside, there's going to be more gravitational force. Excuse me, I got it backwards. There's going to be more centrifugal force, and it would be lighter. We would weigh lighter at nighttime than we would during the daytime. Think about the teacup ride. You don't want to sit next to a fat man if you're a little kid on that teacup ride.
I don't ever want to sit next to a fat.
It's not so bad. I don't bite.
I've actually been on that. It's not so bad. I felt so sick on one of those. And it's like this little kid's ride.
Yeah, you got it. So that's what the Earth is doing. It's a turn inside of a rotation. So we're revolving around the sun. Excuse me, I said it wrong. And we're rotating at the same time. So on that outer loop, we would weigh less at nighttime because centrifugal force is allegedly countering gravity, and as the centrifugal force is higher, because we're at the edge of the teacup where it's really crushing you with the G-force, it's that. And you say that we wouldn't feel any of that at 1,000 miles an hour, at 60 miles an hour, 60. That doesn't sound right. 60,000 miles an hour. That's right.
Yeah. I don't know. You're still at a constant speed.
You can't be at a constant speed going in a circle, bro.
Yeah. Uniform circular motion. Hang on.
Elliptical orbits additionally have acceleration and deceleration.
Here, let me just give them something real quick about the velocity is a vector, has a magnitude and a direction. So if you change the magnitude, or which means change your speed or velocity, right, you have acceleration, right? Or if you change the direction of the vector, which is the angle of the vector, you will also undergo acceleration.
Yeah.
Thus, when you're traveling in a uniform circular motion, you're constantly accelerating. This is textbook physics.
And a constant change in vector and acceleration at the same time. Yes.
Yes, because the vector, let's say, okay, constant speed, okay, but your speed, you're always changing direction, so you're always undergoing. You can do that. Just travel in a circle in your car at constant speed, like you're constantly accelerating. You can feel it. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, we did some figuring on the 66,000 miles orbit around the supposed orbit around the sun, and I figured out what the amount of acceleration and deceleration is, and it amounts to a plus or minus 217 feet per second of change in speed. So, oops, all of a sudden 217 feet, you wouldn't notice that? I'm sorry. Yes, you would. Backwards and forwards, 217 feet, or any other oblique angle of direction. No.
Wait. So I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. But like how I'm seeing it is like if you take away everything but the Earth and just have the Earth, you at a constant rate.
In a circle?
You're just spinning like say it's just spinning. I don't know about the tilt shit. The tilt is like what makes it weird. But if you're just spinning, you're spinning with the Earth. So you're at a constant rate
So
with
what?
the Earth.
No.
Okay, no, but
no,
that doesn't matter. But that doesn't matter. That's what we're saying, right? If you're on a teacup ride, or even if you're not on a teacup ride, say you're on one of those really basic bitch fairground rides where you just get on, you travel in a circle and you get off, right? So you're traveling with the ride in a circle, but an acceleration occurs. Yeah?
Look that up one sec.
That, like, yeah, it's true that you wouldn't, if you're traveling at constant velocity in a straight line. Yeah, you cannot, because, you know, yeah, you're not accelerating. But
by the way, it's virtually impossible to do that as well. So, like, the idea that you can travel at a constant velocity in a straight line, I mean, how are you going to do that in a plane? No, that it's going to wobble. You know, turbulence is going to hit you. You can do that in a car? No, because there's going to be bumps in the road, and you're going to feel all that stuff.
Right.
Like the idea that if you travel at a constant velocity in a straight line, you wouldn't feel it. I am actually not sure that that's provable, but for the purposes of this argument, I suppose we can accept that as true.
Okay, sure. Well, that's a good point, though. Never thought about it.
That is a good
Maybe
point.
on skates, man. You gotta put ice skates on, man.
You have to be in a perfectly frictionless environment, which, I mean, does that even exist?
No, it does not. It's theoretical. We know that. Like,
So I think I think the bottom line is just that every circular motion is a constant acceleration. So, you know.
I mean, here, I'll post him. I'll give him a link, man. It's called Uniform Circular Motion. I'll get it for you.
But
And angular motion, Fluffy, angular motion is exactly what your vestibular system in your inner ear detects. So if there's also acceleration and deceleration and angular velocity change and vector change, your inner ear detects all of that. That's what it does.
But the fact that you can't detect it, that's evidence that it's happening. Oh wait, no, it's the exact opposite. There's no evidence that it's happening.
No thanks.
Therefore, we can't verify it. It's just a story.
I'm from Missouri. You gotta show me.
So you don't take the mechanic's word for it. You're like, show me.
Exactly. I don't believe anything unless you can show me. Why would I have any reason to believe something that you can't show me?
Because everybody else believes.
It's like if I say, you know, there's green grass on the dark side of the moon, right? I would be laughed out of the classroom, right? Because I can't validate it. But the teacher can say that, you know, there's, you know, all this stuff happening, right? We're moving at, you know, 1,000,000 miles an hour through space.
Or that dinosaurs existed or something. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. It's just that, you know, people, they did the study where the scientist was telling, an alleged scientist was telling like a normal person to participate in the experiment and shock the guy in the room next over. I can't remember the name of the experiment.
Yeah, I have.
And the guy was like shocking the guy till he died.
Yeah.
But it was based on perceived authority. It wasn't even real authority. The guy was just wearing a lab coat.
That's probably what they're doing right now. They tested it there and they go, okay, this will work just fine.
Yeah, for now. It ain't working no more though, because
no.
You know, they say, well, how come there wouldn't be whistleblowers? There have been whistleblowers, and there's documents from NASA saying that they have a flattened stationary model, and that's what they're flying over. So it's like there's.
If I'm not mistaken.
Go ahead, bro.
Sorry, I was going to interrupt you. If I'm not mistaken, in that experiment, the person in the other room was not actually didn't die, but they were pretending to get louder every time that they kept pushing the button. But that was part of the experiment. Just wanted to throw it out.
Right, that's right.
So the Milgram experiment is the name of it.
Yeah. It has been performed many times, and people have acted as if they were dying. So yeah, he's still correct though.
Yeah, so they acted until the point to where they stopped yelling, and the scientist said, "Go ahead and crank it up a notch and do it again." And then he was like, "Are you sure? I don't think he's not responding anymore." And he was like, "Well, you want to finish the experiment, right? And crank it up again." So he was turning up the voltage, and then shocking him more even after he was incapacitated. Allegedly, the guy thought he was incapacitated.
Yeah, that's a very strange cognitive pressure that people must feel from authority then, because they will literally go to the point of killing someone else based on the say-so of an expert, which is actually extremely worrying. Yeah. Why do people feel that pressure? That's weird. It's like I can honestly say, hand on heart, that if I was included in an experiment like that and they were like, "Oh yeah, you've just got to shock this guy," I'd be like, no. Just walk off.
Well, the results were some of the people did walk off, but a majority of the people just followed directives.
Yeah, that's really, really worrying, isn't it?
I would ask the guy if I'm getting paid for it, like, "Hey, dude, listen, man, it's cool if I shock you real fast, You're ready. Just let me know whenever it's too much."
Yeah, I suppose the appropriate response might be, I will shock this random guy as much as I'm allowed to shock you.
I would do it to McToon for free. Straight up, you know what I mean?
But I mean, yeah, in all seriousness, like, I think at that point, like, if the quote unquote authority figure is prepared to go through the experiment, then there's no issue, is there? Like, there's no third party who's being damaged by the bad decisions of the authority. It's when the authority figure exerts their control over a powerless third party that the issues come in.
What the hell is that?
You up?
Oh yeah, by the way, I found some of the things about the elliptical orbit. So basically, this is what I was thinking in my head, but I think it's kind of theoretical. I don't really have proof of it. But basically, as the Earth goes around the sun, even in an elliptical orbit, it'll be closer to the sun, and I mean, kind of regardless of where it is, the sun's gravity will act on you as well as the Earth, so it's pulling you as well as the Earth. So there's a link in
gravity doesn't cancel out acceleration, even if it exists.
Yeah. Also,
it's just not. Can I just finish? That's just not an appropriate response at all. It's completely missing the point.
Dude, I'm a time that on the next powerlifting meet. I'll sign up, and hopefully it's whenever we're closest to the sun. That way it just helps me, get the bar off my chest.
Well, what about flat Earth? Wouldn't it?
Towards the sun.
Wouldn't it do the exact same for flat Earth though?
Flat Earth doesn't move.
Why?
We don't move, and gravity doesn't exist. So no.
Yeah, look at how much they claim the sun's gravity affects people on Earth and how much we can measure it, and then you will know.
How do you know? Okay, how do you know the mass of the sun? All right, I'll just play your game. Fine, gravity. Okay, what's the mass of the sun, bro?
Me? I don't know.
Well, gravity. Yeah, it's so massive that when it's close to you, I don't know, it's gonna suck you upwards. Well, okay, how massive is it? I'm just entertaining your thought. So sure.
What is the mass of a gas ball in a vacuum? Good question.
Could gases stick together in a vacuum? What? Huh.
I guess it's like asking, how tasty is an ice cream when you throw it in a fire?
33 degrees?
Delicious.
Yeah, exactly.
Good answer.
Yeah, me and my girlfriend, we were measuring the circumference of the Earth. We have an old well in the backyard, and we were just using sticks and shadows from the sun. We got the whole circumference in about 4.5 minutes. We got it down to down to like within a quarter inch of the circumference of the Earth with a couple of sticks. It was really cool. Yeah.
See what you can do with presupposition, folks? You could go out and pretend to be a fake Greek or whoever, Egyptian, whoever this guy was.
Just rocking a white robe, huh?
Hey, I was going to say, good job on your songs, Flatter Day. Wow, outrageous, man.
Thank you, bro. Good looking out.
I thoroughly enjoy that.
Thank you. Yeah, my chick really hates Irish Demon, so she's like, "You got to throw him in one of your songs." I was like, "All right," and then I didn't do it, and then he commented on my last song. He commented like, "Ha ha ha, lame" or something like that. I'm like, "All right, fool. All right, I got you."
And that's how two artists share each other's fan base. They start a little rap battle or a little war between each other. Of course, the war isn't real. You guys aren't going to hurt each other in any kind of way. It's only going to benefit both of you, but you guys are kind of like...
He's not going to come in my vicinity, you know what I mean? But
right, of course, right, yeah. You're as far as the East Coast is from the West Coast. But my point was is that, you know, rappers have been doing this for a long time. You know, they pretend to get mad at each other and hate each other. Oh, it's a funeral.
Yeah.
Happens to Betsy.
I'm not pretending really though, but yeah, I feel you. You're right. I'll never see the guy, so I might as well be pretend. You know what I mean?
No, do your little, what is it called? When you do the song against the other person, I forget what it's called.
A rap battle?
Diss track.
Diss track, that's it.
Oh yeah, diss track. Yeah.
Do your diss track, bro. It's going to be good fun. You and the other guy are going to have loads of fun doing it.
All right. Are you talking about a future song?
Yeah, he said something negative on one of your songs. That was obviously an invitation to do a diss track, and then
I did diss him. I dissed him in my last song.
Oh, okay. Well then,
Irish Demon. Yeah,
it's his turn.
The song that I just put out yesterday. It's called Shine Box. Go home and get your Shine Box.
You know what, guys? I think I've just come up. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I think I've come up with a really good way of explaining why, for instance, a giant ball of gas can't exist in a vacuum, but at the level of intellect the globes are at. Right? I think I've done it. So, has anyone here ever seen the film Frozen?
The Disney movie?
I think I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it more than about halfway through it.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I've seen it. Now, do you know there's a part during the film where there's a snowman called Olaf, and he's singing about how nice it would be to be in summer. And during the song, he's kind of like, you know, something cuddle. I can't remember the lyrics. But if I was in summer, I would be a... Right, and obviously the obvious rhyme is puddle, because he wouldn't be a snowman, because a snowman couldn't exist in hot weather. Now, I'm wondering if we can't use that somehow to explain why, you know, a snowman can't exist in summer and a gas ball can't exist in a vacuum, right? I wonder if we can't merge these two. And right at the end of the film as well, Elsa, who's the Ice Queen, creates a personal snow flurry just for the snowman to continue to exist within a normal environment. Which would be a container, right? So I'm wondering if we can't make this work somehow.
Hey, bro, but couldn't a gas ball not survive in a vacuum, let alone a pressure pot, let alone just a normal environment? All three of them, a gas ball wouldn't survive, right?
And, be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Now they're switching. Now they're switching to. I'm sorry. Now they're switching to plasma though. So. We'll have to switch it. When they switch, we'll have to switch with them. So continue on.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Well, so what's a plasma? What's a plasma and where is it?
A grape in a microwave? Plasma?
Yeah.
It's excited gas.
No.
Super excited gas. So it is gas.
I know. That's not what I'm asking. Are they saying that Jupiter is plasma? or are they saying the sun is like? What are they saying?
Well, the sun's emissions, I guess.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, what are their theories about? What do they say that? How do the stars? Are they saying they're reflecting the sun's light, or are they their own light source? What do they say?
They were saying the sun was plasma. Right, carry on.
Okay, hold on. The stars are suns in other solar system. So the stars aren't stars. The stars are suns, according to the bowlers.
Okay. And the planets are being their light is supposedly reflected from our sun. That's their theory.
Yeah, the planets in this solar system are correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the globe Earth, like, physics on why the sun keeps its gas is due to gravity. The gravity is.
You keep saying gravity. Could you please show us the experiment that proves that gravity is a cause? We need the hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't know.
With the independent, the independent control variables, because you're going to need to separate gravity so you can manipulate it. So we want Einstein's papers from 1915 show us the hypothesis with those control variables. Thanks.
Yeah, obviously.
Sonny, I think he's not going to be able to do that, even if he does try. In fact, I'll go ahead and challenge the guy. Hey, like, if you could do that, we could probably scrape some money towards you and send you some Bitcoin. But the thing is, you can't, right? So I'm not a betting man, right? So I didn't actually make a bet because I already know what's in there. Thank you. So here's the deal, man.
Sorry.
There's no science involved in your gravity. It's a just so story.
It's theoretical.
I wouldn't even say theoretical, because that implies like it's a scientific theory, which I would stay away from that word if I was you. I would say it's just a postulation of a madman with a bad haircut.
Conceptual abstraction.
Yeah, and the idea that like the sun, which is a gas ball, can exist in a vacuum because gravity. I mean, you're like you've just layered two claims into each other. Right, so like and expect like it's like you've got these two corpses in rigor mortis, kind of they're leaning against each other, and you're hoping that neither of them will fall over. Right, it would be like me saying, well, I know that unicorns exist because magic exists, and then how do you know magic exists? Oh, because unicorns exist. This is nonsense.
Then it gets all the way up to the expert said so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the unicornologist said that magic and unicorns exist.
Because that's what you do when you get painted. When you paint yourself into a corner in a room, then you have to have the experts bail you out.
So let me ask this guy. So what's his name?
Fluffy.
Fluffy, yeah. So Fluffy, do you believe that if you could go high enough, you could see the curvature of the Earth?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
so
welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, are you a flat earther now?
I don't know.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
At least he's not trying to pretend. At least he's not trying to pretend.
If you could travel high enough to a high enough altitude, would you eventually start seeing the Earth curve left to right?
No.
Okay, so you're a flat earther.
All right, welcome to Flat Earth.
Shirts in the back, snacks on the way.
Globe Earth as well, because you're still in relative motion to the Earth. So.
What?
Yeah, I thought it was in motion. You're talking about curvature.
So if you get
Okay, good. Everything you claim, bro, we're gonna require proof for everything you claim. So you just claimed rotation. Can you show us when, where, and how that was detected?
Well, I'm just saying what flat Earth is.
I just asked a question, and I need an answer for it, please. Thank you.
Sorry, can you message what you want?
Yes, you said rotation. I need proof of rotation. When, where, and how? What method was used to detect this rotation?
I think this dude's a Russian bot because he just asked you to type your message like his ears aren't working.
Yeah, I'm sleepy. It's 3 in the morning.
Holy
I didn't know that,
what
bro.
the hell? All right,
Where
just
you at, bro?
go to sleep then, man.
He's obviously in Australia.
You must be getting weary because you're upside down or something. I don't know. Get some sleep.
All the blood's rushing to your head down there.
Yeah.
It's horrible down there.
Right? Spinning too? Oh my gosh.
Oh, I thought that was sunburn. I didn't realise it was just them hanging upside down.
Yeah, the blood. It's the blood rushing to the head.
Ah, makes sense.
And he's all the way in the next day from me, so he's got big problems.
Man.
Are you saying he's from the future?
He got flat smacked. Yeah, he got flat smacked into the future.
No, it's Einstein-Rosen bridge. So Australia is that vehicle that can travel at the speed of light. No, I'm just joking. Or sorry, 99.9% of the speed of light.
Once you jerk.
Hank, you've been studying some nerdy material, sir, with your Einstein-Rosen bridge.
Yeah, since I was a kid, bro.
You can
I know what you're reading.
You can only accomplish this once you gerrymander the time zones a little bit here and there. So, just saying.
Gerrymandering the time zones. I love that quote.
Hey, copyright. It's copyrighted.
Okay, I won't use it while you're around. That's how copyright works.
No, actually, I don't agree with that copyright thing. Go ahead. Feel free to use it. Pass it all over the entire plane.
Yeah, I'm glad I took it easy on Fluffy, because his name is Fluffy and he's all tired right now. So if I would have been taking it hard on him, I'd probably feel kind of bad right now. It's not fair to, wait for someone to get delirious and then explain yourself, Fluffy.
Good luck trying
to hair as well.
Maybe his name has to do with his occupation, you know what I mean?
Good luck him trying to sleep now after talking with you guys.
I bet he's got fluffy hair as well, and that just makes him likable for some reason.
He could be a fluffer, you know what I mean?
Ooh.
Oh man, we're gonna stay with that.
Shoot, I was hoping somebody wasn't gonna say something that was in the deep dark corners of our minds. But there you go.
Yeah. See, here's the deal, guy. You're not responsible for that first thought. You're responsible for speaking it out loud when you that first thought that pops in your head, you're supposed to dismiss it. Like, I could shove this
I'm just talking about a maid who works at a hotel. You know what I mean? That's all that is. Somebody who makes the bed straight. The covers. That's what their job is. You know what I mean?
Okay. I thought you were talking about GP.
Oh.
Yeah, well,
So you mean that's what I learned in boot camp then? Okay, gotcha.
You know what Led Zeppelin said? Sometimes a word has two meanings.
Yeah, especially in Hebrew, man. I feel you on that because they didn't have like a lot of words, so a lot of words had double meaning. Like their letters had double meaning as numbers. So
they were symbols too.
Yeah, in ancient Hebrew, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. How much wood would a woodchuck cut if a woodchuck could cut wood?
I try to look at both sides of the coin. Judge me not. That Stairway to Heaven song really is about the globe. You think it's about an old Christian grandma from the UK or something, but it's really not. Right? It's really about the globe because, let's say that hypothetically it was about an old Christian woman. Well, her book was written by men, right? So it's not very trustworthy. But because it's not written about her, it's actually written about the globe. Those scientists aren't really scientists, they're just men. Because if they were scientists, then this dude would have a scientific method for us. I'm sorry, he would have a scientific hypothesis from Einstein, but Einstein wasn't really a scientist, at least when it comes to the whole gravity thing. That was just a layman's postulation, as far as I could tell. So sometimes words have two meanings. The earth is it's round. Right? You're the one that said sphere in your head.
Round like a coin.
Or like a tabletop. Actually, we don't know the shape. But it's like I'm trying to point out how, the stairway to heaven, it's about the astronauts in the globe. Because the Christian belief is that one day we'll occupy Jerusalem. And if we die before then, we go into Abraham's bosom, which is an underground place. So I don't think Christians actually believe they go to heaven unless they listen to their preacher instead of read their Bible.
I thought it said I don't know where we go, but might even not go anywhere until like Judgment Day, and then we go to heaven.
Well, there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, and the heaven comes down to earth. We don't go up to heaven. So, I'm sorry for getting all religious, but I'm just trying to point out the stairway to heaven. It's about the astronauts, and you're buying it. You're literally paying the taxes for the story. And sometimes words have two meanings. Like, you ever witness a launch and they're like, everything's nominal. It's all nominal. And then you look up nominal and it says existing in name only. And you're like, well, fuck. I thought that was real. And then you look up the second definition and, it means something else. So you're like, oh, thank God there's a second definition. Whew, sometimes words have two meanings.
Hey, out of all the launches you guys have seen between the different space companies and NASA, who do you think has the most enthusiastic reaction of when it shows the people all watching? I think SpaceX, the people have the most enthusiastic reaction.
I haven't watched a whole lot of SpaceX ones, but I do remember watching the shuttles land as a child. I was born in '82. So when those shuttles, they're supposed to be gliding down, right? But there's actually jet engines. You can hear them when they come down. So I don't know what they're excited about. We can hear your jet engines, bro. Those things could be heard from 40,000 feet. You hear a plane before you see it most times.
It's publicity, obviously. It wants to be popular, money.
I don't think we'd even be able to hear planes if there wasn't a dome,
I don't know, man. Them engines are loud. If you're ever at the airport, they're really loud.
When a plane is really high above you and it's flying over, you usually don't hear it till after it passes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so there used to be this old truther guy, and he used to tell me, there is no heaven in your Bible. You don't go to heaven. And at first I thought he was BS, because I had a lot of misconceptions about the Bible that I had learned in church that absolutely weren't true. And I went and looked it up, and it's yeah, I don't really see like a promise that you're going to heaven at all. Like, I see like a catching away, but it doesn't say that we're going to heaven, right? And the catching away is the very last thing that happens, like in the physical realm.
Unless we're one of the people who were on the cross next to Jesus, didn't he say like today you'll be in paradise with my Father or something like that?
Right, but does that mean that he's going to heaven?
No, he could be talking about Butte County for all we know.
Yeah, because where's God? He's everywhere, right? All knowing, all present.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm absolutely incorrect. I would love to see the address in the scripture where I'm incorrect, but I think that heaven's going to be brought down to us.
There is the scripture about the rich man and Lazarus, which kind of proves the firmament where he goes up there, and then the rich man saying, "I'm so thirsty, can you just dip your finger in the water?" Which proves there's water right there. And Lazarus says, even if I wanted to, I couldn't, because there's a great chasm fixed in between both of us, so neither of us can cross this barrier, you know. But again, that doesn't say heaven. He could be just right above the dome in the water, which isn't necessarily heaven.
You know what's interesting to me? Plasma. I used to have a little plasma ball when I was a child, and I would just play with that thing for hours and hours and hours, till finally one day my little brother broke it. But like,
yeah, because plasma's so common. I know. I had a plasma yo-yo.
Did you?
I got some plasma 19 right here.
Yeah, you know the little yo-yo that glowed in the dark. Yeah, wasn't it plasma?
So yeah, when we talk about light, like lightning is light, the plasma and the fluorescent bulbs, or neon.
We used to go hit plasma bugs at nighttime with wiffle bats.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
It wasn't very nice, sorry. That wasn't nice. Forgive me. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'm more than a little curious of how you're going to reach your amends with the dead, you know. See, how's that lyric go? More just a little curious of how you planning on going about something to your amends with the dead.
Especially
it's a perfect circle.
The,
go ahead.
The bug death toll. I know. How am I ever?
Yeah, me driving for 20 years. Yeah, I've killed lots of. Dude, one terrible night, I drove right through a line of puppies. It was so fucking bad. It was so bad, dude. So the mother crossed the road safely, and the puppies were kind of straggling.
Oh,
and it
shit.
It was like a dirt road.
And then Hank comes along.
Bro, it traumatized the fuck out of me, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I love puppies. Yeah, it was my last delivery of the night. I was in a hurry to get back to the store. And it was dark, and it was a county road. And I hit the brakes in time to miss the mama. But I just like through the puppies. It was bad. But I'm usually pretty good at dodging stuff. There's no way I was.
You ate the hair of the dog, homie.
It's like a puppy apocalypse.
Yeah, it was bad. It's bad. It was really bad. Damn, and a train? Funeral and a train. Today's going by smooth.
The name of my new rock band, Puppy Apocalypse.
What was that like on Duck Dynasty? Kill the puppers!
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I'm telling you guys this first. The name of my band is going to be called FEMA Camp. Flat Earth Maniac Assassin Camp. FEMA Camp. And I'm getting it tattooed on my toes.
There was already a Flat Earth Music and Arts.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, did they have camp? Did they have camp after that?
Yeah.
So it's
So as
Flat
long as
Earth
you don't-
Music and Arts Camp?
Yeah, just don't name it Flat Earth Music and Arts FEMA Camp.
No, it's Flat Earth Maniac Assassins.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a question for the puppy.
Oh shoot!
Sorry, I don't know your name. I can't see who's talking. But so you have attention deficit disorder? Because I've been listening for a while, and you go from one subject to another, like in just in a heartbeat. You'll
Yeah,
say something.
I'm probably
and
to
then-
blame though.
No, it's the
I'm
way
sorry.
that it's okay. So you would call it attention deficit disorder. I would call it hyper attention disorder because I'm always like observing everything. Like I can hardly read in a crowded room. Like when they say he can't read, I can read just fine when it's quiet because I'm not perceiving everything. I can't shut things off.
Yeah.
So every little thing I pick up on, nothing hardly gets past me. When people double speak or lie, I can usually pick it up, especially if I can see them. So I wouldn't call it, ADHD or whatever you call it. I would call it like a hypersensitive person, a highly sensitive
well-
person.
Well, I was just asking because, for example, you were talking about heaven, and then all of a sudden, what's really neat? Plasma. It's like, what does that have to do with heaven?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, the sun is plasma, and the moon is possibly plasma, and when the sky glows blue, it's plasma. So there's the connection.
To heaven?
Sky, sun, moon, heaven. It's not a real reach. It's not a very big reach.
Well,
well, in Australia, heaven's underneath us on the other side of the earth. So
no, bro, that's not a ball. Yeah, the thing is that I can't really shut it off. Like the thing that my brain does, how it's constantly like analyzing and flipping through stuff, and yeah, I can't shut it off unless I sleep, and then I have some amazing dreams where I can fly. But I usually can't shut it off when I'm awake.
Dude, my girlfriend knows this guy he was raised in Theosophy, and his parents are the head of Theosophy in Santa Barbara, and they raised him, and he literally believes this. They told him, if you have a faith enough, you can fly, and you can also make yourself invisible. So every time I see him, I'm always like, I believe I can fly. It's so funny. He really legit believes that, though.
Have you ever acted like he doesn't, like you can't see him, and therefore like maybe it's working?
No, I should though. I don't see him very often. He's a really peculiar guy who every time he comes around any girls that I know, he falls like deeply in love with them. Like deeply, like crazy. Yeah, he's a strange one. That Theosophy's a strange one though, dude. It's really big here where I live. There's a lot of rich people. They just opened up a new Scientology place right here in Ventura. It's huge. It's just giant black building, and they have all these weird like symbols and stuff on the outside, like these weird triangle symbols, and there's never any cars parked there. It's so weird, dude.
Yeah, I'd be careful with that place. If you talk too much crap about them, their lawyers will actually come after you.
Yeah, you guys ever seen that thing that Reckless Ben did, where they shined the light that said Scientology sucks on the Hollywood Scientology place? Anybody?
Nah, bro, I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Well, they did. They did it for like a half hour, and then the Scientology place like called the cops. The cops couldn't do anything, so the Scientology place rented a giant truck to park in front of them and block their light. So funny.
And I really wouldn't call it disorder. I don't think I have any disorder. I think it's actually order. Because like last night I'm shopping with my wife, right? We're looking for food, and she was joking like, "You sure do take a long time." And I was like, "I can't help it. gotta analyze everything. I'm gonna pick the best honey. You know, so I'm looking at the honey that has the slowest bubble, right? Because that's the best honey, right? So, yeah, I think it's more order than disorder.
That sounds more like hors d'oeuvre.
What, like in French?
I'm very similar. I'm sorry. I'm very similar to Hank, actually. Hypersensitive, and I can get confused. Like, I can't, if there's a conversation going on in a room and I'm trying to concentrate, if somebody's talking to me in another room and I hear a conversation, I sometimes get confused. The input that's coming in sometimes is too much for me, actually overwhelming. So I've sort of developed a way that I have to purposely put blinders on to cut off some of the input, some of the sensory input. Cut it off a little bit.
Exactly, bro.
Or
Yeah,
else
when
I
two
can't-
people are talking to me at the same time. Yeah, you ever get that, Sonny?
Yeah, can't do it hardly. Well, it depends on the situation.
So I'm not deaf. Like I can hear really well when it's really quiet. I can hear like the slightest whisper, right? But when there's other people talking in the room or there's background noise like machines, I can't hear people, and I have to resort to reading I read lips. Not because I'm deaf, but because I can't decipher all the extra background noise. Like I can't turn it off and listen to what they're saying to me. So when people started wearing masks, I'm like, what? I can't understand you.
I know.
I had that exact same problem.
I had to give up trying to understand them. Then I'm like, okay, the smart thing would be just don't talk to them at all.
That's why I stay in my headphones and pretty much ignore the outside world.
Lately, what I do with the tourists are going by, they're in these big, they're in these big vehicles. I don't know what the hell they are. They're like a bus with a big open top, and they're all in seats. Anyway, so they're all up there, and they're all covering their face like that. And I'm like, what happened? Did something happen? What's up with the blank diddy blank? That's so funny. I love having a captive audience out in the public where they're standing in line. I get to say anything I want to.
So yeah, when I'm at work, like I pretty much ignore the outside world and just kind of go through the motions because my job is so easy. I feel like a monkey could do it. The only time it's easy when people, like the only time it's hard is when people give me the wrong address. Or a Mission Impossible where they won't answer the door, they don't answer the phone.
Dun 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 dun. Sorry, Mission Impossible. See, it's all recorded in here. Tell you. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse.
It's a blessing to be able to retain information. I used to know this one guy named John, and he was one of those musicians that were like, how do I say it? I'm not going to be able to say it politely. Fucking out there. He's fucking out there, man. Like he's on a level that the rest of us are not on. You know what I'm saying? But he's a brilliant musician, like symphony.
Symphony.
Yeah, I'm not firing on all cylinders today. I'm not used to being up this early. But yeah, he was a symphony, some sort of player, and he would be talking about shit like deep analytical, like psychological shit, and no one else could understand what he was talking about. And I was like, bro, you're gonna have to like write this down, right? Because when you talk, like I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but yeah, he was like a psychologist the way that he talked. He called, what was his name? John Carter on Google Hangouts. Yeah, I won't forget that dude anytime soon. Yeah, he started talking about like all the pedophiles in Hollywood and DC and stuff like that. And everybody was like, John, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, oh, John's been researching Pizzagate, guy.
Yeah, I have to be careful what I tell people also. A lot going on in here.
Yeah, but I was trying to translate what John was saying. I was like, John, you got to like write it down or make a video or something so I could translate it. Because he was just on another level, man. If Josh was here, Joshua, if he was here, he'd back me up. That dude was on another level. So here's another weird thing that I do. I'll be having a conversation with somebody, and like something will happen, like we'll get interrupted, and then I'll come back like 3 hours later, 3 days later, 3 months later, and I'll pick right back where that conversation was, like it never ended. And the other person's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'll be like, "Oh, remember like a couple weeks ago we were having this conversation?" They were like, "Yeah, I remember that conversation, but that was just like out of nowhere." And it was like the conversation kept going on in my head, even though like that person wasn't anywhere around me for like that duration of time. And it's like I have debates that go on in my head, like.
Yeah, sometimes I have a delayed reaction and I comment about a conversation that happened like 10 minutes ago. And people are like, what? And I just have to recede and go, never mind.
Yeah, we all do weird shit, man. All of us. You ever took that Briggs-Myers personality test?
Yes, yeah. I was actually doing some studying about it about a year and a half ago.
What was your results?
An INFP.
Ooh, you almost got it. You almost got the rare one.
Yeah, it's pretty rare still. I think it's only like 5% or something.
Yep.
For INFP. INFJ, yeah.
So I'm an INTP.
Ah, okay. You seem to do the same thing I do as like the first time I took it, it showed me as a E. Wait a minute, what did I say? It was EN. No, I forgot already. It said I was an extrovert, and then the next time I did it said introvert. So what I found, it seems to be the same with you, because you could be very extroverted too, and I have this ability to switch. Apparently, I can go from introverted to extroverted.
Well, you don't see me in my everyday life. In my everyday life, I'm on my headphones. Don't really respond to people unless they talk to me first.
Yeah.
And then I try to weasel my way out of a conversation, unless it's my family, if it's somebody I care about. But if it's just like another coworker, it's like, okay, I don't want to be addicted to this guy, so I'm gonna talk to him about his Republican views.
So, Sonny,
you know what I mean?
So, Sonny, that's called bipolar disorder, man.
What? Wait a minute. That's cute.
Bipolar disorder, dude. So,
what is considered bipolar disorder?
what you just said, the Myers-Briggs told you one, you were one, and then the other, right? So you're bipolar.
Do you sleep a lot? Do you get good sleep, Sonny?
Thanks, I guess.
I tried to get it in, but Hank was going on about nothing again.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
I do that sometimes.
Yeah, I don't believe that paradigm anyway, but I appreciate it. Yeah, they told me that. They told me lots of things. I think all they were trying to do is try to suppress my personality traits. And I'm like, now I'm like, fuck that, man. This is who I am. What the hell was I thinking? Believing them was the worst part. I had to deal with myself on that one. Why the heck did I believe these idiots?
Well, I take a different view on that test. You know, it's not scientific, right? But the answers you gave are true, and the results that they gave are true. not necessarily the personality type, but they can tell you like you're not. If you're an introvert like myself, then they'll tell you like you're not very good at extroversion, so you need to like practice, go do new things and experience new stuff that you haven't experienced, and go to parties. And that's actually the best thing for a person like myself, is to find that balance in the middle, because that's what a mature person is.
Right.
Yeah, they'll also try to confuse you and tell you, like if you're less masculine or if you're more feminine. Try to make these excuses to add into to put into what they're saying.
To label you, actually, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm actually proud of you, bro. I'm proud of you, Sonny.
Likewise, man. I'm proud of you too.
Hey, so I've been I've been practicing the songs that I've been playing lately. The ones that I know.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe this weekend we can practice the songs that you know, so I can get.
Yeah. Yep. Perfect. We'll talk about that. Yeah, but it's interesting, when Enoch and I met, and when I got together in the same room with another flat earther, you could freaking feel the intuition, man. I'm telling you, it was it was wild. Like, I don't know, did you feel the same way? Because I never really met another flat earther in real life. I don't know.
I mean, I felt like you said, man. Like it feel. I don't know how to express. I don't know how to express.
Feels like a higher level. It felt like a higher level of like a higher vibration in the room. Just
I definitely didn't feel alone.
What
I know how I used to.
Everyone in the room, Alexander, let's go over how you feel too. So, and Bluffy, we'll get to you. We'll ask you your favorite color.
There we go. There we go.
Alexander, how you feel, man?
Hey,
no,
Kiwi, how you feel?
We're not talking about feelings. Stop it now. Okay. That's the end of that shit. All right,
Bluffy,
Alexander.
what's your favorite color? You had at least 10 seconds to figure it out.
What's your favorite ball? What's your favorite size ball? Is it 39.59?
Yeah, what do you think, Alexander?
What do you think about the globe? How about them globes? Shoot.
Cosell, Howard, how you feel? What's your feeling?
How you guys feel about the balls?
He's on a roll now with the feeling.
We're going down the list, man. DCO, we already know how you feel. Trace, what's your feelings?
Green in a bottle.
I figured as much. I was going to say that, but I didn't want to spoil it.
A what in a bottle? I'm sorry. Didn't catch it.
My feelings are green and in a bottle.
Green in a bottled green. Bottled green.
Cream in a bottle. I was like,
green.
okay.
Green. 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 I'm glad I could spell green for y'all. Great. Anyway, feelings. Elisha Savvy. Thanks for joining us in Deaf and Muted. Okay. Moving right along. Go to the bottom of the list. That makes it more interesting. Then back to the top. Old dude, how are you feeling?
My feelings would equate to a battle axe or maybe a sword, my friend.
Battle axe? Okay.
Flat Earth Solar, how you feeling right now? What are your feelings?
I guess I deserve this.
Hank, we already know yours. You're tripolar. Jenny.
This is great. Jenny, are you on break?
He said tripolar.
I have the day off today, and I don't know why you guys are calling out my name at this point in the conversation.
Yeah, we want to know how you're feeling.
Feelings.
Oh, I'm feeling pretty chill. I just made myself some homemade caramel sauce for a really awesome ice blended coffee drink.
No, your
That's how I'm
feelings, not how
feeling.
you feel.
Okay, so
Your
tell us how you feel. Tell us how you feel about the coffee drink. How does it feel to be making your coffee drink?
Feel. Okay, how does it feel?
Feeling.
All right, can we get back to the scientific method? I feel like getting back to the scientific method.
How do you feel, Hank, about the scientific method? How do you feel
Jenny, you're
about
getting
it?
rumpus by both Hank and Sonny.
That's fine. I'm used to it. It's been 5 years. I'm used to
Jenny,
it. Dude.
Jenny, tell us how you're feeling. I'm sorry, I'm muting.
No. It's all good, dudes. I get it.
Okay, Jenny couldn't respond.
Don't give a fuck how you feel. Okay, this
So-
is my day off. I am not required to do anything. Can you repeat the question?
What are your feelings?
What the? Okay. I guess I feel stymied right now because I'm about to call you guys Willis. What y'all talking about? Sonny? Do you want to be Willis?
That's okay. Do you want to be Willis?
I don't know.
Okay, I can tell you how this all started. I was asked if I had ADD, and I started analyzing myself, which I probably shouldn't do online.
Right. Yeah, okay, so are you saying you walked into that one? Or you let the dog out?
No, here's how it progressed. We all joined in diagnosing ourselves, right? Didn't we? And then that's how it got to feelings. Then QE came in.
Oh, okay. And he's like Cat Williams looking around confused and shit.
He's asking. He's not confused. He's asking everybody, how are they feeling? What are your feelings?
Wait. Okay.
I don't think she understood. Go ahead and start over from the beginning.
No. I'll catch up. It's all good. You guys go.
Rewind the freaking tape if you want to hear so bad.
We could do that. I don't know. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm a scatterbrain today because I don't have to do anything. So I just want to make a comment that I think is ultimately hilarious. And that is every time, well, it seems like to me, it could be a coincidence, but like every time QE comes in, Matthew learns, he leaves.
No, that's predictable, man.
I can't help but giggle about that. Sorry, Matthew, but
you could put a timer on that, man.
On the other server, Science versus Scientism, when QE comes in, everybody goes on mute, and everybody's afraid to talk.
Yeah. Okay, so like earlier, he came in for a moment, and I think it was when you guys were first starting to talk to Fuzzy, and he came in. I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, don't hurt him. Like, don't pulverize him. Yeah, because you guys know, sometimes people get dogpiled in here. Oh, so funny.
Remarkably still here today.
Yeah, Matthew tried to wiggle in his sextant on a globe again.
Tried to wiggle his sextant on a freaking sphere. Yeah. Nice.
Triangle lines are curved now.
But he said it himself. He goes, there must be a way to figure out how to do it on the globe. That's our point. Why are you here telling us there must be a way? That means they never do it on a globe.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tag this. This is what he used. You can follow the tag. Assuming a star is infinite miles away, right?
Wow. Okay. So is that really how angles work?
Not
I mean,
here.
looking at that diagram, on that
No.
diagram, that looks ridiculous. WTF? Come on. I mean,
I know. You see that you're on part of a curvature at B, a 45-degree angle.
nobody does that. Nobody, quote unquote, measures. This is a calculation. Measures a sphere using an instrument that is flat. Much less to say imaginary lines and shit. What the fuck? God. Okay, do I sound like
Sound like Jenny on your day off to me.
yes, good. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Yep, I'm really gonna go squirrely on y'all real soon because I'm gonna make this really big, really strong, ice blended coffee, and I'm gonna smoke a lot of weed, and I'm gonna go really squirrely on all y'all. How you doing?
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen. But Matthew learns image explaining how you use a sextant on a globe. I mean,
Yeah, he tried to, because when you do this measurement to the horizon, right, you need to do a correction, right? So take out your elevation. Yeah, so you're conceding that the horizon drops at altitude. That's then what he tries to do, right?
so this is a formula to correct their math.
No.
Oh,
This is
I'm
just them
sorry.
explaining it. This just them explaining away how you, because one uses a sextant without assuming a globe, right? So it's just using it, creating a straight line to the GP of the star, right? And then doing that multiple times and determining your location. Nobody assumes a globe or does anything with a globe.
This thing is incoherent. I slammed him the other day on it, and he's still posting this crap.
All right, but my question is, what is this formula at the very end of the text?
He could have just not put anything but just his formula in there, and it's not even that. They're just making shit up mathematically. The formula is pretty simple. With your elevation angle, all you have to do is take 90 degrees minus your measured elevation angle times 69 miles or 60 nautical miles, whatever units that you're using, and that equals your circle of equal altitude. So, for an example, let's say you made a 50-degree elevation angle to the sun, right? So that leaves 40. 90 minus 50 is 40. So you times 40 times either 69 miles or 60, and that gives you how far away you are from that GP.
Yeah, that's totally different than the bullshit he's got on his thing.
It's real simple. 90 minus 50 equals 40. So around that GP is a 2,760 mile radius or 2,400 nautical miles. So this whole thing is fucking moron.
Maybe we need a new Matthew Learns.
His diagram. What do we have? A and B. Who are A and B? We got two people out here lost. You have radio communications to B. So Alice and Bob are out here. Right? Alice. Yeah, right. So this is an Alice and Bob argument. So, and what the hell is he doing here with the two straight lines going up, up through Bob's ass?
Up into the sky.
What is this? Does anyone know? I don't know.
I know how to make a straight triangle, but I don't want to give them the answer, right? I know how to make the triangle with straight lines on a globe. But if I give them the answer, they're going to be, quoting me, and I don't want to give it to them.
He called it a flat Earth right triangle, as if there's a specific kind of right triangle. It's a flat Earth right triangle? Really? So, congratulations, flat earthers, you invented the right triangle.
So we've got right triangles and the scientific method cornered.
Yeah, QE's got his own scientific method, right? But we're science deniers. Okay.
Was that a pun, QE? Got him cornered, right triangle, cornered. Was that an intentional pun?
It wasn't.
It's like when they use the term cornered the market, right? So cornered, yeah.
Yep, 90-degree corner pocket. Yep.
Oh,
okay. It was, as far as you know.
Mm-hmm.
But when you use a sextant, you don't do this, right? You don't do this
There isn't
equation.
even a sextant in the diagram.
Right.
What's Alice doing over here with her 90 above her head? What's that mean?
That 90, hold on a second. Yeah, that 90. Yeah, that's actually the real line of sight over flat Earth. Everything else is fake. Pretend it's a ball under the flat Earth. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems so stupid using the angle to things in the sky. And what he was saying is that is supposed to determine tilt, Earth tilt.
What?
Earth tilt, man. I heard him say it. He's saying it equates to Earth tilt. The angles to the stars equate to Earth tilt.
What?
Yeah. I know. What is right?
Did you hear the latest song, Bob Rooney?
Not yet. We should play it.
You haven't heard Bob Rooney yet.
No, I'm a little behind.
Oh my God!
Sorry.
You've been in here. You're like in a closet or something.
No, man. No, I went out yesterday for a few hours, and I went to bed early.
You didn't see Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy?
I'm gonna freaking play it right now, bro.
I wasn't done yet. You didn't see Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy, pirate Pythagoras' formula and call it his own?
Sounds great.
That sounds ethical, right?
Brothers, right? You guys got to get out. All right.
Yeah.
Jeez. What are you doing, Sonny?
What am I doing? I'm drinking coffee. What are you doing?
Brother.
What are you doing, man?
I should know better to be talking to you right now.
Why?
Jeez.
Why, man? Why?
You don't even know Bob Rooney.
Oh, okay. That old
Cousin Bob
chestnut.
Rooney. You don't know Bob Rooney.
Where have I been since I haven't heard the latest Numpty clip? You're right, man.
And it's
I feel
not the latest
fully-
Numpty clip. It's not the latest Numpty clip. Oh, brother. This is too difficult, man. Just make sure you watch today's, though. You'll get a belly laugh out of it.
Okay.
Let's do it right now.
No, you can't do it right now. It's on in an hour.
Oh, okay. All right. Good to know.
I heard a QE. It was really good and it was hilarious. So great show
Oh,
yesterday.
yeah. Don't give it
Wait,
away.
what?
If you're a Patreon, you already heard it.
Let's play one of the recent ones.
Which one?
I'm looking. I'm searching right now.
You could do PhD Tony Purcell. I think that was a recent one, wasn't it? I don't think it's all that long. Let's go to playlists. Numpty 71 in there so far.
Yeah.
Remember, starting next week, you could do Vroom Vroom Motorbike.
Can someone verify Aquafresh?
Now, remember, starting next week through the whole month of October, I christened it the Flying Wasp. All signature Numpty clips. We're going to go out with a bang.
Gonna have to catch up with all those. Yep.
You will. They'll be posted.
Yeah, we'll be playing them on here too.
You can play Drink the Kool-Aid Vroom Vroom Motorbike. It's the top one.
Yeah, you're already up to 71, man. Wow, you were talking about stopping at 50. Couldn't help yourself, huh?
Yeah, I'm not. We're gonna go out with the finale with the signatures, man. Because I'm not listening to these numpty dipshits anymore, man. I can't do it.
Yeah, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're surrounded. You have no choice.
No,
So
but I have to do the editing, and put them all together. That sort. So I have to listen to hours upon hours of in retards. Right.
Yeah. So what's the next phase?
I told you there's not gonna be any more phase. We're going out with the grand finale through the month of October. I told you I christened it the Flying Wasp.
The Flying Wasp.
Is that what that old lady christened on Caddyshack? Remember, she went up to the boat. She says, "I christened thee the Flying Wasp," and knocked the bow right out the boat with the fucking ball.
I'm gonna have to watch that again.
I can't remember. I think it's the Flying Wasp. It's something stupid, right? But anyway.
Okay, here's the Vroom Vroom Motorbike. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Drank the Kool-Aid, March 2021.
I'm a sailboat racer, right?
Uh-huh.
I like watching sailboats, and I like also riding motorcycles.
That's wonderful. I like skiing, jogging in the rain, and a cool breeze. Dislikes, fake smiles, bad breath, and pretender clown numpty dipshit, especially those who don't know what a scientific model is.
If I want to get better at either of those things, I'm going to go out and I'm going to watch the America's Cup. I'm going to go watch the motorcycle race.
The motorcycle race? Is there only one?
I'm going to go watch things. And then I'm going to take what they're doing and I'm going to model it on my little motorcycle or my big fat slow sailboat.
That's not a scientific model, Jim Jones. You're equivocating fallacy. From Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that explanation of a phenomena, i.e. model, theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. What you're attempting to identify as a model and what an actual scientific model is are wormhole warp galaxies apart. I mean, it's not that you're even wrong. This is the belly-laughing dumpster fire category error as claiming beluga whales are catalytic converters. You're exposed. Belly-laughingly so.
Because what I do is I find out I couldn't see the guy's gauges on the motorcycle. I looked at the results that he had. I looked at his positioning coming out of the corner.
You did that all by yourself? I'd have to say, sir, your story here, while entertaining on a second-grade doofus level, is getting somewhat bizarre.
How he managed to hold that angular momentum to keep himself firmly in the saddle, not be thrown off. And then I modeled that.
Oh, Jesus wept. All you did was mimic what you saw him do, crayon muncher. Not anywhere close to a scientific model.
You want to hear some of the things that we can observe?
To be honest, I really don't. But I have an audience that looks forward to hearing comments from soon-to-be or just-released mental asylum patients. So for them, what you got now?
We can observe sunsets.
Your parents must be prouder than game roosters. The sun doesn't actually set, either on your Baltard or a flat Earth. Setting is merely a figure of speech. Also, observations are just looking at something. Any moron with eyesight can accomplish the daring feat. It's a whole other ballgame to validate the cause.
We can observe the sun not changing angular size in the sky throughout the day.
So, angular size means apparent size. Apparent in this context means not actual. According to your fairy tale narrative, the sun's position is also apparent. So your Hemlock Sprite query actually is, why does the not actual size of the sun not decrease its not actual size as it moves from its not actual position? Priceless. By the way, Chris Van Maitre showed that it did change its not actual size during the day with a solar filter about 5 years ago.
We can observe a horizon.
Yes, we surely can. We see it at least 10 miles away from a 1-foot observer height, which pummels your Baltard into the incoherent oblivion. Thanks for bringing it up.
Fatality. All three of those are impossible on a flat Earth.
Yes, and dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils.
My question again goes, all of these things, whether it's motorcycle riding, looking at a bird in the atmosphere.
What is up with these Baltards and birds?
We can make a model and explain how it works.
You can explain how a bird in the atmosphere works? Is this another natural experiment birds humping proof sees?
Because a model has explanatory and predictive powers.
A scientific model can predict after its prediction, i.e. scientific hypothesis, has been validated by experiment. However, your little vroom vroom motorbike model can't. Next block of instruction, how to spot a sail on a sailboat.
That's why we are so obsessed with a model.
You're so obsessed with a model because you're a moron. Number one, I've clearly established that you don't know what an actual scientific model is. Number two, the equivocation fallacy models you've conjured in that pea-sized piece of horse manure you got between your ears haven't even reached wiki reification fallacy status, which is scary by itself. From your alma mater wiki. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. Number three, when you finally breach reification fallacy status, as a good majority of your Baltard spinning space monkey brethren already have, you're going to realize, with assistance from your fleet of slobber nurses, you actually don't even have that. All you have is diarrhea of the parroted fairy tale narrative mouse syndrome.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
That's why we insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models and things. It's a demonstration of how it works in reality.
Uh-oh! Reification is the confusion of a model with reality.
We insist on models.
Get lost, dummy!
So when a flat earther tells me they don't have a model, that's basically them saying, I don't know, and I can't even guess. It's admitting you lost before you even showed up to the table.
Retard!
Hold on, Chemo. Where's their model? Have you seen it?
That model, they don't have one yet, no.
Let's see
Sure,
it. Oh, they
check
don't
out
have
Google Earth.
What the f***? Your ball-tard spinning monkey ball model is Google Earth?
Say it ain't so.
That little charade was renounced publicly, quite vigorously, over 3 years ago by the lowerarchy of your crayon-munching clan. Sounds like you're just making shit up.
Do you think elevation is the same thing as curvature, sir? Because that's just dumb.
Look at you, big dummy.
Elevation isn't curvature. Elevation is elevation. However, the hallmark characteristic of curvature is changing elevation, as in elevation drop. In this specific case, 8 inches per mile squared vertical drop off a tangent from your feet in every direction. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I've shot lasers off the moon. I actually shot it off the moon, and I know that because the first time we attempted the experiment, we missed the retroreflectors and got no signal.
Oh, brother, another bouncing biscuit. This delusion wasn't and never will be a scientific experiment. Interestingly, on May 9th, 1962, MIT bounced a ruby laser off the moon. Where were the retroreflectors then, you retro?
Dummy! Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Yeah, I gotta say, I watched this the other day, maybe shortly after it came out, and it was much better with Jenny's laugh track.
Higher and deeper, Tony Purcell, geophysicist, that's not overburdened with a technical understanding of physical reality.
Sorry, Hank.
No, you're good. I was gonna let it play. I only spoke because there was a moment of silence.
Yeah, I had the whole playlist pulled up, so...
Well, play Tony.
Play Tony?
Yeah, play Tony, and that we'll end it with Tony.
Tony Purcell, Driftwood, Purcell...
Yeah.
Mind Sports...
Yeah.
You're a riot, bro. Hold on a second. I don't know how you got so fucking funny. What?
Can someone go voice chat check-in for someone?
We got some new people in the voice chat. Check in.
Yeah.
It looks like one person's in there named Olga Mati or something like that. Okay, here's the next clip.
PhD, piled higher and deeper, Tony Purcell, geophysicist, that's not overburdened with a technical understanding of physical reality. February 2021.
Greetings.
Greetings to you also. And thank you for the brain dead goober content here for your current numpty clip.
You're very welcome. There was a simple declaration that gravity doesn't exist and that we can't prove it, which is false.
That's some powerful lawyering right there. You pre-law. Stanford? Harvard, by chance?
Claims about how the scientific method work that are also false.
Really? How so there, Perry Mason? Or are you going to rest with your blind melon chitlin hand wave dismissal case here?
On top of that, I got called an idiot.
Well, whoever did, they were extraordinarily kind and seriously lowballing in your specific case.
Well, no, he just said that I was really, really dumb.
Well, he's getting a little closer, but he's still about 675,000 light years away from the current situation.
Now, we can objectively test our relative educational and intellectual backgrounds.
Yeah, well, all they'd have to do is fog a mirror without assistance, and you're kaput.
I happen to have represented my country on several occasions at Mind Sports.
Well, I sure hope none of the questions pertain to physical reality. Why? Remember this?
I am not overburdened with a technical understanding of a great deal of physical reality, as it might be termed.
Oh,
Are you serious? And performed reasonably well in international competition.
Really? What country's that? Tuco and Tobago? There's only 4 people there, including you. 2 are in a coma, 1's a resident of Shady Meadows, then there's you. Some stiff competition, eh? My money's on the driftwood that's piled up in the sewer.
Arwen, Nathan Oakley, Tony Riley, whatever, are not the ultimate arbiters of what is or is not science.
Huh? Oh, what? Wait, what? I'm struggling even to find a response to this batshit insane retard of a statement. I mean, what would possess somebody to make a crackhead comment like that? Did one of these guys, did you get butthurt by one of these guys? It's like saying Joe, Carl, and Terry aren't the final arbiters of what is or what is not a banana. You clown. The ultimate arbiter of what is or what's not something is by simple definition. Duh. So, natural science, not just science. We're not defining science, knowledge. This is natural science. I mean, what we're specifically talking about here, right? So, natural science, the definition. The intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. It either is that or it's not that. If it's not that, then it's not natural science. An incoherent 4th grader can evaluate this in 5 seconds in between iterations of Candy Crush. You dumbass cracker!
No, not by a long shot. And neither am I, and I'm sure that neither are you, Tony.
Yeah, that's right.
So Mr. Insensible and PhD Driftwood here are in agreement that they don't know what natural science is. Newsflash, goobers! Everyone already knew that anyway. Piled higher and deeper Tony Driftwood here already admitted as much when he said he didn't have a clue concerning the technical aspects of physical reality. His bewilderment of natural science isn't a surprise, since the definition of natural science, as we previously defined, has to do with the physical world. Of course he's baffled. As for you, you're just at best, you've disproven the radius of the Earth. Dumb fuck. You know, you two bozos should get married. Your kids would have hooves.
So, you're quite right. I don't declare what science is.
No.
Science is science is an organic process, but generally the bottom line is you show stuff to scientists and they tell you whether or not it's scientific.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
The Bluey.
The party's over.
All right, you can end it. Not a big deal. All right, cool.
Hello.
Just been erased.
Yeah, I just want to say that I heard that the other day, QE, and I actually used some of what you said today in some of my arguments. So when you were asking, did anybody listen to it? I was like, I'm not sure which one he's talking about, so I don't want to be wrong. But now that I heard it again, the first one I heard the other day.
Yeah, you should listen to all of them. I was talking about Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy. The Bob Rooney. He stole the formula, made it his own, and then called it Al Bob Rooney. So I just renamed him Bob.
Al Bob Rooney. Bob Rooney.
Yes. Yeah.
He says, yeah.
Baba Rooney, he's fucking loony.
Yeah. You guys missed it.
Baba Rooney. Sorry.
Yeah. You are so loony. Baba Rooney. You got me off and in a roll and smirking and a scoffing. Baba Rooney. Baba Rooney.
Baba Rooney. Looney.
Watch yesterday's show, man. You'll crack up. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, later. Q to the E. All right.
I like that dude, man. He's just so fucking raw. He's gonna come in and say whatever the fuck he wants.
I know.
That's just how it goes, man.
Yeah, I like that. I think the globe earthers give him too much credit, though. I don't think he actually invented the scientific method, but that's just my opinion. That's QE's version of the scientific method. Yeah, Jenny, your laugh track on top of his numpty clips, I gotta say, that's a plus. Your laugh is infectious.
Man. Especially the part where he did like the church choir, like, oh, I just lost it. I couldn't help it.
I know, that was hilarious. The power. The power.
Never ending entertainment for sure. I mean, I definitely appreciate the wit. It's definitely QE is definitely, among other things, witty. I like the part where he says that people would be better off picking up cans along the side of the road.
Yeah, because you don't want that person making your medicine. You just show something to a scientist and they tell you whether it's science or not.
Yeah, exactly. What?
That's like saying...
What the fuck are you saying?
Exactly.
Have
if you lost your mind, you need to go fucking find it, man, because
Mhm.
the rest of us are going forward. We're gonna just leave you behind. Okay, no, that's not right. No Glober left behind. I'm sorry.
That is their scientific method, though. Go ask an expert.
Oh, I heard somebody say earlier that they needed to talk to like a whale expert or something. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? I forget what expert he like invoked or something or whatever, but I was just like, I think I was on mute. I can't recall, but I was just like, what? Oh my gosh. Oh, I've got tears in my eyes, y'all.
I need to consult the high priest before I make up my mind
Exactly, Hank. You're right
because
on.
sovereignty's bad, right? You can't make your own decisions. What the fuck is wrong with you flat earthers? Like thinking that you can think for yourself and stuff? Like you got your own brain between your ears?
It's like, shut up, boy. Get back to work.
See, everybody's so scared of that word sovereignty, right? Because the sovereign citizen has been deemed like a terrorist. But I don't know what a sovereign citizen is. It sounds like a married bachelor, right? If a citizen is an employee and a sovereign is the highest position you could be at the apex of the pyramid of the hierarchy, right? Then what is a sovereign citizen? It's like saying you're at the top and at the bottom of the pyramid at the same time. So what I've come to realize is that God is the sovereign, the Most High, right? Or you can choose the state if you want to be a statist and a materialist or whatever. But we're all equal under the sovereign. So if you want it to be the state, then the state can take your shit away because they're the ones that gave it to you. Right? And that's what they've done with these people. Like, these people aren't capable of independent thought for themselves and
crazy.
coming up with their own conclusions because they need to run it by a scientist first to see if it's knowledge or not.
It's really cringe.
Think about this, right? So let's say that I'm a man, right? And I have a problem with another man. So I call the cops to have another man handle my business for me because I'm not capable of handling my own business.
Wait, is the hypothetical that you're a man? I don't get it.
Yeah, that's the hypothetical, right?
Oh no!
Because if I call the
tell
cops,
us, Hank.
if I call another man to handle my business for me, right? Am I truly a man?
I mean, like, do you pay your bills? Do you please your wife? If so, yeah, you're a man.
Oh, she was smiling this morning when I left.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. You were saying.
No, I didn't mean it that way. But yeah, she's happy. She's happy. I mean, I've been married for like, what is it, since leap year 2004? So
Wait. So if a woman pleases his wife and pays his bills, he becomes a man?
A woman?
Nope.
Oh, I get it, yeah.
I have 2 fully functional testicles for the record.
Congratulations.
But does she? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I seen a baby pop out of her. She gave birth to a conehead, and he stayed a conehead for about an hour. Yeah, but I thought it was like astronauts to the moon, conehead. I was like, oh my god, she gave birth to it. Nobody told me, right? It was my first
Consume
experience.
mass quantities.
Yeah.
Was that a Harold Ramis movie?
I don't know. I just remember thinking my wife gave birth to a conehead baby for about an hour.
Yeah. Did you have to mold and shape the skull as it developed?
No, it went down on its own, but I didn't know that it
You know
came
the
out
kids that have to
way.
wear helmets like the first day they come out because they got, it's like a jelly belly head.
No, other than the leukemia, he was pretty normal.
Wow. He's lucky to have a dad like you.
I think I'm the lucky one. He taught me patience.
Probably. Yeah, probably. You're both lucky. Okay? Deal with it, Hank. You're lucky. You're blessed, bud. You're so humble. You know what I mean? Everybody knows it. Everybody's agreeing with me right now. You're so humble, Hank. it helps out a lot, and I'm glad that you talk a lot when you're around. Razor sharp arguments, and you treat people really kind.
Is this just me, or does anybody else sensing a lot of sarcasm?
What?
Yeah, I think he's being very sarcastic right now because I can really grill people and be brutal with my fucking arguments sometimes.
No,
Like,
man.
I don't let people squirm
You don't
out.
yell at people. You don't yell at people. You don't really interrupt too much. I don't know. I just respect you. Respect your candor, as it were.
Yeah, same here, bro. But yeah, I think everyone has their own little gift, right? Mine is I dealt with a poisoned child for quite a few years, and poisoned children, they're not like normal children. They'll really test you.
Yeah, sure.
So, but he's fine now. He's a black belt in Taekwondo.
Fuck yeah.
So he could kick you in the face and send you to a nap travel through the future. You wake up later and be like, "What time is it?" It was like I thought it was
Well,
daytime.
Hank, you know what, man? I already didn't want to fight your son, so now I really don't.
Yeah.
You know?
He tried to quit at like purple belt, and I was like, "Nah, bro, we're gonna see this through. You're not quitting until you reach black belt, because really, black belt is like halfway there. Then there's like, well, not even halfway. Then there's like 9 levels of black belt, so you can be a 9th degree black belt." Yeah, because he begged. He was like, "Please, I want to do Taekwondo. Please." I was like, "Okay, well, you can't quit. You got to see it through." And then he failed one belt test. And he was like, "I'm done, man. I'm done." I said, "No, this little setback, you ain't quitting over this. It's like you getting that black belt." I think he made like one little mistake on his routine because they're supposed to do like
it's
a routine of each maneuver that they learned for that belt. And I think he went out of order or forgot one or something like that. One mistake,
Oh, God
and they didn't give him the
forbid,
belt.
right? Jeez. Yeah, they're brutal though. At them dojos. Is it a dojo for Taekwondo? Is that what it's called?
I don't know. All I know is that it's weird in Taekwondo because it's like a point system. You score a point, they stop the match, they reset, and they do it again. So it's like it teaches you how to not get hit. But the interesting thing is that you can kick someone in the face with a spinning flip do kick or whatever, but if you punch them in the face, that's a foul.
Well, it's got to be artistic, right? It's not boxing. You know,
Right.
Leave
right.
that to the boxers.
Right, so I supplemented by boxing with him, and I was like, okay, I don't want to give him brain damage, so I would just punch him in the liver, right? Because the liver is the only thing that can regenerate. So I'm like testing this dude's metal.
It's not a crime if I put him out for 2 weeks because the liver regrows, whatever.
Yeah, that's right. But he would obviously bloody my nose every time we boxed, and man, that dude can hit hard. He can hit real hard.
Are you tall, Hank? You sound tall.
6'3".
There you go. Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's tall too, right?
No, he's pretty short for his age right now. He's
that's why you
about
said liver
5'10".
shots. Get it? I got it. You
Yep.
know, it's okay. Is
Yeah, but
mom
he
short
knows
then?
him. Yeah, she's like 5'6",
Okay.
100
yeah.
pounds.
I can
Well,
tell
you
from
got
that
your
that you're,
spirit.
I can tell from that, Hank, that you're a good dad. When I was 5 years old, my dad drove me to my first soccer practice and just left me before meeting anyone, and there was no one there. So I was just had to find my way home without not knowing anything.
That's horrible.
Yeah, but I bet you got street smarts like no one's business. Highly alert of your surroundings.
True.
You said you had to walk home. I bet you're like hyper aware of your surroundings now.
Yeah, it's also it made me not trust people so much because it's easy to get just fooled into things and not knowing what's gonna happen. You gotta kind of plan things out.
Taught you to be a skeptic from the start, and that's a
Yeah,
blessing and a curse.
And it also teaches me how what a good dad is and what a good dad isn't.
by having a bad example.
Well, it's good that you can recognize that, and you've, turned into an adult regarding that issue.
Everyone has their own lessons.
No, my lessons are better and more meaningful than everyone else's, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You just proved my point. I said everyone has their own lessons. So you you think your lessons are more important? That's cool.
I think that my sarcasm is not landing today. What do you guys think? That's okay.
Define your terms.
My terms?
Here's my term.
I don't have any
I want
terms.
my
No,
own
I don't have
autonomy.
any.
Yeah, I need my own autonomy to make my own decisions about my own life, and I don't need anyone else governing me as long as I am in a state that I can govern myself. There's my terms.
I do what I want.
A mental state or a physical state? Or a geographical state?
Just a state. State of Texas, a state of well-being physically, or a Zen state of mind. And I will govern
all of the
myself.
above is what you're saying.
To
right?
see what condition my condition was in. Really, don't tell me that killed the conversation. It's a good song.
Yeah, if you would finish it, sure.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna share it, and that's all you get. Share it in the voice text.
Weeks or
Whatever. All you gotta do is click it. And wouldn't you know it, it's a band I've never heard of called The First Edition. You know what the best thing about my dad is?
What's that?
He can beat up your dad.
My dad's like 6 feet under, so I'm pretty sure he could if he could dig.
Damn it, mine is too. So that joke just doesn't work. Doesn't work for us. Shit. What did you say, hon?
I was just saying I was going to pull the same joke.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah. I feel like I absorbed my dad's spirit after a while, or at least part of it. I got a lot of energy, and I feel really different after he died, in a good way.
Yeah, I kind of think so too, because I didn't realize what he was saying when I was a child. And then I got older and I was like, oh, like he was teaching me some real shit. Because he would always say, like, if everybody else jumped off the bridge, would you do it too? And I'd be like, like he programmed me with that shit. And he would always be saying stuff like, don't believe everything you see, especially if it's on TV.
He taught you how to sniff out the bull.
Mm-hmm.
The bull poop, that is. Sorry, what? Oh, you got that from Drace? Figures.
Yeah, him and Mom were more these kind of thought orientated than Dad ever was.
Oh, at least someone was, huh?
Yeah, I was really lucky. Like, I didn't know it was fat until Drace showed me.
Well, they don't like to talk too much about it in public, you know what I mean?
Did you say you didn't know he was fat? What'd you say?
No, she was saying she didn't know it was flat or about flat Earth until I told her.
Grace, I didn't know you were fat until she told me.
He's never
Now I
been
know.
fat. I have been fat though. I've lost.
He doesn't
1/3
sound
of my
fat.
body.
I can't be fat. I told myself
He
at some
doesn't
point.
sound fat. What does a
Listen,
fat sound like?
I can't tell if a female. I can just hear it in guys' voices. I don't know what it is. I guess Hank was tall. You got a beer gut though, don't you, Hank?
Sure do. It's not from beer though. It's more like a pot belly. I did
Yeah,
smoke a lot
exactly.
back in the day.
Yeah, I know. So, anyway, I can hear that in his voice, and I don't know. I can't do it with women though, which is good. I can guess people's height and weight though if I see them.
Oh,
It's just,
okay.
well, here's what it is. I know how to do I know how to do BMIs, body mass indexes. I used to be a personal trainer, so I sized people up often. And a lot of times it's like the same size people. You know what I mean? Like, so there's a true average in people in different types: mesomorphs, endomorphs, and ectomorphs. Anyway,
That makes sense.
only on a flat Earth.
No, it's kind of like, it's just because it's like Dre said, it's his experience. It's like back when I didn't know any kids, I would have a hard time guessing the age of your child. But now that I've helped teach and take care of like hundreds of kids, I can get the age range pretty close.
Yeah. Yep. For sure.
When you say pretty close, is because there's different percentiles of like height and mental development. So you might say, well, that kid looks like he's 9, right? But he's actually 7. And that would be me. When I was 7, I probably looked 9 or 10. And when I was 12, there was a lady, she was talking to me at the swimming pool, and she said, "You don't know what that word means, and you're a grown-ass man?" I was like, "Ma'am, I'm 12. She was like, "Oh, never mind."
That's hilarious, though.
Crazy.
It's funny. I used to have this when I was younger. People would think I was older, but then when I was older, people would think I was younger. It's really weird.
Exactly. Everybody thinks that I'm way too young looking to have like a 21-year-old child.
Well, that's what happens. You grow into your body and you reach your genetic potential. So at some age.
I also think if you keep your inner child alive, you're gonna look more youthful. Like if you keep your
Of course.
You have
Why do you think I'm so fucking? Why do you think I'm so giddy and random?
I was gonna say giddy.
All over the place. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
You gotta keep that kid around, man. That fucking rambunctious, just exploratory, adventuresome. I'm gonna throw worms at the girls, little boy. You know.
Excellent. Yeah, you got to keep that inner child alive.
Calvin, right? From Calvin and Hobbes. Just act like Calvin, you'll be fine. Because he's a little shit, right? But everybody loves him, so be Calvin.
I wouldn't know. I'm Icelandic.
Oh, you need to get some Calvin and Hobbes in your life.
Isn't that the
Hang
guy
on.
with imaginary tiger or some shit?
Yeah. No, it's a real
Well, I know
tiger.
who
It's
it is.
just that humans can't see. All the other humans can't see that he's real, but Calvin can. That's what it is. Don't you dare say Hobbes isn't real.
I wouldn't know. I don't read that stuff.
So here's something interesting. If you look up face reading, it's like palm reading, right? But palm readers are like on some other bullshit that you can miss me with. But face readers are real, in my opinion. So what they do is they read your face and they can tell where the lines in your face are of like stuff that like you've experienced. If you've experienced like a lot of sadness, like you'll be able to see it in their eyes, right? And you'll be able to see it in the wrinkles around the lip. Because if you make a micro expression for year on year on year, like you get that wrinkle, right? So this face reading guy, he like teaches like CIA and like other people like how to read faces, and he learned it, of course, from the Orient, where like a great deal of the knowledge comes from, you know, like ancient China and that sort of thing. But the face reading is, yeah, that's right. The face reading stuff is so freaking interesting that you can like see. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I love also the whole the public face on one side and the private face on the other side, and that's why often when people have start developing the not symmetrical, I don't remember what it's called when it's the opposite of symmetrical, asymmetry of the face, because they're always doing one public face but a different person.
Interesting.
Guys, I just want to say real quick, we are missing such an opportunity with new memes regarding Calvin and Hobbes. Look at the canvas we have to work with. All you got to do is take the words out of that speech text and just put whatever you want in there about flat Earth.
That's a good
And
point.
there's endless ones. Yeah, there's endless ones for Calvin and Hobbes. And Calvin and Hobbes is woke as fuck. Look what he's saying, man. Look what Calvin's saying. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Yes, because I want to hear what Hank was saying.
Go ahead, Hank, sorry.
No, it's all good. I was just sharing the thing about the micro expressions. how you can see like an old lawyer or an old businessman who has like really high trait conscientiousness, low trait openness. Like you can see it on his face. Like you could tell that he's just like a bitter old man, right? Just by looking at him. Whereas like if you have like a sweet old grandma, you know, who's just full of joy and she's got Jesus in her heart or whatever, you know, you can see it in her face. Like she's just like full of joy no matter what you do. Like you can't take her down. Like she's going to be at that level of vibration and there's nothing you can do to her.
It's a good way to self-assess your health as well. Because I think that's the primary place where it comes from the Orient, at least, my understanding. It's similar to the iridology, if anyone's heard of that.
No, what's that? Send it to me, please.
Okay. Give me a second, I'll try and find a link. But the gist is iridology is similar type thing. It's both what is currently your current state of health from your eyes, right? You just people who know the eyes well enough. It's kind of like reflexology type stuff where it's different parts of the eyes are associated with different parts of the body and organs. But there's nuance to it in terms of how you understand it, because some of it is maybe like a genetic proclivity, so you might be more prone to certain things because of where your lineage comes from, and then other parts of it is maybe you had a specific trauma there, or you have a current specific issue. That's where the skill comes in reading it. Oh, thank you, Drace. Much faster than that would have been.
If you look at acupuncture, every part of the body seems to be interconnected to every other part of the body in something that appears like a holographic matrix. All holograms have every aspect of the picture within every part, just like your DNA contains every part of the information. So acupuncture works very similarly, has similar things. All of these different health things have these mirroring similarities that makes the world a little bit more interesting, I think.
Hey, do you guys?
Yeah, and there's a biblical press. Could you repeat? You were a bit quiet.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was asking, do you guys mind if I jump in with a new topic? I've been thinking all last night since our discussion, and there were two things that I wanted to bring up. It's not about faces.
Before you do that,
go ahead.
I understand. Just one last comment because I wanted to finish off what I was saying to Hank. Hank, I will send you a more detailed link when I can find it. But it kind of goes the simple way to finalize this, take it back to scripture for what we like to talk about, is the window to the soul thing. You've heard of that one before, right? The eyes are the window to the soul. Something like that. I assume Hank is maybe dead out at the moment. No worries. I'll send you the link later. Go ahead, my dude. Carry on with your questions.
Yeah. I guess this morning I woke up and I had this thought of the Antarctic snow cruiser. Has anybody ever heard of that thing?
Oh yeah, the boat that goes out to the ice and we see the ice and we take pictures of the ice, then we go back home.
No, so they actually, if you type in like Antarctic snow cruiser, it was this thing back in, I want to say
it's a big land vehicle, right?
That's
Huge
it.
wheels.
Yeah. Yep. It was back in like the late 30s, and this thing was supposed to be like amazing, and it was supposed to, be able to last a year with all the supplies on board. And so they just built it, and they tried to just go from like Chicago to Boston, and the thing just kept breaking down. The trip was supposed to take 3 weeks. It ended up taking 2 or 3 months, and it ended up being abandoned. But that was just like a video that I'd seen before, and it kind of piqued my interest in this idea. Like, okay, is there a direction that we could go? No. I should say, is there a direction that Globist would say, if you go this direction, you will just cross Antarctica, whereas, on the Flat Earth model, it would be impossible to do that? And this kind of proves that it's not.
Well, wait a minute, though. But, Gio, by your claim, by your admission, the explanation that you just gave anybody in the room, they don't even have the ability to do it. So I doubt Glat Flob and I can get a power wheel set up to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I thought it was funny that they couldn't create this huge vehicle, massive building of a vehicle, couldn't do it. I guess I'm wondering, like, I watched the video last night.
What do you think Gio, what do you think their fund limitations are? What are their fund limitations for the government making, exploration vehicles in the Antarctica? How much money do they have?
Well, I mean, I only have what I see they're giving to NASA, which is somewhere around 19 billion. So I'm guessing it's unlimited. But whatever we're told,
so we have this organization that's getting 19 billion, or with so many billions a year. They can't even show us going into there. They can't even make a claim that we can. You see what I'm saying? So this would be so outside of the realm of possibility. If the military-industrial complex cannot do something, how could anybody else say, well, this is how you do it? You see what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. I guess my real question was, like, I saw this video last night that said God can create these barriers that stop us from being able to surpass them just with nature. Like, once you go after, to a certain point into Antarctica, you get to complete blackness and snow and sub-zero temperatures, absolute zero temperatures. I think that's true. I guess I'm just wondering, like, how far are they willing to go, or are they already so wrapped up in covering up things that they're not even going to try anymore because they expect everyone to just understand, you can't really get to the bottom.
Yeah, after 7 years, I'm not interested in that at all. I did start off in that direction almost a decade ago with the Admiral Byrd kind of thing, but I realized none of that matters. But, for you being new to this, that could be important to you. However, if they're making these, obviously it's illegal to go there anyway. So there's so many problems. When you open up this can of worms, it's just going to lead you right back to the fact that you're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, true. Okay. That's all I was wondering. That and one other question, you're going to probably know the answer to this real quick, but I was thinking, like, spatially, I'm not great, but if I started, one point on the Earth and I went, all the way, God, I hate even saying this now, but across the Earth. Okay. You would circumnavigate all the different continents, and they would say, well, yeah, it's because you just went on a lower circle. Is that something where, like, globists will say, or heliocentrists will say, oh, you can't do that, or you can't go to the edge because.
Actually, it's worse, Gio. It's worse than that, Gio. What they will do is they won't make a claim because they have no idea what they're talking about. So what I would do is I'd ask the Glober, do you understand that we have to make right-hand corrections when going west? So if I go from Phoenix to LA, I have to make a right-hand correction. Now, that should change. If I go south of the equator, I now should have to make left-hand corrections, right? Well, that doesn't happen. I still have to make right-hand corrections, even if I'm south of the equator. So even on both ideologies, be careful, hold on. Both ideologies require circles to either orbit or circumnavigate or go across this plane of existence. On both ideologies, it's the same, except when I'm south of the equator, now we got a problem because there should be another half of a ball down there. There isn't. So I still have to make right-hand corrections. What I mean by that is if I'm headed west, okay, I'm looking west. To my right, if I just point exactly right at 90 degrees, that's north. So as I go straight, I'm going to have to slightly make right-handed corrections so that north stays to my right. If I don't, I will head south. And that still happens south of the equator. So only possible on a flat plane.
So check this out. Awesome. You know how magnets have north and south, right? And there's always a north and south on a magnet. Well, they tell us that, that there's only one pole, right, which is the north pole. This is magnetic north, right? And that there is no magnetic south. But if we lived on a sphere that was symmetrical and there's these magnetic fields and this is all the land that there is, they're telling us, right? Wouldn't we be able to detect the southern magnetic pole? So what if there's a whole lot more land that they're hiding from us and they're not going to tell us about it, right? Wouldn't that make sense? That we're not close enough to the magnetic south to detect it.
My argument to that, and this is kind of small-minded, I'm sure, but is or the argument I've heard is, it's only the North Pole that actually positively attracts, whereas the South Pole only negatively attracts, and that's why it can't be detected. No such thing, I'm sure. Yeah.
And like 173 billion circumnavigation east, west, west, east, and 5 only 5, maybe 5 north-south in human history.
I've heard something where somebody said, "Oh, if you wanted to lie about the shape of the Earth, you would have to have all these people, airplane pilots and everybody involved in this big lie."
That's a lie. Yeah, that person
You ever
that
heard of
told you
Santa
that,
Claus?
Geo, lied. Well, Geo, hold on. Let me just say that, Geo, that person that told you that lied to you. So when I hope you bring that person in there, and I'm going to ask them why they would say something so insane, because they are the perfect example. They have no idea what they're talking about, and they believe it. That's why there doesn't have to be a conspiracy.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, like, so an airplane pilot, are they just ignorant because they're using the
Geo, but the problem, Geo, is that we're backpedaling. They already admit we require a stationary plane of existence. That's their claim. All the pilots do not adjust for curvature or spin. So what do you mean they're in on it? They're admitting we're right. There's no claim for a ball, bro. So there's no conspiracy. They already make the maps flat. They make the simulators flat. They don't adjust for curvature. The claim is for us, but he's never talked to a pilot, so he doesn't know.
Oh, this is amazing.
That's how easy this is.
Thank you.
Yep, too easy, bro.
But what you think about that information that we circumnavigate 5 times in human history, north-south, and 173 billion times north, west-south, west-east, east-west?
I understand you. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Can you talk more about that?
Yeah. I heard that, and that 5 times was like in 19th century, something like that. And after that, no one was circumnavigating north-south. Nobody
I guess the
did that.
reasoning for that I would assume stops them, or at least the reason they say is, oh, the Antarctic waters are extremely choppy and extremely dangerous.
I wanted to say something.
They do care about us, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say something real fast. They say that there's no way that this many people could keep up lying and not tell the truth. But how many people teach Santa Claus to their kids? Right? That there's one dude in the North Pole who lives with a bunch of elves and one other lady, and they make enough presents throughout the year and can deliver them to all the children in the world in one night. And people teach this to their kids.
I knew all those parents were in on it.
Is it temperature above Antarctica, let's say 3-4 kilometers above? Is it more cold than air 3-4 kilometers, whatever it is?
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think it's almost the same temperature.
Oh, can you guys explain to me, like rising tides and lowering tides, like in the morning and night?
Right. So, do you know how the scientific method works?
Yes.
So you manipulate the independent variable, the cause, to see the effect of the dependent variable. Is that how it works?
I guess let me just hear you out, because I don't want to be led down a conversation by saying yes or no.
Nobody knows.
Sure.
Yeah,
So I got a hypothesis.
Just let Hank go.
Got a hypothesis, right? So my hypothesis is if you add enough heat to water over enough duration, then it'll cause it to boil. So let's test the hypothesis. You put the water on the stove, you turn it on, you see the heat, which is the cause, make the effect, which is the water boil, right? That's how the scientific method works. And then anybody can do this. It's falsifiable, it's testable, it's repeatable, it's empirical, right? So how do we manipulate the moon's gravity to see if it's the cause of the tides? You don't. You can't. You can't put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow, stop all the space-time from warping and all that stuff, right? You can't do any of that stuff. So what this is called the affirm the consequent fallacy. It's a formological fallacy where the lamp is off in your room, right? And your mom says, well, the bulb is broken. And you say, well, that's not the only cause. What if it's something else? You haven't done any of the testing. So you go run diagnostics on the lamp. Well, the bulb is fine, right? You take the bulb out and you plug it into the ceiling fan and it works. So it wasn't the bulb. She was wrong, right? So you check the wire. The wire is plugged in. It's not cut in half. You check the breaker. And then you go outside and you see that all the other lights are off outside. The power's out in your neighborhood. Somebody hit a telephone pole. But she was sure that it was because the bulb was out, right? They're sure that the gravity is what's causing the tides, the moon's gravity.
The two pictures. One is of the idea we get taught in schools, which is moon is pulling the water in a weird way, and then the other picture is how they record the tides and how they move, and the two don't match at all. So are we supposed to take the data that we see in real life or the idea we got indoctrinated with as children?
Yeah, I guess what never really made sense to me was the fact that they said, well, the moon is closer, which is why it's causing the tides, but the sun doesn't cause those tides. It's a minimal effect, but it's so much bigger and should have so much more gravitational pull.
Yeah, that's insanity because we're supposedly the entire Earth is being pulled by the sun, but not the water. It's the dumbest
that never
religion
made
ever,
sense to
bro.
me.
These people are literally possessed, bro. I'm just gonna prove that to you.
Yeah, and just to mention the Santa Claus thing, like I always hated that because I always told people, I'm going to tell my daughter the truth, and she knows the truth. She's only 4, and I tell her that, and I also explained to her just the other day. I said, how would you feel if I lied to you? And she said, I'd be very sad. I said, all right. So the reason I'm not going to lie to you about Santa Claus is because I don't want you to feel like you can't trust me. I'm going to tell you the truth or as much as I know. And she was happy about that. And the same token, my parents lied to me about that, and it broke my heart. It caused a lot of distrust, and that actually caused me to lose faith in God because I said, well, they're telling me about these 2 magical creatures, and one they finally admit to me isn't real, and the other one with powers is the one that I'm supposed to continue to believe in. And it took me years to gain that trust within myself, Yeah,
it's a trick from the devil. I talked to Jim Panda about this in about 2016, and I said, why don't you believe in God? And he said, well, I used to believe, right, when I was young, very young, and I said, oh, yeah, that Santa Claus thing got you, didn't it? And he was like, yeah, now that I think about it, it did, because Santa is all-knowing. You better watch out, you better not cry, Santa's going to find out if you're naughty or nice, or however that shit goes. Right, and it's like, oh, yeah, he's all-knowing, and he's all-present, right, and he's all-powerful. It's like, okay, that's the 3 traits of the Most High God, right? And then you're going to say that, but one isn't real, but the other one is. Don't worry, Timmy. You can keep believing in, the Most High God, but Santa Claus, he's fake.
Right. Now, I did want to eventually explain, to my daughter, the idea of Santa Claus, I hate that it's a lie, but I think it sticks because it should be there to teach children the idea of selfless, anonymous gift giving, and that you can give a gift without necessarily entitling yourself as the giver of that, and knowing somebody and exactly what they want is truly a beautiful thing. Even though that in itself is a bit of a lie, but I guess that you can ration it out.
Why lie to your kids? Why lie to your kids?
Correct.
Close the refrigerator door. That's a second law of thermodynamic violation. You're letting all the warm air in.
That's right.
Yeah, I think I just had a conversation with my ex not too long ago where she kind of yelled at me because I was telling, my daughter the truth. I said, I'm not going to lie to her and tell her that Santa Claus is real or that the Tooth Fairy is real. And she, came back and he said, isn't it cute though? Kids like to do that stuff. And so I just went through and I said, okay, I want you to, if we are going to be on the same page, you give me a list of things that you want me to have her believe in and things you don't. Heaven, the boogeyman, superpowers, Tooth Fairy, Tinkerbell. Let's keep going down the list. And what we ended on, she said, heaven, no. The Christian sense of the word God, no. Santa Claus, yes. And I was in complete disbelief that I had ever been with this person that believes such horseshit and would say something so cruel and unkind to another human being, no matter their age.
Yeah, so people ask, why would they lie? So, why would you lie to your kid? It's cute when you rip their heart out and they find out that Santa Claus isn't real and that mommy and daddy's a fucking liar. That's so fucking cute.
Wow.
Adorable.
So when you talk to your friend again, just tell him, yeah, my ex-wife would even be in on the deception. Thanks.
Yeah. No, I wanted to mention to you guys the person that inspired me. I don't know if any of you were here last night when I was talking, but the person that inspired me to kind of rethink everything, like talks about government mistrust and all that, and especially the topics that are currently being talked about in government mistrust. He actually, I spoke to him again last night as I was going to bed after this huge discovery on flat Earth, and I was going through all these videos and saw the supposed 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but then you can see the clouds being just CGI copied, cloud for cloud. I mentioned to him I sent him some info on that, and he basically agreed with me, yeah, it's all media and propaganda manipulation, but I will say this: the Earth is round. And I said, okay, oh really? And he said, yes. It doesn't make sense for the the moon and the sun to be round, but not the Earth. And I just said, well,
okay, I got a rebuttal for that.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So tennis balls, softballs, baseballs, golf balls, ping pong balls, wall balls, they're all spheres. Therefore, the American pigskin known as the football, it must be a sphere too, right?
You forgot highlight, Hank.
Yeah.
No, hold on. No, Hank should have helped out a little bit more with that. Hank, it's not just that; it's also the field are balls as well. That's what they're saying, bro. They're saying the field.
Yeah, the pool table is a sphere, right?
Yes, right. The pool table is a sphere, bro. Here's the thing with your friend. You notice he went right to the sun, moon, and stars. He couldn't tell you where they measured Earth curvature. That was easy.
Yeah, I wanted to say, and I didn't know exactly how to word it, but I wanted to say something along those lines, but more sticking to the actual topic. I speak so much in metaphors. I try to keep it pretty clear cut with people. I wanted to say something like, yes, absolutely. The sun and the moon are circular, but you are not circular. And the place where you live is the only place where you can find humans, where you can find these beautiful creations. And yet you're not even attributing the fact that this is a totally unique place, separate from those things you may be able to see in the sky. Like you can't say, well, we must be also that, because there's no if then there. It's just associating, like you said, the pool table must be a ball. And I left it at that, and that's all I could really get out.
So those are the smart-ass remarks, right? I guess the honest remark would be like, why don't you measure the shape of the Earth, right? Why don't you go out and take the measurement yourself? Because the word planet means wandering star. So if you think this thing that we're standing on is a wandering star, like those things up there, I would say you should probably learn to trust your senses, because this thing that we're standing on isn't wandering anywhere.
It's such an interesting topic. It really is, because it opens up so much that, like last night, I was thinking, oh my gosh, should I go to church? No. Should I go to the mosque? No. Should I go to the Sikh temple? Oh God, what do I do? Should there's just such a ball of worms, and I know we can really only talk about, well, this is a server for the shape of the Earth, but it really just blows my mind and makes me re-question everything, mysticism, and the actual placement of Satan and jinn in the world, and the idea of schizophrenics hearing and seeing these angels, and if they're actually just being told they're crazy because it's easier to consider them crazy. It's blowing my mind.
No. I mean, yeah.
So what conclusion did you come to with all these?
Well, I mean, just from my own personal...
It's fun thought experiments, but
sure.
Einstein said gravity itself was merely a thought experiment, the bending of space-time. He left it at that. So anyway, go ahead.
I am curious. While you were thinking all these thoughts, did you wake up and bump your head on the bottom of the bridge?
Well, I mean, that's just what I'm talking about. A lot of times when you bring up other topics, like the topic of crazy people, the first thing they go is, well, we're not those, because the crazy people are wrong, but we're right. I actually grew up, I mentioned this last night, with a mother that had gut feelings, that had dreams much like I do, that prophesied the future, that then she started seeing things in people, seeing evil in homes, seeing evil in people, having demons cast out of her by people that she just shook hands with, and then casting out demons from people. And it was really easy for my dad to divorce her and to say, well, she's crazy, she's schizophrenic. Look at her mom, she was the same way, and she killed herself. So it's easy to label a person as crazy. But then as I've grown up, I've seen these prophecies of her come true, and I've seen these, beautiful words that come from supposedly God being put out in front of her eyes that she can actually read. And on one part of me, I want to say, oh my God, she's really lost it. And on the other side, I say, well, I also thought the same thing about the conservatives. I also thought those things about people that know the true shape of the earth. And I also thought this about the majority of religious people. And maybe I should question whether, people that hear and see God, hear and see spirits and can go past that are truly crazy, or if, maybe they have a little bit more insight and can see a little bit beyond the veil that most of us live behind.
It sounds like a constructive restructuring of your worldview.
That's what's happening. And maybe it's all too much at the same time, but that's what's happening.
No, you sound like you're doing okay with it. A lot of people, that's why people shut down immediately when they are faced with the decision to either dig their heels in and ostrich more, or even for 5 seconds take the flat earth seriously. They're faced with that like workload. They're like, well, fuck all that. Even if it's true, I'm not gonna.
I've definitely been the person that says I love stress. I don't get stressed. I actually get motivated when I'm put in stressful situations. When I was, they tried to put me in jail for 2 decades at 21 years old. I got so excited because I was pulling the best lawyers I could, creating my own arguments, writing out paperwork, and bringing in people to defend me. I was so excited because I actually had something going on in my life. And, no matter what happened, I got so excited to deal with these situations. So now I'm here with you guys, and I'm just so excited. I told my friend, I feel like I just woke up, and he said, sorry. And I said, no, thank you for inspiring me to continue searching. I had become complacent in what I thought was the truth. And then I realized I was bored, and I had nothing to go on, nothing to dig my heels into. So I'm appreciative of you all too, just for being here and exploring the topic as well, and not allowing complacency to exist in this world, to continue the process of truth seeking.
Well, I don't know if anybody said this to you yet or not, but my friend, welcome to Flat Earth. You've earned it.
Yeah,
You've earned it.
I'm excited.
That's good. Very good.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah.
It's a lot of fun digging into this topic.
Yeah, I felt this way. Go ahead.
It can open so many more doors. It just kind of, it's like the shoe in, not just the toe in. You get the whole almost leg in the door. You might as well just take a peek around the corner of that door, right? And then once you do, it's all over. It's like, well, I got to find out literally everything now. Now I just got to know.
I can only compare this to when, my father, who's clean cut, done no drugs in his entire life, told me, people go crazy and end up in mental institutions if they try to do any sort of psychedelics. Don't ever touch that stuff, and left it at that. Didn't explore it any deeper than that. And it took me exploring myself, making some mistakes, at 16, doing way too much acid and really just experiencing my first bit of death, or, some form of that, ego death. And it took me getting to explore this topic to then realize, oh my God, the entire government is hiding this from us because they don't want us to be awoken. That's why, if you're caught manufacturing DMT, you're not just committing a felony, which maybe, if you're a murderer, you're committing a felony. But if you process DMT, it's conspiracy to commit treason against the federal government, a federal crime. Holy shit. Holy shit. And where do you find DMT? In your brain? And in every single plant and every single vine.
That's where I was gonna go. Maybe that's the precedent for thought crimes, right? Because you produce it in your brain.
I'm just as excited now because I feel like I found something that they're even more protective over. I mean, somebody told me one time, if you commit suicide, take North Korea or China, but if you commit suicide or try to commit suicide and you fail, but you better succeed because you're doing an illegal act and you'll be, put in jail for trying to commit suicide and failing. And that's more in China. But if you climb up a water tower, you jump, you don't die, you're going to get put in jail. I realized, oh my God, we are property of the government. And it continued with people talking about organ donation. Please stop me if you guys have heard this, but I heard where if you donate an organ, well, let's start with this. If you take out from a syringe a bit of your blood and you put it in your freezer or in your refrigerator, somebody breaks in and steals that blood, yeah, they're going to be charged for breaking and entering, but not for theft because you don't actually own that blood because you don't actually own yourself. And if you take an organ and you donate it to somebody, when the hospital takes it out of you, the hospital actually does have ownership of that organ. And when they take that organ and they put it into a new person, that person does not own that new organ. Even though it's in their body doing a function for them, they don't own it. But neither did you. And that comes from when they first started writing the laws on, people being enslaved. They said, well, we own people. And when they quote unquote abolished slavery and focused more on mental slavery, they really wanted to push the idea that, well, if nobody can own people, people can't even own people, even if it's themselves.
There's a lot to unpack in all of what you just said, but yes, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I overload. I get excited.
It's, you know what? It's good. We need more cats like you out there.
I'm glad. There's very few people
do me a
that I've met
favor.
like me. Sure.
Yeah. No, that's good. Actually, it's refreshing to meet people like you and everyone here in this server. But it seems to be happening more and more because it's supposed to be. It's written.
I see
but
it
anyway,
happening with people.
Yeah. So what you should do is help us out. We got QR codes for this 24/7 thing we do. Joshua Matthew, if you're around, he's not in the chat. I can find it though, and if anybody else has it, that'd be great too. We do QR codes for this thing, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to print out business cards. Thank you, old dude. Appreciate that. Check the voice text, live stream voice text, everybody. I'm going to print out, go to Vistaprint and print out like 1,000 for $10. And you know what I mean? So like...
You're speaking my language, bro. I was at the gas station today, and I'm the guy that just speaks to everyone, and I just wanted so badly, and I didn't because I'm not informed enough yet, but I wanted so badly to just walk up to people and say, do you know what's going on around you?
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that anymore. And you can anyway, right? And just add this to your repertoire. Like I said, I'm going to do Vistaprint, and I'll put the link to Vistaprint inside the world we're in over here with the voice text. And like I said, $10 I think is 1,000. It's really cheap for a bunch of them, and you can customize it and whatever. So yeah, to me that's the guerrilla marketing thing is the way to go, and especially with dudes like you got a lot of energy. I'm sure you would really enjoy putting yourself out there and helping out the cause, you know what I mean? So anyway, just a thought.
Yes.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I'll give you the same answer I gave you last night because I hate to be the person that says he knows anything. I am a questioner. I'm a person that is absolutely focused on finding the truth. But when it comes down to it, when 90% of me is screaming, isn't the answer right in front of you? Can't you just accept what you see around you? The only answer I can truly give is that it's flat. But what keeps me so strong is my questioning in every belief. So, I'm going to keep studying and keep looking at it. I do not think there are multiple shapes. I'm not going to be one of those assholes out there that says, well, if you think the Earth is flat, why don't you think it's a square Earth or a cube Earth or You're not getting the point. You're not getting the point. What's that?
Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
It's a middle of the road fallacy.
What?
Yeah, middle of the road fallacy. So. It's like when you're saying maybe it's black and white.
Yeah,
You know?
it's the gray area. But I will say one thing about the business card. So I run a few different businesses. I'm very young, but I own and run a few different businesses. And those businesses are very active and very, very popular and have for the past decade in my community. I won't mention the areas of expertise or anything like that, but I will tell you the one thing that I'm very staunchly against is this very popular idea of business cards. And I'll tell you the big reason why. If you hand somebody a business card, whether it has a QR code, whether it looks like the American Psycho business card and it's perfect ivory white, it doesn't really matter. People are going to take that as the end of the conversation, and by taking the business card, they have done their share of research, of activity, and of agreement.
Putting up with you.
Right, exactly. And they'll put it in their pocket and they'll forget about it and throw it away with the receipts that they got for the day.
Whatever.
What I make sure I do is I pull out that business card and I said, now I only have one of these and I don't want to give it to you because I think there's other people that may need it. You seem like the type of person that is really excited and really interested in what I'm talking about. Do you have a phone in your pocket? Well, of course you do. It's 2021. Everybody's addicted to it.
Shit.
Go ahead and pull it out and I want to see you look at the site because I just want to see your face. I just want to see your face when you first look at it, and then I want to talk to you in a couple of weeks, and I want to hear your voice after a couple of weeks.
And I want the NSA to know that there's another flat earther walking around.
I mentioned this before, but the world is changing, and I see people in my generation, I mentioned this last night, that are going to be very hard right and very hard left. And what I'm seeing more and more is that people are going to be very, very enslaved, very sucked into their phones, scrolling Facebook to get through their own shit. And I quite literally mean going to take a poop and reading more shit. Like an endless Ouroboros cycle. But I also see people being awoken.
I like that. I'm going to go leave some shit while I take some shit.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to post some shit to a website that doesn't give a shit, and then they're going to ingest some shit so that they can produce more shit, and then they can go eat more shit. It's just a shit cycle, shit storm to make shit people. But I'm really excited to be here. I don't want to talk over you guys. You guys have a lot of really important stuff to say. I'm just super psyched.
Okay. Awesome, brother. Very good. Very good. Well, your business card spiel, why not, right? Just try every avenue to, and I'll just stop it here. I'll let whoever else wants to talk, but...
do stickers instead, clap.
You can do stickers, yeah. Just any way that you want to, any way you want to get the media out there, right? To get the QR code.
Then they can't take it home and forget about it, right? If they see it.
Well, that's what he said about the business card too. Like it's in their history. It's in their phone history when he looks it up. Okay. The last thing I want to say is there's no such thing as bad publicity. I used to say that, but you gotta be a certain way about it, right? Everybody knows how to be a salesman in their own right. So do that. Not too hard. You're not trying to sell them much. You know what I mean? You're selling them the truth. So it's different, but you know what I mean? You can't just belligerently go try to, I don't know. You know what I mean? Find a middle ground in how would you want someone to approach you about this topic, right? Put yourself in their shoes. Okay, I'm done.
I've been accused before of being too salesy, so I completely agree with what you're saying. I think I do come off very salesy, and that's just a downfall of mine. But at the same time, I mentioned the other day, I'm either going to meet people that are more comfortable with me talking too much or very uncomfortable with me talking too much. But either way, it's a win-win for me because I don't want you to be comfortable. I really want you to be actively listening or actively uncomfortable and questioning why that is. What is it that I'm saying that's making you question everything?
Well, because they'll remember that interaction at the end of the day.
Uh-huh.
Right? Exactly. They'll be thinking that they'll be going over the events of the day in their head and perhaps talking to their wife or boyfriend or whatever, kids, dog, and yeah.
Yeah.
Get them thinking, man. Get them gears turning. Critical thinking, though. That's what it is. It can't be just, well, who should I believe? It's like, no. Get the facts. Anyway, go ahead.
I was in here yesterday asking for help because I think I'm really aggressive once it comes down to it. Like, I'll explain it to people, and if they listen, that's cool. but if they're like actively denying it, I freak out. Like, why are you denying water level? Like, yeah, like
Take yourself less seriously.
Like I pay people money to watch videos. It's like the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Just get more goofy with it.
Like I don't ask
exactly,
for
bro.
money.
Because
I give money away to try and get the truth out, like to my friends and family. Like I lose friends and shit. So I was in here asking for help. Like how do I just let it go? Because I can't let it go. It's like if I ask you to watch a 5-minute video and you deny it, like that's you not giving a fuck. I can't be around you, dude. Like if you don't
think of it
give a fuck,
think of it like this, maybe. Chemtrail, think of it like this, maybe, right? You've already won. Everything else is just extra little gold medals on the side.
Yeah, and that's why I lose friends. I just leave once it's like you get it down.
No. That's no. You've already won, right? Because you've gone past the lie. Yeah. Everyone else, who you can help to get where you are, is a bonus. If you can't, then you still already won.
Yeah, so
just take yourself less seriously and realize that you had to come to your position through a journey. Same for them. So you might not be there when they reach the end of their trip. You might just be the guy who just pushed them down the hill or whatever.
You might be you just might be that guy that planted that seed in them. Oh, not everything's gonna be honest. I can feel your ambition from the way that you speak, bro.
Yeah,
like,
I know they're talking to fruition, but it's like if you deny the video, that's a problem. Like at least show me the respect. It's almost like borderline disrespect. If you're not going to watch
that's the thing, though. Chemtrail. That's the thing. It's disrespect to you, or you. It's disrespecting.
Yeah, so that person can't be my friend in that point. Like, it's like, damn, man. Like that's hard.
Maybe you should just give them some time, bro, and like just let them think it over. Like have them like think, oh, maybe it's the benefit of the doubt. Let them
relax.
Go over it in their head.
Learn to breathe. Slow, deep breaths. And imagine if that was your child, right? If your child didn't get it, what are you gonna do? Kick your child out? He's 5 years old. He's hungry.
Yeah, I'll sum this up really nicely. So you've got to kind of Bruce Lee these people, and you actually have to pull their punch. So when what I mean is, when they deny, you should be excited. I love no's. I love denial because you want them on your team. You want them to be an active part of this community because when they're then told the bullshit that we've been fed for years and years, they're going to deny that. So upon that denial, you appreciate them and show them you appreciate them that they are denying it. And the reason why is because you know in your heart of hearts, the minute they see the truth, they're going to deny everything in their life that they've seen that is bullshit. So you appreciate that. You say, I like the fact that you're denying what I'm saying. I was the exact same way when I first started. If people just say, oh, okay, I'll watch the video. Oh, I believe it now. Those people are weak. They're going to fall for anything because they've stood for nothing. So these people, when they deny you, get excited. Tell them you appreciate the fact that you're denying it. Tell them they are the people that you want to stay in contact with more because those are the people that are going to be your strongest allies in the future. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, that makes a ton of sense. That's like, that's really important, actually.
Like I said, I've done business for years and years, and this is how I've been successful in every single business I've been in, because I take people that are my enemy and I see them as my strongest competitor, which can only strengthen both of us. I know I'm a badass. But when I see another badass that's on the other side, I'm not thinking, how do I destroy this person? How do I kill them? Or how do I kick them out of my life? I say, that is the person that I need standing next to me on the battleground in this lifetime war we will be fighting. So trust me on this. When these people deny you, you appreciate that. And you say, I'm so excited that you've given me something to work with. Most people just believe it because they see it right out for the truth that it is. I appreciate that you have something to fight for.
That's what I do, and it shows with the money that I spend. Like, I spend money on these people. Like, I care so much about you, dude. It's like I want you by my side, right? And I give them $20 to watch ODD's True World documentary. So
My
it's
friend,
like
I didn't mention that because I'm just being honest here, okay? You're doing the business card method. When you hand a person $20, they've made $20 from you and they feel like they've done enough already. They've earned that $20 by denying you, and they don't have to do anything more because now they see that all they're worth to you is $20. You could give them 100. You could give them 1,000. It does not matter because you cannot buy people's truth. Do you think I would have been more steadfast in my belief that the earth is round if the school paid me $1,000 for every class I passed? Hell no. I would start to question it more. When you pay people $20, all that's going through their mind is, wait a second, he must be pushing an agenda because the quote-unquote truth tellers just taught me this and I didn't question it, but you are trying to push money on me so that I believe something that you're pushing? Oh, now I see right through it.
It's kind of like the free donut with the subscription.
Yeah.
Right? You get your first jab, you get a free
screw
donut.
yourself
You're
over.
like, wait a minute, why?
Exactly.
Why am I getting?
The best thing you can do is stop spending your money, and I'm not even going to talk about the fact that you're giving them a piece of paper that is managed and run by the government that we're supposed to not trust, and right stamped down shit on the middle is a damn slave owner and an old historical liar. Like, you're doing nothing but screwing yourself over the minute you involve capital. You don't need to put money into something. You need to build your credibility by giving them the most important thing and the only thing you can't get back, which is your time and your patience and your understanding and your care, your compassion. That's what matters. It doesn't matter if you give them 20, man. In fact, you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, I know. The best thing you can give somebody is your time. I get that. I do that shit all the time. Oh man, I don't know. The money is the only thing that gets to some of these people. I don't think it's really that bad, because once they sit down and watch it, it really changes their attitude.
Well, let me ask you: if I paid you $20 right now to go watch something that you believe,
$20. You wouldn't have to give me $20. So that's the thing. That's the difference with these people. I'm talking people will not watch this shit. I don't have time. I don't this and that, and then people even deny the money. So it's like I'm talking these people that I'm really trying to get through to and care about, right? I don't want to give them a fucking week to think about it, and maybe I'll, you know what I mean?
I think you're creating a they and them situation. We are them, they are they, and we can never be the same thing. They are us. We are us. We are us. You were them when you didn't know, when you were being lied to.
No,
now
I know.
you are us.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I got to stop you there. We are us. These are platitudes. I think, this is just my opinion, any way we can get people at this point to pay attention to it. If Homeboy's willing to put 20 up per person, let him do it. He wants to do it. That's his gig, that's his thing. And if the numbers are there, if he's getting more people to pay attention to the material that way than not, no, I have no qualms with that whatsoever.
Here's the kicker too. These fucking people, they have to sit down and watch it. They're not allowed to ask questions. I'm talking ODD's True World documentary. Like 30-minute video where you can't say shit. You'll want to remember this moment as the first time you thought the flat earth was stupid. You know what I mean? Like,
dope, yeah. And honestly, man,
the last time you thought
I know where you're coming from. Who was the guy talking? The really motivated kid that was just talking? Geo. I get where you're coming from too. I can feel your intention on that one. You don't want to make people feel a certain way, turn them off, whatever. I get that too. I think that's what you were saying. Don't make them feel like you're not important. This interaction's only worth $20. You're just trying to sell me something. I get it. I totally get that too. So.
And I agree with you. I do agree with you. You're totally right. If you can give people $20, they realize the truth. Gospel said it right. They'll return it tenfold. Perfect. I just want to.
And then I keep friends, exactly. And then I end up keeping friends. But if they literally actively deny the 5-minute ODD video, and I have to offer them $20, and then they deny that, we're like not friends. We're either fucking or fighting, and that's it.
Yes.
I'll stop my opinion there.
From other people.
I like you. I do like your passion, Chemtrail. You're a badass, and I appreciate whatever you're doing. You know, I don't want to make you feel like I'm saying, well, you can't give $20 because that's ruining it. Maybe that's what I said, but truly, whatever works for you, whatever, you know, your method works. If it works, it works. Good for you. Okay? Good for you.
Yeah, because definitely we're fighting. We're not going to be fucking. I'm just saying that right now.
Okay.
Well, there is that period in a relationship where you break up and then get back to. Never mind, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's like you're either watching this video or I'm leaving, is what I was trying to say.
Right, yeah,
Like
exactly.
you're either going to show me some respect or not.
Well, yeah, because at even, you know, the first minute or two of the video, at that point, it's, can you be honest at the end of this 5-minute video with me about this topic now? Can you be honest? Because now you've seen, come on, it's undeniable. 5 fucking minutes. Talk about it, or you don't. Yeah, you don't respect our relationship because you won't even have a conversation about it.
It's like
the point
that I lose friends. The point that I lose friends is when they think that it's like, oh, Earth is a pizza, blah blah blah, flying through space. You're an idiot. Like, no, bro. If you're gonna mock it and not listen at all, then like, dude, you're borderline disrespecting it and our relationship. You know what I mean?
Earth is a pizza.
Goodbye, Felicia. Right? It's goodbye, Felicia.
To be honest, man, like if never mind. I think it's just gonna.
I'm from Jersey too, so I freak out at people.
Oh, that's the accent. I'd never asked you, but it totally makes sense now. I'm gonna group you into a category and pigeonhole you now. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, look, man, I gotta respect you, you know, Chemtrail. Like, you got that energy, man. You got that high frequency, and not everybody is on your level, man. You know, not everybody knows what you know, so you kind of have to respect that and understand that there's a season for things. There's a season for war. There's a season for peace.
No, I break it down to the simplest form. Listen, I break it down to the simplest form. It's water level. As soon as they deny water level, that's it. If you don't look at the little tiny piece of information that I have, then you're not going to look at any of this information. It's the littlest tiny piece of information. Like, we don't have to watch the video, but if you deny water level, then you're getting the video question, and then you're getting offered money, and then you're getting broken up with. But water level is the simplest part. Boom. If you can sit and listen for a split second, then you're good. Everything's good. I can have a really good conversation with strangers. But as soon as a friend tries being stupid, I don't like it. So I break it down to the simplest form. It's like, not everybody knows the things I know. I get that, and I explain it to them wonderfully. It's water level. That's it. And you either get it or you don't.
But what I'm saying is like, I feel like sometimes you might be going up to people that are, you know, actually planted a seed, and you're like kicking the fuck out of them, like, give me a melon, motherfucker. It's like, whoa, he's not ready. You just planted the seed. Like, you're like, you know, standing over it so it's not getting any sunshine. You know, it can't breathe clearly because, you know, it's like, you got to give it space and let it grow. You know, you think about Ferngully. You know, help it grow by walking away. You know,
man, I love that movie.
And cut the gas line to the bulldozer, right? You have to stop the bulldozer.
Batty's my favorite.
For every breath in,
my
there's a
name
breath
is
out.
Betty.
Chemtrail, you've been breathing in too much. You need to exhale.
Hey, he knows the rap. He knows the Batty rap.
No, I'm not kidding though. I'm not kidding though when it comes to the flat earth stuff, because like, it is real. So it's like, I can't just walk away from them and act like everything's normal. It's not normal. They should be mad as fuck and not take it anymore. So everybody I encounter gets that attitude until you realize it. Like, my friend Billy's here. Like Billy knows. He throws down business cards with me. FlatEarth101.com. This is my best friend. He can tell you all about it. It's like 100% full scale or not.
Yeah, but bro, it's like a 386, and it's trying to delete like a terabyte's worth of data, that they've experienced over like the
He
past
acts
30 years,
different,
and
though.
you're like kicking it. You're kicking the 386, like fucking process faster. And it's like I've only got like 512 megabytes of RAM. Like I can't process it any faster, bro. I'm a 90s model computer.
I just tried to post a photo in the live stream voice text of a toy that I see on my table that I just noticed is like it's the flat Earth model right here, and I realized I cannot do that anymore.
Oh, there's no flash model.
What model?
We don't have a model.
I knew I held off using that term because I knew there was going to be some debate about it and like the terminology. So yeah, I just found this toy and I was like, huh, that's interesting, but I can just describe it. It's by Discovery Kids, and there's a leaf and a mushroom and a log in there, and it's just a globe toy. Or not a globe toy, it's like a half of a globe toy.
Well, yeah. They wanted to confuse us about the universe. Just keep us guessing. Backpedaling. The moon's inside Earth's atmosphere right now.
Oh my god.
Did you know that?
I'm going to try to post the link, but it may not work.
So, how far is the moon supposed to be initially in their model? It seems like 280,000 miles. Hold on.
238,000 miles on average.
Those are 3 parts of the same system. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Those are interrelated components of not just a tree per se, but the aspect of a forest, I suppose, because of the mycelium network with fungi and how it relates to, the growth and...
Yeah, it's a little truth drop, I guess. Sure. Your little fishbowl idea. Operation Fishbowl, right? Come on now. Where are the conspiratards? Let's talk about it.
Well, the really interesting thing about that being called operation is there's an important distinction between operations and projects.
Oh, yeah, maybe it was Project Fishbowl instead of Operation.
No, I actually believe that one...
Yeah, you might be right. I don't know.
It was Project Dominic.
Yeah, Project Dominic, Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah, right, I'm out of here, guys.
Starfish.
Pleasure being here. Have a great day.
Hey, Gio, take care, okay?
Thank you, sir. I'm going to go to work, and it's going to be an awesome day. You guys have an awesome day, too.
Yeah.
All right, man. Thank you. Take care.
So the important distinction between operation or project is project by its term is temporary, and operations are ongoing. So when you encounter documentation that indicates that something was an operation, now that doesn't mean that they tell the truth. That doesn't mean that all projects are dead and that they don't resurrect them and or, have them ongoing. But when they do call it an operation, the intention is for it to be a recurring event. So that's pretty important when it comes to Operation Popeye. In regards to...
Ooh, I gotta look up that one now.
Yeah.
Operation Popeye is when they extended the monsoon season in the Vietnam War by 6 weeks.
Good job,
Hank.
Oh, Hank is ace. Hank is ace in a bag of chips and a extra large pizza. That's what Hank is.
I had no doubts, but still, I appreciate it when folks know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Expect that around here.
It happens from time to time.
Well, wheat from the chaff, you know what I mean?
Cuba complained to the United Nations that America was attacking them with hurricanes. And so the United Nations held a meeting and put in rules saying you can't use weather as weapons.
On other countries. Didn't say you couldn't use it on your own.
Exactly.
Always pay attention to what you don't see.
Wait, how?
Yeah, don't make your eyes go crossed.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm glad you asked. Okay, say that you live at home alone with your wife, and you want to work, and you come back like a few days early, and you get there and the toilet seat's up. So what you don't see is the toilet seat should be down if she's been there for 3 days. So you say, "Hey, did your brother or anybody?" She's not just me.
Hank, man, we're losing about 65% of what you're saying. You might want to reconnect.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let me get closer.
Or no, it's a connection issue. But
hey, is this better?
No, it's a connection issue. Maybe reconnect real quick.
All right, give me a second.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, pop by. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so pay attention to what you don't see. So the International Space Station is moving at 17,500 miles an hour. Where's the motion blur?
Where's the motion blur?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Because the exposure rate sucks, or what?
Well, if it's moving that fast, right, then the camera shouldn't be able to catch it in one spot. It should always be a blur.
Okay, I don't. I guess I'd have to see that.
All right, let me try again. You go on a work vacation, you come back a little bit early.
No. Listen, I can imagine what you're talking about. I can imagine it, but I mean, that's all I can do. I can't. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I can. I know what you're talking about.
Pay attention to what you don't see. Look at both sides of the coins on every situation, and if someone is a known liar, listen to the opposite of what they say.
Exactly.
This is a little bit of a list.
A list, huh?
A little bit of a list. Project Rainbow really seemed unusual to me.
Sorry about the J word. Oh, yeah, that's a list and a half there. I like that. That'll keep a fella busy, huh?
Now, the descriptions you see with those are my personal take and or interpretation of the purposes of those. So that's not in the words of the government by any means. Well, I mean, not verbatim at least. Project Iceworm I thought was pretty fascinating because of Mars being over there in Greenland, and you've got these cities that allegedly got shut down, but I have a feeling that they were just shut down to common knowledge.
Yeah, this is a good list. You got anything about super soldiers?
Yeah, so that's Project Mannequin.
Mannequin, that's what I thought.
Yeah, which is super interesting to me because of the RH negative thing being in the government documentation, where they're seeking out RH negative stuff. That's some like major Illuminati / Nephilim stuff going on there with this interest in RH negative blood has to do allegedly to do with seeking out those that have bloodlines tied to the Nephilim.
Yeah, because see, when I'm not tearing Glober's limb from limb, I like to speculate about all this shit. just not, on the live stream.
The cool part is none of that stuff has to be true, per se. It's the fact that they believe it that means that it's relevant, regardless.
It's relevant,
yeah.
And they got the money and the toys, so we got to put up with them believing that shit, basically.
Yeah. And then there's a handful of other ones right here. Everybody knows about Tuskegee, and probably are familiar with the Stanford Prison Experiment.
Yeah, that was. Did you see the movie?
I don't think so.
It's nuts, nutsoid. Is there a book? I'm sure there's a book. Shit, there's probably studies and PDFs and all kinds of stuff.
So just to tie it in, as is par for the course, and or necessary to do, to tie it in with Flat Earth, would be that infamous question of why would they lie, and that there's all these answers. There's the ignoring the question. There's the insult. You're a moron for even asking the question. There's a lot of different ways to approach it. One of the ways you can approach it is by simply demonstrating overwhelming historical evidence for all of the times that they did lie. And that would be a different technique to help people that ask that silly question.
Yeah, that's called stultification, like when you expose someone else of what they've done before to make them look bad and try not to do it in the future. But in some cases, it can be used nefariously, right? Like if there's nothing wrong with what the person did. For example, this is how the cops do it. Like this guy was arrested for speeding 20 miles over the, the newspaper will say, and he had 10 guns. Like, whoa, it's not illegal to have 10 guns. Like, why would you do that? Like, why would you report that? It's like saying, and he had 10 cherries. With seeds in them.
And he had 10 pizzas.
Right, you see what I'm saying? But they know to the anti-gun people, it's going to make the guy look bad.
Where was he taking all those pizzas? Something smells fishy.
Anchovy.
All he wanted
bacon.
What?
All he wanted was his liter of cola.
I was doing cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Bacon. Oh, it's good.
See, I need to catch up on my.
If
my
anybody
Pixar
has
truth drops.
Sorry, go on.
Brother, I'm sorry. I interrupt people all the time. No, you go ahead.
If anybody has any resources on the Dr. Bender piece that they can share, little request on my behalf. If anybody has any information that that goes into a deep dive on the Dr. Bender stuff, he was doing electroconvulsive therapy and giving LSD to 3-year-old to 12-year-olds with
I don't want to know about that.
Without parental consent, and
yeah, no, I don't want to. So, nope, not for me. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean
that'll make me so mad. It'll ruin like my entire week, kind of deal.
Yeah,
I don't even fucking know about it.
I gotcha.
I don't know.
It's for the people that that are hardcore blue pilled, that wake up in the morning, crack. Metaphorically speaking, and I know most people, including myself, hate the red pill, blue pill metaphor just because it's way overused. But
yeah, but it's effective, so why not?
For the sake of example, like people that wake up in the morning, crack their blue pill powder down on the table and snort it. They're that hardcore blue pilled, just for metaphor's sake, right? And hyperbole, because I like those things.
Why would they snort it? Is that a way to do? Is that a way to do drugs or something? Putting it in your nose?
Yeah, people that are really into drugs, it always winds up going in the butt or in the nose. This is just.
Why would you do that? That's a weird way to take stuff. I'm just fucking around, dude. Go ahead.
Blood. It's all about the blood. It's all about the blood.
Well,
blood
that's
vessels.
true. Blood is spiritual currency. That's why it's such a big deal to the Satanists and Luciferians.
Yeah. And sodomites.
I don't want to talk about stuff like that. There's a line. And at least while I'm in the live stream, while I'm here, I'm going to see how on topic we can stay.
Yeah. And G, family friendly and that stuff.
No. It doesn't have to be G. God damn it. What I mean is, there are topics that no one should be really talking about in public or recording on YouTube. Especially though, my main point is this is just a flat Earth server channel, right? This server alone has tens of different rooms where you can go and talk about whatever you want. This is the only one that's broadcast live and recorded, so that's the only reason. But other than that, man, yeah, you can say the word poop and shit and fuck if you want. You can say those words.
For unlawful carnal knowledge.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyway, there are thousands upon thousands of people on this server, and as well as those that frequent the YouTube channel that remain in their deception, in believing and trusting their authoritarian dictators, and it's confusing to me.
Yeah, bro, you sound like Dr. Mario. I want you to pass out the red pills. If I had any more, I'd give them to you. The Tuskegee experiment is a really good one, right? Because a lot of people are woke on that race stuff, right? And then you want them to be woke on the medical stuff too. Just connect the dots with the Tuskegee experiment and then be like, why would you trust these people?
That's a good point, man. This is really good icebreaker material.
Yeah.
Am I late to the party on that one? Was I the last one to think that? This is phenomenal stuff, right? Pick any one of them. Know what kind of Karen you're talking to, and pick one of these that is suitable for the interaction.
Tailor your rhetoric towards your audience.
That was the point I was trying to make.
That's awesome. Well, now that I finally understand it, yeah, I'm going to do that. That's so funny, though, guys. We talk about bendy space-time and bendy water, and bendy gravity. That guy's name is Force. Is his name Dr. Bender Forces? What is that really his name?
No, Dr. Bender is his name, not Forces is.
He forces ECT on children. Now I get it.
Yeah.
The way that looks, the way it reads, bruh. That's a funny one. Anyway,
you kept saying Bendy. I started thinking about Bendy Irving, which is Steve Irwin. Fuck it, I don't know.
So
one of those names.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, dude.
For those that don't know,
dude.
Irwin. It's Steve Irwin.
Hunter.
Steve
Irwin. Yeah, that's it. Bendy Irwin.
For those that don't know, I'm oftentimes stating the obvious, but I do so anyway. It's a fallacy of misplaced concreteness, also known as the reification fallacy. Is Einstein's little theory of relativity and all that bending of space and time. It is that fallacy on its face.
You know, we get so much of that fallacy here. I haven't heard anybody actually directly address it anymore because it just happens so often. You'd be filling the air with a large percentage of just saying, well, no, but that's a reification. Yeah, and see, that's an appeal to you're doing circular it's reification. You know what I mean? Like, might as well just let them say all of it and then, chop it off at the very end.
Maybe we should get a guy that's got this board to get all the fallacies from Spock. You might want to reformulate your argument.
Hank, I think you should invest in a better connection.
It's not always one's personal internet connection that's to blame. It can be other factors.
Are you standing still, Hank, or are you moving around? Are you driving? What's going on?
I'm standing still, but my phone is way over there where it gets good reception.
All right,
So is it better now?
It's Bluetooth,
Is it better now?
I don't know.
How
We'll
about now?
see.
Can you hear
We'll
me
see.
now?
Yeah, no, you're coming in fine now.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Bluetooth.
I'll tell you
After
what, I'll just bring my phone.
It's all good, man.
Whatever you got to do, man, fix it now. No, I'm just kidding, brother. That's a hard one to fix if it starts attacking you, the robots. See, here's what's going on. The demons, the weasels listening, they know Hank is one of our secret weapons. And anytime he's here, you cannot escape the truth and how he puts it. So, yeah, so they're gonna, mess with his connection. And I have no direct proof of this, but I want to believe it, so I'm gonna talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. So there, 2 witnesses.
So there, yeah. So there, that's my proof.
We are totally the Swiss Army knife of the internet, though. That's for sure.
What do you mean by that?
Because think about the way each personality is here and the different perspectives that we each have on pretty much the same topics.
I always wanted to be just the regular smooth knife.
Yeah, no, I think there's a lot of room for improvement for all of us. Yeah, but we all each have inherent skills of conversation. So that's what I mean.
You definitely don't want to be the toothpick in a Swiss Army.
Well, I don't know, bro. Listen, sometimes a toothpick is the tool of choice.
Yeah, I know. But
you could poke out someone's eye with a toothpick, man.
Yeah, what did Tom Hanks use? Didn't he use like a rock and a ice skate?
An ice skate.
Yes.
Of all things. That scene is so real because of the way they play it. A lot of slow-mo and a lot of really loud, like, crunching sounds and shit. Ugh.
Let the good times roll.
Let the good times roll.
Yeah, you know what never seems to happen in those movies? Just a little insertion here. What never seems to happen is those people in those situations never seem to get an infection and die.
I know. With the exceptions of when one character in a particular show does have to die, then they can use it.
Wouldn't be a movie unless there were a little bit of bullshit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you got to do what you got to do to keep the story going, but...
Yeah, I think that's called a continuity error.
I
don't know.
Dude, I could work in Hollywood and
that's not what it is.
Spot that shit. Yeah, I spot that shit in movies all the time. I can't even enjoy movies because when I'm watching them, I'm like, wait a minute, wasn't the glass broken just a minute ago?
Mm-hmm.
I know.
And that is a continuity error.
Wouldn't Castaway have been much more entertaining if the second half of it just had Wilson as the star?
Didn't that person have the sunglasses on their hat the scene before? What happened to the sunglasses?
Exactly. It's like, we give you fucking losers millions of dollars to entertain us. You can't even get the little shit right. It's pathetic.
That's why I like video games. Way better than movies.
Yeah. That Coriolis effect in that one
Why is
Modern
it?
Warfare 4 on that one mission. It's not in any other video game. Any other war video game, any other sniper situation, you don't account for Coriolis. Wouldn't you want to put that... Listen, wouldn't you want to put that in a video game hoping to represent world wars, modern wars? Are we not using snipers? Coriolis. Gibberish word. It happens, but it's not happening to the earth.
Well, there it is in that bowl right there.
Yeah, why is there only room for 50 people in the live stream voice text? What's that about?
I didn't do
Means we open up enough stream.
We just moved to another one. It used to be 99, I think.
Yeah, why is it only 50 right now?
Because when it gets too full, it's untenable. So we moved to the second live stream if it ever gets
Chaos ensues.
Oh shit!
How many people could fit in a room, Sonny?
I think it used to be 99, but didn't you
Yeah, I like seeing
Chemtrail, it's only 50 now?
people, and it only changed just a second ago. Like it's always been 99, dude.
Yeah, it's looking like 50 right
I
now.
literally just watched it change.
Wow.
It was your system updating. It's been 50 for the last half hour, at least.
Yeah, for the last half hour. That's what I'm saying. For the last half hour, I was like, I knew
they
it
change it
today.
up and down. It's actually been even lower. It's been in the 30s as well. They change it around to moderate.
It just depends on how Discord feels that day. Well, I mean, Ladies' Night is pushing 70 people, so like.
Good.
They probably just boosted up. That's probably Helio doing it. I don't know. Or some Indio, maybe.
Somebody needs to pull that Helio guy aside.
Almost had a fist fight on the internet. I apologize to Helio if you're listening.
I'm just fucking
No, that actually comes from CJ. So we could probably split up who we have and do 2 live streams. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah. No, I hear that. It's just for Ladies' Night. Yeah. It pushes like 60, 70 people.
We've only got 33 in here right now, so we should still be good, right?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I was just saying, I noticed it. Change.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's going live in Dogtown in 30 minutes.
Hell yeah.
I remember the first night I found out that it was 2 streams. I was in the lower stream, and I was like babysitting a drunk guy for like half an hour. And then I realized there was another stream, and the other stream had like some doctor guy up there, and he was talking, and I was like really interested in what he was saying, because the drunk guy had nothing to offer me.
Hey, that's no way to talk about a friend, Hank. That's no way to talk about a friend.
Right, that guy was probably me.
Well, he was belligerent, and he had nothing to offer me.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
Oh, okay.
You should have helped him home.
I think he was home. He was belligerent. And I go up there, and there's like some doctor talking. It's like, I'll just stay on mute. I'll just listen.
I feel bad for anybody that thinks they're living on a ball.
Yeah.
So you feel bad for my girlfriend then?
So sad.
For anybody, I feel bad for anybody.
We do. We feel bad for your girlfriend. Yeah.
We feel bad for your girlfriend, but not for that.
She doesn't think she's living on a ball. She thinks she's living on my balls.
Oh.
That's got to get pretty annoying.
I think I heard her in the background.
Say hi, babe.
Hi.
I got her in the back pocket for when I need her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
She's a good girl though. She loves Flat Nasty.
That's good.
Okay.
Hey, the Flat Nasty man. He's an important dude.
That's straight up Flat Nasty.
You know what I mean? I've had the cops come here looking for him before, and I'm like, dude, he doesn't live here. You guys,
Skedaddle.
Skirt.
Kick rocks, Kappa.
Straight up. I mean,
We'll play with your bouncy balls.
Why don't you go to the edge? Go to the edge.
Let me blow to the head.
Ow.
Well, good. Do we have any Glovers here?
Do we have any Glovers?
Danny Glover. That's bad.
I heard that, but I wasn't going to correct you.
Yeah, whatever. It was a V. I'll own up to it.
Glover.
You should change his name to Danny Glover.
Annie Globers.
Watch all those Lethal Weapon movies.
All right, everybody go watch Wissit for a little bit.
Is he on right now?
Yeah. 30 minutes, so...
Oh, he's on in 30?
22 minutes.
22 minutes. Coming up next, Wits It, Gets It.
Up next on Out My Balls, Flat Earthers take on the Globers, and guess whose balls are getting smashed?
Yeah. Jenny, how's that coffee, girl?
I'll give you a hint. It's not Jenny.
Your balls.
Wait a
I'm
second.
listening to y'all. I'm
Let her
listening to
answer.
you.
How's your coffee? How's your coffee, Jenny?
Lovely. I absolutely love making my own caramel sauce.
I wish I could
And
just.
yeah, I wish I could make
know what I
one.
like to do.
I wish I could come by and join you in that. I feel like diving in that mocha.
Dude.
It's called caramel sauce.
But anyway, so I was listening, y'all, being yourselves and everything, appreciating the conversation, and I was playing Pokemon Go.
Oh boy.
I was battling my Pokemon.
Did you catch them all or what?
Well, I've been playing since like a month or two after it started, like 5 years ago. A casual player, mind you. There's people that really geek out about it. It's interesting.
When you play that?
Hmm?
Don't you have to move around to play that?
Yeah, but because of the pandemic, they changed like the requirements to be in the Go Battle League. And so you don't have to walk to do it, and even if you did, there's an app called DFit takes care of that.
Spoof your GPS.
Wow.
No, it's not spoofing. It's not spoofing. Totally different. What it does is it just makes it seem like you're walking in the game. That's all.
How did I get here?
So it hatches your eggs. It hatches your eggs for you, and so that's kind of cool. But yeah, I still go
some Pokemon
to
feed.
Pokestops.
Does it automatically dispense like a bucket of Pokemon feed to attract all the
There's
Pokemon feed?
incense. I don't know. I never played the main, so it's like I wish I would be more of a Pokemon geek. But it's been interesting, and the reason why I like it a lot is because it's way different from the original video game Atari. Well, actually, there's Commodore 64, and before that there was Pong. So it's like fascinating to see the progression of like gaming technology and the way it works. So that's kind of why I play it.
I think Pokemon might eat Bitcoin. Maybe you just sprinkle some Bitcoin out there. That might help you catch them all.
Sprinkle? Yeah, I do. I do spend some money for in-game. Even when I used to play Farmville. Oh man, that was like the best ever. Playing it on Facebook, and I actually found a online group, and we'd all stay up and wait for the update, and we'd circumvent normal gameplay and all that kind of fun stuff, and yeah. But yeah, Pokemon Go is really meant to be played by people in cities, and I live in a little town.
Do you know why they banned it in Russia?
People kept getting hit by cars.
Really? I'm not surprised.
Well, I mean, people do, but that's not why they banned it in Russia. They banned it in Russia because Putin found out that it's directly linked to a digital mapping program controlled by the CIA.
Oh, I'm not surprised. It's actually based off another, along the lines of what you're saying. The company Niantic had another game. I'm trying to think of what the name of it was. And it uses the same map. Ingress. And so usually Pokestops are going to be at like churches and in like business sectors of an area type of thing. You're not going to see a private residence with a Pokestop in front of it. You're just not. Unfortunately. That would be amazing. But so yeah, and actually so there's a lot of what some would classify as nefarious things with Pokemon and their affiliations and such. I mean, the Pokemon game is a very old game, actually. And some its predecessor was Magic the Gathering, I do believe, a card game, like in D&D days, like when people started playing that. That was my understanding. Yeah.
I used to play the crap out of that game.
11-sided die.
Yeah, I didn't know we used the die. We didn't play by like. I actually went to one dude's house one time and they made us play by like the rules, and the game wasn't as fun. Like we had like our own set of rules. So yeah,
Aren't you supposed to do that?
No, I think if you're playing in a tournament, like you can't.
Okay.
You got to play by tournament rules.
Well,
but we never did
wait,
tournaments.
isn't
We just played for fun.
Yeah, isn't what you're referring to? It would be referred to as house rules.
Yeah, we had house rules,
Mm-hmm.
like our own set of rules, and it was basically about the fun of the game. And like me, what I would do is I would have a green and fire deck, so I would like grow fast and put out like a bunch of 1/1 creatures, and then like as my cards developed, the game further developed in the game, like I would start casting spells on people and just burning the crap out of the person while blocking everything with my 1/1 little tree elves and imps and stuff like that.
Nice.
So it was like quick grow, scorched earth type.
Yeah, I still play that.
But
Who said that?
Advice.
Yeah, I used to play the crap out of the game, man. I loved it.
it's interesting to see the modifications that they had kind of seemingly ready to go to, to modify for the pandemic thing, social distancing. So it was quite I'd have to say it was probably a distraction for some people.
Yeah, just for everybody out there, it's not Pharmakia the Gathering. It's a game. It's a card game, and it's kind of like a real-time strategy game on a computer where you build up your army, right? So, but there's no like computer involved. It's just cards. So you get like land, and then you play the land, and it allows you to purchase like a wall or like a badass bear or some sort of flying attack animal that can go over walls and not get blocked by ground opponents. Anyways, it's a fun game.
Yeah, there's a big difference between role playing and actual sorcery. No sarcasm.
Yeah, just for all the people out there who are like, Hank plays Magic. What is Magic? It's just a card game. Real-time strategy type. I love the strategy games.
Tell us more about the actual sorcery.
Well, if you had like 5 land, you could get like a fireball spell and hit your opponent for 5 points. And from when he goes from 20 points to 0, you win the game.
Well, that's why I stopped playing video games, dude, because they started putting real life like mixed in with it. And it was like they were mocking us on every account. Like it was like they were telling us what they were doing in real time with the video games they were dropping and like the downloadable content and shit. It's just disgusting what they're doing to us, dude. And they're pushing it on video games and movies that they drop at certain times. These people are liars. So I stopped playing video games altogether. Once I realized that, I was sickened by it.
Yeah, Titanfall 2 is not one of those games. I mean, there's a lot of space imagery in there, like you come out of space, the Titan falls from space, but I just dodged a hijack. You know what I mean? It's a Titan game, Mech Warrior suit game. It's fun. Somebody got a balloon? What was that?
This is the sound I make sometimes.
Man, I want to go shoot some targets. I got a bunch of bullets. I want to go
Not
shoot.
yet. The vaccines aren't mandatory. I mean, what?
Not yet.
20001. Good zip code.
Oh yeah, where's that at?
I guess I wonder if that is.
Alaska.
Can I have some plausible deniability on what I just said?
Probably not.
Let's see.
I can though, because I don't know where it's at.
That would be. Well, you know what? I thought that might be the south, or is that northeast? No, northwest. I'll have to double check. I believe it's the northwest quadrant of a special place that used to be known as Babylon here in America.
Yeah. There's a city, right? Babylon, like Georgia or something.
No.
I'm right.
Magnetic West.
DC.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Well, yeah, DC. It starts with 2. Yeah.
Yeah, 20001 is northwest DC. I was right on that. I used to live in 20002, which is north. I'm sorry, northwest is that. 20002 is northeast, which is where I used to live for 1 year. I lived in
You
that
lived in Babylon.
dark city.
Wow.
Look at what I found in the voice text.
I'll stop there.
You don't have to stop there, man.
Well,
Go if you want. Look, Babylon, Illinois.
Yeah, but I'm going to try and find the resource that indicates there. I'm pretty sure DC.
I think all of America is not what we've been told. I think it was actually something quite different. For instance, Memphis is on the Euphrates. It has 7 branches.
Dude, if you really want to know more about that, I got a YouTube channel for you. The first time I heard that the Mississippi was the Nile, I was laughing my ass off. I was like, that dude is protesting. It was a BLM protester. He was like, the Mississippi's the Nile. I was like, what? What's he talking about? The Mississippi's the Nile? Since when?
Wow.
So, anyway, now that I've seen a few other things, I'm like, that's interesting.
Yeah, put a link. Can you drop a link in the voice text?
Yeah, I'll find it. So this dude, this is a highly educational YouTube channel if you like history, right? Because the BS that they teach in school, obviously they're brainwashing you. 13 years of Black History Month. But this dude is legit. Like this dude, he reads like personal journals of people that were here in like the 15, 16, 1700s.
Yeah. I think they came over first and decimated what was left of the ancient civilization, and then people started coming over. Well,
Greta Thunberg lashes out in an epic rant. Oh, I'm about to watch that later. I hate that little bitch. Let's see.
Do you guys know anything about Tom McDonald?
Heard the name. I've forgotten.
What you were just saying about getting like a month to dedicate or whatever, right? Is that what you guys were talking about? It made me think of this line. He said, "We only dedicate one day to remember our fallen soldiers, you know, the men and women who gave their lives. But if you come out the closet as Caitlyn Jenner, you're a hero and you get a whole Pride Month."
Yeah, I'm with Barricade Garage on the Tom McDonald thing. I agree that he's a pretty moist guy.
He's moist?
He's moist?
What?
Yeah, Hangover Gang is great, dude.
I never heard that connotation before.
No. I'm sorry.
Stop.
How can someone be moist?
Hold the phone.
Stop.
Does nobody else here binge watch every single Barricade Garage video like I do?
No idea what that is.
No.
Oh, you guys are missing out.
I think they're just hating on Tom McDonald because and that song Brainwashed.
I'm
Go ahead,
self-isolating.
Sonny, I just
Barricade
posted-
Garage is probably one of the most based persons to ever stream on YouTube.
He
I
said
can't-
the Earth could be flat. Tom McDonald said flat Earth is cool, so I'm trying to get him to.
Since when? He made a whole video making fun of flat Earth.
He needs to come talk to us.
Yeah, he needs to come talk to us.
He needs to.
No, he said
he
flat
needs
Earth
to
is cool.
hear Crack Villain and Battle Mod.
Tom McDonald made a whole video stating that
Put on the show, get out the flow, don't you know?
stating that flat Earth was a deception.
Nah, he likes flat Earth. He said that it's cool. He said that the conspiracies are dope, and like flat Earth is awesome. He just needs to take the time to actually look at it. He just thinks it's a conspiracy. He doesn't see it yet. He doesn't take the time to research it. Like he said, when he researches certain things, he makes songs about them. Like, so I'm just trying to get him to recognize it. It's hard, dude.
Yeah. He's also Canadian, dude. Although,
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
there's a lot of really lackluster results from Canada. That's what that has to do with something.
Maple syrup.
Yeah.
So,
I'm
on the
not from
contrary,
Canada.
though, what's her face on YouTube? She does a pretty
That
decent
doesn't
job.
narrow it down. It does not narrow it down.
It's literally the name of her YouTube channel is What's Her Face.
Whoa. It does narrow it down.
Yeah.
Who wants?
She does an excellent job. She's Canadian and probably the only female that's ever made me laugh. Because I don't find she doesn't do stand up though. You know, I don't think that there's really such a thing as a female stand up
Oh
comedian.
man,
But
I laugh my ass off at females sometimes. You know how they're walking and you think they got like high heels on, and they do that thing where they're like tripping over nothing. Sorry.
No.
You ain't never seen a woman trip over nothing? Like she's wearing high heels, and she didn't walk over like a crack or nothing. It's like perfect rubber band. She's like tripping over.
She probably saw a pattern in the tile or something.
Was this like a meta joke? Like you go
Yeah,
meta?
there's two layers to the joke. One is women trip over their high heels, so they're tripping over nothing, and the other one is like, you didn't take out the trash. Oh my god!
Gotcha.
I'm gonna hit you with this heel. I guess.
Right.
Anyway,
Something
there's-
like that.
There's the links to both of those channels. I do very highly recommend both of them, but they're a little niche. Barricade Garage more so. But yeah.
Watch out! Watch out when she tries to throw that shoe that she tripped over nothing in.
I got a YouTube video here where Dr. Grouchy says that a gain of junction research are worth it. Is a junction the right word? You probably figure out what I said. But yeah, who wants that? I can't post it in the main.
Wait a minute. Could you say that again?
Dr. Grouchy says a gain of junction research is worth it. This is from 2012.
A gain of junction.
Come on, bro. Conjunction function.
Oh, God. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hank sent to Solar.
Oh, okay. Solar, you want it?
Yes, please.
No problem. Come right up.
Thank you, sir.
Where are you?
Well, I managed to kill my solar. I managed to kill my mango tree, so I'm gonna have to start over with something else. Yeah.
There it is.
I don't know what
So
happened.
the droopy leaves was a sign of difficulty.
Started drying out, so I don't know if it might have got scorched, like when we had a couple hot days. So it might, like you were saying, it could have been too close to the window because the rest of the year earlier for several months was no direct
Hey,
sun.
Sonny.
It was only, yeah,
Hey, I
never
got
mind.
Hey,
Yeah.
have you tried watering that plant?
My problem is you have to not water too much when you have a pot. a potted plant. It's more
I know
about
that.
Yeah, so yes.
Are there holes in the bottom of the pot?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I want to get that root rot now.
Something happened.
You guys
Oh,
make
it'll
a
happen
really
for you
good
next year.
analogy. Like, based on the way I teach is all wrong. It's like somebody said yesterday, I'm showing them the blade of grass. Like, this is what you'll be. You need to grow right now, like from this little seed. I'm like, this is
Yeah,
the
how are you gonna force that? How are you
Yeah,
gonna force
I need
that?
to
You
stop.
can't
I
force
need to
that
stop
seed to
doing
grow.
that. I'm just flooding the fucking pot. No holes in the pot. Just fill it with water underwater.
Darn you, little seed! I'm gonna step on you and crush you to nothing if you don't grow.
Yeah, analogies and parables are like really funny things that you can do. Tell a quick little story to take a very complex topic and boil it down to something digestible that, a baby could drink the milk. So yeah, I like Jesus's teaching method. And the people that, don't have eyes to see and ears to hear, they can't perceive it, so it goes right over their head. They're like, "What are you talking about? Talking about seeds and watermelons?" Like, no, bro, of course that's not what I'm talking about.
Jesus planted that woke seed, dog. You feel me?
I was just going to say, I appreciate you, Hank.
Appreciate you too, man. I learned a lot of shit from you, bro. You're What World, aren't you?
I'm what?
Well, who are you? You're not What World? You sound like him. Who are you?
I'm just who I am.
Gospel Bear. That's Gospel Bear, Hank.
Yeah.
Okay, you sound like What World D.
Oh, that guy. No, that guy's pretty cool too, but no. I'm the guy that comes and goes from time to time. Get
Gospel
busy.
Bear. Yeah, I've spoken with you before.
Yes. Over the past 2.5 years or however long it's been.
Yeah, I've seen you around.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names. So you can take it personal if you want to, but that part of my brain, it's literally retarded.
No,
That's why earlier I was like Bendy, Irwin, couldn't remember.
I have a pending friend request with Rakia. Since like
Wow.
18 months. Or maybe
That's funny.
I do that too. I bet I got
maybe
some.
20 months.
Whatever happened to that dude?
I've got this list of Rakia Life is on my list of pending. He's just been sitting there he's online right now too. He's never accepted fraud. He never accepted. I'm thinking that both of those guys literally just completely ignored that section of Discord, the friend request page. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm trying to figure out how to get there.
California just sent me a friend request. Is he listening or something? Yeah, he's here.
Probably, yeah.
What's up, California? Is this a new name for you? Because we've been. Well, is a new profile?
This is a new account, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. It's like there's no way that we weren't already on the friends.
That was the weirdest thing that just happened. I had all of a sudden some loud background music playing. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that might have been Witsit's channel. Never mind.
So should I record?
Hey, that was a good plug, though. Let's do it.
Should I record my street teaching, or should I just keep it like personal?
Record everything.
Really?
Yeah, it's a form of security, actually. These days.
Yeah, it is.
And if you don't have to have 1,000 subscribers on YouTube to live stream. You just need Streamlabs on your cell phone, and you can stream to your channel. You don't even, have to have anything except an account, basically.
Is that an app?
Streamlabs. Yeah, so you can use Streamlabs, and you can live stream from your cell phone. you can even like unlist all the videos so that they're less likely to get deleted. And you just do it for security and have like a couple of family members that like have access to the channel, and that way you've got like a police cam at all times.
Well,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
just saying the way I explained it was, like I freak out at people, when I like explain shit. So if I had the camera, they'd be like, "Oh, you're just yelling for the camera, like fuck you or whatever." So I just like it when people take me seriously. Like there's no jokes, like there's no hidden cameras. Like, bro, come on, man.
Well, I'm talking about like backup. If somebody makes accusations, then you have, evidence to the contrary, proof, as opposed to just one man's word against another's.
I'm just saying, like when I walk up to somebody, I have to tell them like, "Hey, I'm recording like this for my YouTube channel. Can we have a conversation?" Instead of just, "Yo, I have this information that I need to tell you." Like it has to be for a movie. You can't just act like it's not there. The camera's always going to be there. So it's like, "Hey, I have this movie that I'm making." You know what I mean? It's completely different than
a phone sticking out of your shirt pocket doesn't have to be known to be recording. But I hear you. Whatever you want to do.
like I have a video of me talking to somebody. Like I did it already, but I mean the sounds of things. I need to do it some more because I try explaining that I talk to everybody about it, but it just doesn't seem to mean anything. Like I should be recording. But that's what I'm saying. With your opinion, me freaking out at people, like, should I record it or will it come off as like disingenuous? Like, I don't even want to chance it, dude, because I haven't gotten beat up yet. But I think a camera will get me beat up. I think.
I don't know why somebody would want to engage in behavior that's being recorded that would, be proof that they did a thing.
You need a cameraman because then there's two of you.
There you go. Yeah.
Keep your behavior in check because then you're recording, so you won't go into those crazy rants when you know that nothing is being recorded. And at the same time, I think you'll get a better response from the participant because if they know that there's a recording, like the other guy said, they're going to be watching their behavior too.
Yeah, good call.
And it just makes you look more legit. Someone's following you, recording you,
Yeah, you're right. That would look pretty legit.
So when we go shove our camera in their face and we're recording ourselves, recording them.
I posted in the live stream voice text, the video I did 4 years ago. That's when I was in Florida before I came home to Jersey.
You could also get a third guy to have a microphone on a pole. That would make it
ridiculous.
extra.
Like a whole interview, couple seats, fold out seats out of a backpack.
Yeah.
No, people. Could you fucking imagine, dude? No, thank you. I mean, I do set up like a little spot. Like I post up in the park and kind of talk to people as they walk by. Like me and my wife do that. We need bumper stickers on everybody's car. I'm just saying, if recording my conversations will help, then I'll do it. But like, if you think it'll hurt it, just let me know.
I mean, it should be beneficial, at least for you, to record it so you can review it and then use that as a basis to improve anything that you see at fault. So even if you don't show it, it could still be helpful for you.
Self-improvement.
Yeah, chemtrail, that's how it's done. Boy.
Man, it's making me sick thinking about it. Like I'm getting like sick to my stomach. Like I feel nauseous. Like I'm at a park right now. Like I'm about to skate, and it's like, oh, like I can see it coming. Like I want to.
You want to tell everybody about it.
I want to record it, but it's like.
Well, feel it out, man. Just feel it out. See what it feels like.
Every other day, I just walk out there. Yo, Earth is flat. Like it's just my normal day. You wake up in the morning, Earth is flat. You go to work, you feed your family. You know, it's just a normal day. But like, I remember when I recorded that video that I posted. It's like, this is my movie. I started a YouTube channel. Like, I just have a couple questions. Like, it's like an interview more than like a conversation, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard for me, dude. It takes a lot because I like to do shit right. So I just have this weird, sneaky suspicion that people are going to get very angry at the camera, and the video is going to be more about the camera, and they're not even going to be able to hear what the fuck I'm saying.
You need to get them Witsit glasses, bro. Get the camera on the glasses. No one can tell.
It's a good icebreaker question for you. Good icebreaker question. What would you do if you found out that Earth is into a ball?
Well, I mean, you can see with that video, I used somebody's question in the comments. Somebody was like, "Oh, you should ask them if they were, you know, what I said, if they were raised as a young child and never taught the ball, would you believe that? Like, would you come to an understanding that you're spinning and moving, or would you use your own senses?" And I thought that was a pretty good question. Like, you were told gravity is it. You never ask any more questions. And he knew exactly what I was talking about. He said, "I see your point."
Yeah, you addressed somebody that was on the higher level of intelligence.
I think you should, try to like ask people, like, "Hey, man, I just want to ask you a few questions. I'm out here, doing a little bit of journalism, and I just want to see if I could ask you a few questions." And if they say no, then say, "Okay, what if I put the camera down?" Right, and then ask them questions without the camera.
Yeah, that's a pretty good.
Or what if I put the camera in my pocket and we just record the audio? No one has to know who you are. So give them options.
Well, I mean, you can see I had the camera on myself in the video, so I feel like I didn't make them feel weird with the one recorded. You could tell that I was kind of uncomfortable recording.
Hey, yeah, man, but you did great, and takes balls to do it. Even just pointing the camera at yourself, So take note, folks. That's
Well, that's why I recorded it one time. Like, that's what I do. Like, that's what I do every day, and it's just like, I feel like I am wasting some footage, but at the same time, I feel like I would have lost some souls. At the same time, I feel like no camera is, at the end of the day, more genuine than the camera. Like, bottom line. So it like hurts my heart. Like I said, it's making me feel like nauseous. Like I don't want to go. I don't want to take the camera out. Like, you know what I mean? It's like fuck.
Then don't.
So I just keep keep teaching everybody I walk past. I still just talk to.
That's good. Just do it like that. Organic. You're natural. You know. Don't do something that makes you nervous. You're just trying to tell people the truth, man. It should be the most comfortable thing that we're doing, right? Telling someone the truth.
I've got the same dilemma. So the vast majority of the last few months since I've bought this GoPro, I've been walking around talking to people about the earth being flat with it sometimes. The vast majority, like, definitely, well, just, a good handful of instances here and there, but definitely the top 6 or 7 or 8 times when, I wish I had the camera rolling, or at least at a moment I thought I wish I had the camera rolling. I didn't. But, like you're stating, you kind of think back to it and you think, well, wait, no, that's a good thing I didn't have it rolling, because if I did, then that person would be like, oh, no, I didn't want that reaction caught on camera. And you would have lost them in the discussion. They would have just been angry at you from there on out instead of having a civil discussion with you. Yeah, I've even had a couple times recently where I'll just, I have the chest mount with the GoPro, and I'll just turn it. You can turn it upside down and show them the screen is blank. A lot of people know that the screen's blank. It means it's not recording. How the GoPro operates.
It's just another question you have to answer too. Like, instead of the questions being about what they're supposed to be, it's like, oh, why are you recording and stuff like that. It's got to be for a reason or something. Anything else to add to the fucking struggle of what we're already dealing with. Because like I said, I freak out at people, dude. And like, I don't want them to think like, oh, you're just freaking out for the video. Because like, man, it's crazy, bro. It's a crazy world. And like, you guys explained it perfectly. These people are like brain dead to the fullest extent. Like, what are you doing out there trying to do this? So it's like having that camera is like scary to me. It's a scary feeling to me, because like I am willing to like get a little loud and defend this shit, because like I'm not afraid and I want them to understand.
Well, hey, you should try doing what I do. Like a lot of times when I take the camera out, about half the time or so, I just simply ask someone or a group of people if I can record them, and ask them 3 questions about stuff we were taught in school about the universe, the nature of reality. And, a lot of times people say yes, then you can just go through the 3 points with them, as you ask each question, try to remember, point out to them if you can that it's just a belief. They might believe that they're on a sphere. They might believe that it's rotating. They might believe that there's a powerful vacuum above their head somewhere. Even though there's no reason to think that such a thing exists, and so, you can just go through the 3 points with them and get it on camera, and then just, I don't know, stick it on YouTube or Vimeo or whatever. I went over to Vimeo, works pretty well.
I mean, I should even be making videos for myself, like trying to just grow a channel. But I don't do that either. Like I don't know. I guess like my music isn't for YouTube. It's just like I try to wake people up. I just want it to be heard and woken up. Like I'm not looking for a community. Like this here just feels like a sanctuary. This is like home. This isn't like I don't have any social media or anything. So why would I record? Like I don't know. I lost that drive. I'm just out trying to help everybody in the real world. I should record it because my friend's coming here. I'm gonna record one, dude. I think I am gonna record one today. I'm gonna do what you guys said and have like a cameraman and just explain it like he's not even there.
Have you tried going through the 3 points with people?
No, I don't.
When you do that?
I have a pamphlet. I have like a laminated booklet that I explain it when it gets serious. I have like a booklet that I give, but I usually have business cards that I hand people that just have flatearth101.com. I just tell them there's information on the back of this if you go to that website. So take what I'm telling you and run with it.
You should definitely do that, but I would very strongly suggest that you just hold those papers to your chest and on camera go through the 3 points without saying the words flat earth, because you can do that very easily. You just ask them if, they know of anyone directly measuring the earth, ask them if they know of anyone directly measuring or somehow proving that it's rotating and such. You just go through the 3 points with them, and you can ask them for evidence for the 3 main claims of the heliocentric model, and you can go through it without ever saying the words flat earth, and just ask them, like, hey, can I record you and ask you 3 questions? And then be like, all right, about what? And like, stuff we were taught in school. Like, all right, stuff we were taught in school can't be that bad. Like, all right, just record them, and then you can just hand them the flyers or whatever you got with you, pamphlets or whatever. Just hand them that afterwards, and just like, and then record them as you say to them, well, I think the earth is flat. I know the earth is flat and stationary, and I'm looking for evidence to the contrary, but I can't find it. So it's flat and stationary. And, just, and then just, ask them, hey, what's your opinion? Would you say it's, just from that point onward, just plainly ask them, what do you say from here on out? Do you say it's flat and stationary, or do you say it's a sphere and it's rotating and the vacuum of space is above our head? Just ask them that. And a lot of people, if you go through analyzing the evidence or the lack thereof with the 3 points, and you get them stuck in that mind frame where they're focused on the evidence and not feelings or other bullshit, And then you present to them your statement of the earth is flat, the earth is stationary. I say the earth is flat. I say the earth is stationary. And you can't have gas pressure without a container. What do you say? And then at that point in time in the conversation, things are just a little more clear in their heads, in my opinion.
100% right. As soon as Mickey came up with those 3 points, dude, it revolutionized it. I can't even believe we should all be doing that. We should all be doing that. Somebody sent me a message today and I didn't know what to say. They asked me, what's your end goal? Like, what if people did realize it? Why does it matter? And it's like, I never got asked that question so bluntly. Like, what do you say to that? Like, what do you say to that?
People make decisions based on their worldview. If you can change someone's paradigm from a godless Big Bang, right, to a, you might have to be judged for your actions one day, people might change the way they act. Because if you think you're an animal, you might act like an animal.
And that's what people don't understand is like, oh, so what? That's what I said as soon as you wake up in the morning, the earth's flat, you go to work, you feed your family, and like nothing changes except for you're a better person. You sleep better at night. You still do the things, you still have to do stuff. It's just you're a better person now. You're not being lied to. I still have to wake up in the morning and feed my family. Yeah, but you wake up in the morning, the earth's flat, and then you feed your family. It's like you're here on earth and it's flat, dude. That's it. I don't know what to say to those people. Why does it matter? Man. I tell them that they kick you out of the church. You Google image biblical cosmology and you ask the church about this, they kick you out. They tell you earth is a ball. So it's not about the shape of the earth, it's about the lie. I don't want you to be lied to anymore. You wake up in the morning, the earth's flat, and then you go feed your family. Shit. But like, what's the next step? That's what I don't know what to tell them. What's the next step, dude? Like, what do we do here from here? What do we do? Rebuild a fucking government? What are we gonna do here? Like, this is like worst case scenario. Like, red alert, red alert. What's the next step?
Repopulate the world with wisdom and people who are educated enough to make the right decision.
What'd you guys do? Shut it down? What I missed?
No, we're still here, bro. Keep it going full steam.
Well, we're going to have to figure out then who was right this whole time. Because everybody's going to be wrong except for one group, since there's only one truth, since you've now woken up to logic. Not multiple contradictory things can be true. So who's been right throughout history? Well, that's called the Bible. And right now, in Revelation, it tells you what's going to happen. And that's happening right now. It's already been patented. It's called BAD, body activity data. You're going to monitor your mind in order to use currency certain ways. So it's not the V word, but they're getting ready to start maybe in the next 2 years, 3, I don't know, but it's patented now. So that's where we're at. So how did the Bible know that? So there's only one truth.
Hey, XO, how was that storm?
Oh, man, you know about that about 4 days ago?
Yeah, because it hit here first, so it was an absolute downpour.
Yeah, I had sideways rain for about 10 minutes. And it was awesome. Yeah, I was dancing because there was lightning. So I like to go outside when there's lightning because then I, develop more faith in God that way. So it was beautiful, man. We don't see them often. So yeah, we get crazy over here. Frogs start coming out of the dry.
That's what I saw. That weird thing, that weird creature,
Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh!
Come out of the sand or something,
Bro, this is the biggest. And if you don't know about this, guys, I'll talk about this later. I mean, it's all good, but the biggest biological and biblical discovery for the idea of a non-evolution magical world has been discovered literally in the past couple of days. A trilobite kind of creature has been found in northern Arizona after a small area was watered that hadn't been watered. Turns out the eggs can stay in a hibernation period for X amount of years. We don't even know, but these creatures are actually the same ones that we found all over the plane of existence. Now they're still alive. Living trilobites, northern Arizona, coming out of the desert right now.
Yeah, that's.
You mean they forgot to evolve?
I'm gonna have to find that again. I'm scrolling.
Watch this.
Scrolling.
The lady at the park. Watch this. The lady at the park says, "You're not going to believe it." I can't. Watch what the lady at the park says. Why don't you play it, Sonny?
Okay, here I'll post it in the live stream and I'll just play it. Here's
there you
the
go.
live
Watch
stream
this.
one. And let me go up to the bot channel.
It's called a Tide Pod. Looks like an alien.
Interesting topic.
Here's the crazy thing, guys. They found the fossils in the same area, and they still live there now. You cannot make this up. This is insanity. Watch this.
Here we go. Here we go.
Watch this.
Only on 12 News, mysterious underground creatures popping up all over the state. The massive monsoon rains we had over the summer have prehistoric creatures making a comeback after lying dormant for decades.
Team 12's William Pitts shows us hidden Arizona creatures lurking under the surface.
There are
are creatures underground in northern Arizona, waiting for a chance to come back to life.
We had a couple of visitors that were like, "Hey, you guys have fish in the ball court," and we're like, "What?"
Park Ranger Kathy Cooksey says that's because this, an ancient Native American ball court at Wapatki National Monument north of Flagstaff, never has any water in it. There were no fish.
These guys are teeny tiny.
Instead, there were these things.
But there you can see some of its legs in there.
They're called triops, tiny crab-looking things.
If the pond lasts long enough, they can live up to 90 days.
The pond did not last that long. They died in a few days, but hopefully long enough to pass on a new generation of triops.
And their eggs can stay underground for years, if not decades, just waiting for the next storm to hatch.
Then they hatch, grow, hopefully lay more eggs, and die all over again.
It's just another example of long evolution.
And they've been doing it over and over.
There she is, long evolution.
Have existed.
They are known as fossils.
Park Ranger, it stayed the same. That's called long evolution. Thank you, Park Ranger. It stayed the same.
It could have been
Freaking psychopath.
something like a triops.
About 100 miles away are the ancestors of the triops, and a lot of other animals. The petrified forest near Holbrook had little creatures like this millions of years ago, but they also had things that were much bigger.
Sometimes, when you're dealing with dinosaurs and all the rest of it, the more things change, the more they
That's right. Dinosaurs are.
No, the more things, you hear that, folks? The more things change, the more they stay the same. That's evolution.
These guys had a hook.
So we have pre-dinosaur.
What?
The rest of it? Who knows? This one, a
creatures
crocodile
still living today.
And this bone. They don't
Coming
know what it
out
comes from,
of
but it's
the
older than
desert. Do you
anything
think that
you've
takes some
ever seen.
adaptation to be able to
the
not be
earliest
alive for 50 years?
dinosaur fossil in North America.
It's mind-boggling how old things are out here, and the triops.
It's mind-boggling. They still try to throw the freaking dinosaur thing
Probably
in.
there to see it.
It's the age.
Seeing a triops out in the desert is pretty rare. Kathy Cooksey may never have gotten the chance at all.
Bone.
I could have been here for, 20, 30 years and not have seen these guys at all.
And it may take decades before anyone sees them again. William Pitts, 12 News.
Soft tissue and bone. Oh, now we have freaking trilobites coming out of the desert after a
Wait a minute. So you're saying they live... Sonny, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Atheist, September 29th, 2021, the new evolution belief system is the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Oh my
That's
God.
awesome.
Well, apparently wrong.
Bro, the reason why this is such a big deal.
So can you say again that sentence?
Yes, the new form of evolution belief system, all the atheists on the plane of existence right now that will tell you this is true. On September 29th, Wednesday, 2:00 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, the claim from northern Arizona is that the more things change, the more they stay the same. And that is evolution.
We got to make sure we hold their feet to that fire.
More things change, more the same. Fuck. This is.
And it stayed the same. By the way, it already, listen, here's the big deal, guys. It already had the ability to live in the dry dirt and wait to get wet for 50 years.
Yeah.
50 years.
Yeah. 50 years.
It could be 100. We don't know. We don't know how long. Wait.
The cicadas live for like 30 years in a cocoon stage, like underground.
Right. That's true, right? I mean, that's amazing. Coming out of the desert where they haven't been in how long? No, they went. Hey, you got some fish in here. They was like, there's nothing. That's just the.
What are these things squirming around? Oh my God, it's a freaking trilobite.
Oh my God, this is.
Oh my gosh, they have the same part. Check it out. That's so interesting. We could pick this part for hours. But anyway, yeah, this thing stay the same. So they found the fossils of trilobites in the same place where they're still living today. Go figure.
Die. And not one of these psychopathic evolutionists will even get the slight. Just like the lady was so psychotic, it's called long evolution. Really? So the more it stays the same, the longer the evolution. Lady, you're possessed on TV with demons. Thank you.
She looked like a park ranger, though. What was she?
Oh, yeah. They dress up in their military uniform. They're told what to say. They feel important. They have a badge now. First time someone's ever had a purpose in their life. And now they're going to tell you that that's long evolution. That's the
wait a minute. Is the hiring authority Who is their hiring authority? Is it Disney?
What is short evolution?
I think it is.
We have long. That means that if we have short also.
Yeah. Why do I only find? Why do all elephants have purple feathers and not gold? Yeah, that's the same validity right there. Yeah, short evolution, long evolution, no evolution. It's all the same. That's what they're admitting.
Do you want to know why those feathers are purple and not gold?
Are they saying that elephant changed all the time, but they remain same?
The brain damage comes in when the word doesn't have a meaning. They're saying old, new, long, no, it's all the same.
Some goth purple punk rocker dyed the feather.
What is that? What is changing and remaining the same? I want to know.
Oh, goodness. They're trying to play both sides of the field, right?
Oh, no, atheists would never do that. No. No.
Yeah, because you have to if you're going to make shit up.
Yes, because they're the same, that's now called long evolution. You can't make this up. There it is.
Long evolution, that's right. We're just waiting for it. Eventually it's going to evolve. Come on, guys. Just give it a second, right?
Millions of years ago, and it's still the same.
No, but watch this. But something died a long time ago and doesn't exist anymore. That's also evolution. Thanks.
Everything is evolution, man.
You nailed it. That's it. Everything. Hey, I got a pair of prescription sunglasses at the store. Well, that's
I'm going to eat a pizza later because food evolved itself into pizzas, and I evolved into someone who likes them.
And if you don't believe that that's evolution, check your underwear. It certainly has.
And before you got here, the message was already pushed forward into the future to tell evolution that you would need that pizza on that day.
Yep.
Maybe it's almost like evolution.
I think the reasons why evolutionists don't care about life is because as long as they keep a platypus alive, they can recreate everything else.
Nah.
Oh, dear.
Actually,
what do we do with you atheists? What are we going to fucking do with you guys?
Let's look at that again. Let's look at this real quick. Here's a problem. You can't even get a turtle from a tortoise. So actually, you can't get anything from a platypus other than a platypus. This is where it comes into being that even creatures that are identified as the same mistakenly are not even related. Just like a falcon and an eagle do not have the same gene pool. They're completely different birds. You can't get anything.
Platypi are cute. Don't you talk about platypi like that, my friend.
I think it's super funny that the platypus hasn't changed at all, but supposedly the platypus is supposed to have changed into everything else.
No, that's evolution if it doesn't change. The lady at the park just told 20 million children. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's channel, 100 million people that was broadcasted on television in southern Arizona, northern Arizona, all over the Southwest. We're talking 20 million people were just told by the park ranger that evolution is staying the same for millions of years. This is the battle you have to go up against and point this out. You're claiming it's not changing at all as evolution now. That's what they've gone. This is the level they've reached. This is the insanity.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, maybe the pressures haven't changed on the coelacanth. What do you think? Maybe they changed for those little, whatever you call them, that they just recently discovered. Do you think maybe, the pressure of going from living in water to living in a fucking desert, maybe that, could have caused a little bit of, pressure from the environment to adapt? No?
How about imprisoning them for generations like we do with zoo animals like apes? Why aren't they changing?
Mm-hmm. They're the retarded monkeys. They just didn't quite make it. They're still in the short bus, I guess. All the ones that were left behind.
And South Park didn't really even do their job, and I don't think they thought that they were going to wake anybody up, obviously, because they're making fun of something, but shit, bro, I'll tell you, that evolution, Mr. Garrison's evolution, it's If you're woke, dude, that is one of the best things that's ever happened on live TV. It was public television when that was going on. Comedy Central, I think it was. What a special time to be alive, right? Chris Farley just died. Shit. I'm just kidding. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I thought Chris Farley had a new role and he was playing the mayor of British Columbia.
No, they killed him because he wouldn't touch kids. He wore dresses and stuff, right? But the second he said, you know what? I like people. They're like, well, that's too fucking bad. Later.
We're done speculating now, but the whole evolution thing, it doesn't check out. Like, if they say the coelacanth didn't evolve because it doesn't have the environment, nothing changed, right, in 65 million years or however long, right? It's like, how do they know that nothing changed at the bottom of the ocean? The one place that we know the least amount about, they'll tell you we know more about space than the depths of the ocean, but they know that nothing has changed in 65 million years, even though we've only been around for like 100,000.
Yeah, and then, they can take another one of their little tests with ice and then say that everything has changed.
And you have 4.5 billion years of mass attracting mass, and then you have 100 years of anything space.
Sasha, I'm going to try to say it like you. How entropy can make perfect ball, water, and all things like nature. How disorder can make anything.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's terrible.
How disorder can do anything.
Everybody talk like Sasha now. No, only kidding.
How Big Bang choose the air to have only water? No,
how
not
did
other
choose
planets.
the earth?
Yeah, Big Bang choose in exploding. Okay, let's make only one planet with atmosphere and water. Others, let's put other bullshit around.
Well, the reason they had to say that there's no atmosphere on any other planets is because if there were, we'd already have been there exploring the shit out of it, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying how Big Bang did that. In so big space, Made one dot, going 60.
It's just a series of dots exploding in millions of different directions, trillions of different miles.
You know what is problem? So people thinking the vacuum of space is when they are watching the sky, Oh, look, this is the space, And they need to perceive that we are a little, but not a dot, it's too big for comparing to the space, their universum, universe.
Hey, do you think kids still believe in the ozone layer? Are they still teaching about that?
Haven't heard about it, and
I haven't heard about it in a long time.
I think that finished with the story when ozone layer, how to say, again, it's compact. It's not, we don't have any more holes in the ozone layer.
I guess not.
That was like
it's healed
early.
up, right?
That was
job. People started using a different hairspray. Boom, done. Healed up. No more hole in the ozone.
The early climate communism.
No more ultraviolet, sun rays.
Ultra. You can't have ultraviolet. You can have violet rays, but if it's ultra, get the fuck out of the way, bro.
Yeah, some things like that.
It is like that. Haven't you heard?
No, that's
when I was growing up, the ozone layer was the #1 cause of irrational fear in adults.
Bird is the word.
And then it was nuclear weapons for a while and all kinds of stuff cycling in and out. Bullshit.
With other layers. Atmosphere.
Yeah.
Atmosphere. Thermosphere. Now look.
See, what they do is when they lie like that, they separate it into like 5 or 6 different things, only so that they can use the word sphere 500% more.
But listen, let's come back now to 66,000 miles per hour. Are all that layers going together with the Earth through that vacuum?
I don't know.
That is moving. Does that stratosphere it's staying there where it was, or it's?
Yeah, that column. Yeah, like there's a column of air all in the same place. Ask him this, Sasha. Does that continue down through the water as well?
Yeah. Oh my God. I think it's easier to prove that Jesus was walking on water.
Yep.
Somehow you can believe in that. Maybe it's possible even. But any curvature there? Okay, we are complicated rocks, but where is the curvature?
Guys, I have my friend here. You want to talk to him or not? 'Cause I think if you guys don't want to talk to him, I'm just gonna go record a video. I'm gonna do that thing where I have him record like a camera guy. I'm gonna talk to somebody. Maybe. Do you guys want to talk to him?
I'm gonna play. Oh, let's go. Let me talk to him.
Here you go.
Hello? Yo.
What's going on, man? It seems like we have an issue here, sir. Yeah, what's your name? What should I call you?
What kind of issue?
Well, with your friend, he seems to be worried about you.
Like, what kind of worried?
Oh, as far as this, trance-like belief system that you might have in the cartoon ball religion that you watch on TV.
I don't really swing either way with this one,
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that's why he wanted me to talk to you. I was just concerned for you. So if that's not what he wants me to talk to you about, I can yield the floor. That's fine.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know much about, all of it.
TV? Well, hey, bro, listen, you can watch TV and learn about it, or you can go outside and learn about it. So that's your two options.
Well, I'm outside right now.
Okay,
there you go. Welcome to Flat Earth. That was easy. Welcome to Flat Earth. Congratulations. Backs from the back, bathrooms on the left. He's on the way.
Is there gas pressure out there where you're at?
Gas pressure, define what you mean, because I got gas.
No. Wait a second, Sonny. Are you breathing right now?
Of course.
Okay, so you don't live in outer space. Again, I'm looking for people to try to talk people out of outer space, not people that admit they don't live in outer space. So I can't help you.
So you're pretty much a flat Earth guy.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Yeah.
Wait. Where the fuck did you get? Where'd you get? I'm sorry for cursing.
You won't even make it. Wait a minute. Do you believe in outer space or not? Let's get to the problem.
Yes,
do you believe in outer space? Well, then you're insane, bro, because you're breathing air. You don't live in outer space. Forget the arguments about gas pressure. I'm not going to talk about containers and gas pressure. You are breathing.
And then say I don't believe in space.
No, bro, that's the point. You're breathing. That's what I'm saying, bro. How could a magical ball and a giant vacuum that we can't even keep an iPhone on long enough to show you when we can get there, and we'll teach it to you on TV, but you actually breathe in reality, and you think that's still possible? Bro, that's where the problem is.
Hey, Exo, can you hold on a second? Can we just take him through the 3 points? So I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you
that's more robotic. That's more robotic of my style. I'm sure Chemtrail has already talked to this guy about these things, so I'm trying to lead him down a different path to understand that he's got to make a claim.
Yeah, right. But let's just do it anyway.
I know, but but those come so easily, right? But that's a robotic way. Those are going to come. You got to trust me. Just tell me why you believe this, so I can understand why. I need a claim from it.
Well, yeah. Let's do that after. Let's ask the question.
No, I'm having a conversation. I'm having a conversation right now. I should have the right to do this my way, since this is how it works. So I need him to tell me why.
No, that's the point. That's the point. well, hold on. That's the point. That's not the way it works. First, we go through
it does work that way. Listen, it does work that way. I've been talking about this topic for many years, sir, and that's why I've been very successful at helping people wake up out of their dreams. I don't have to use robotic tactics. So please stop telling me how to do this. I don't have to use robotic tactics. I talk to these people like they're human beings. I don't always have to put them in a box and say, explain everything in this certain box-like manner. That's not how it works. I'm sorry. If Chemtrail, if you don't want me to be here, get out of the conversation. I don't have to be there. That's fine. I don't have to be here. So that's fine. So Chemtrail, nice talking to your buddy. Have fun. Somebody else.
Listen, you don't need to leave.
Come on.
Yeah, correct. I don't need. Just don't tell me what to do, okay, guys? I'm the last person you should be telling me what to do.
Can we bring it down a notch?
Wait there, guys.
Just don't tell me what to do.
No one's telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. You're my brother. You're my brother.
So continue with that guy, please.
But at the same time, this is for a different room.
Yeah, I'm trying to help somebody understand the flat Earth with just treating him like a human being. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's cool, brother.
So let's just ask him. Is he there? You there, buddy?
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm here.
All right. So, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to find the radius value?
I've never looked into that in my entire life.
Right.
So, but you do believe though that you're on a sphere, though, right?
Naturally.
Cool.
Just believe it.
So do you know of any time of?
No. This is my problem with it. You can't just say you have to believe it.
No, I'm saying you believe that you live on a sphere.
No, I'm not saying you have to. I was just asking you.
Do you know anything about it? And you said no. You just believe it.
Of course.
Right. You just believe it, but you don't know anything about it. You just believe it.
I'm not a scientist.
Right. So next question is.
I'm not a scientist.
Well, we can give him time to, do a little bit of research to see if he can come up with one, So it's just in time, But the second question is, do you know of any time of when anyone has ever proven axial rotation of the Earth? We were told that the Earth is a sphere and that it's rotating and that the sun is relatively stationary, and that's why we have day and night. As opposed to what we observe the Earth is stationary and the sun moving overhead. We observe the sun moving, not the Earth moving. So do you know how anyone has ever proven axial rotation?
We're on the Earth.
Right, but do you know of any experiments proving it that we're spinning? Any experiments at all, like detecting the rotation? Like, does it spin at all, and what?
Not one person in the world can get a full, clear view of everything going on ever. So
then you would just believe it.
Hold on. I believe all of this will be nothing but theories to two different sides forever. There's never going to be one globe or one flat Earth.
Well, no, it's just always measured stationary. It doesn't move. Every single experiment trying to prove the rotation failed. They're called failures. They're scientific failures because they prove that the sky moves above us. The Earth doesn't move at all. Stationary. The stars revolve around us. So no, you don't know any experiments. You just believe it, that the Earth is a ball and that the Earth spins.
Wait there. Let me clear something. It appears.
I'm not disagreeing with anybody.
I'm saying you don't know.
I wasn't finished speaking.
Fucking raising the voice and the aggravation involved.
Well, sorry.
Wait there, please. Why is it? No one should be talking in this way. I was just clearing some of that very quickly. Again, it appears that the stars are rotated above us. That's how it appears to us. We really don't know much about them, to be quite honest. We can't really go there and validate much about them ourselves, can we? So, but yeah, so just be, If you guys want to sort of run along a tangent of like sticking to sort of a very, I'm not going to say scripted, but cultivated way of speaking, then you better do it correctly.
Yeah, so no measured rotation. The Earth isn't measured to rotate, and you don't know anything about it. That's all we're saying, that you believe it without knowing anything about it. Period.
Yeah, and the third...
Just because I don't remember it does not mean I did not see it proven in front of me.
But you don't know.
Not proven how in the way that you
believe it.
That's all right, but in this moment you think that somebody proved it, but you're not sure who and but.
Can you show me visual proof of either side? I'm not saying I disagree with you guys. I want to see you say we haven't like.
Yeah, we can. We just gotta
people
get
have no proof.
We can.
Right, guys, you're going to stop talking over each other right now.
I want
Right
to
now.
my Snapchat. I want someone to send me.
Why are people ignoring me? I will mute people. I will fucking mute everyone. Seriously. Straight up. People are not going to talk over one another while I'm in this room. It's that simple. Just have some respect for one another, please. Do not talk over. I will start muting people. It's that simple. We're not doing this anymore. Okay? We're going to be respectful. We're going to take one at a time, and it's that simple. Don't like it? You know what I'm going to say next. Go ahead. Please continue with the conversation. Go ahead, guys.
We need to get you a gavel. Order in.
I know, right, man. So who's the guy that we're speaking to? What's your name, dude? What's your name?
Audio.
What's his name?
What's your name?
Anthony.
Anthony. So what the question was about? What was your last question, dude? Don't worry, I'm not really that nasty, and I'm not that to where I'm going to make everyone shut up. It's just I want you to be able to speak your piece, and vice versa for everybody else here. So I just want people to be conscientious of one another. That's all, dude. All right.
Mhm.
So what was it that was last stated? What was the last question that was last asked? And let's
The rotation.
Roll
The
it.
rotation.
And who was it that asked the question?
Somebody
I
else
did.
did. Yeah.
All right.
Right.
Could you please re-ask your question if it was you that done so?
Yeah, so do you know when anyone's ever proven that the Earth is rotating on an axis and moving at, say, 900 miles per hour at the equator, which is what they claim?
Are you asking me this?
Yeah. Do you know of any?
No. I can't say for sure that I do.
That's okay. He's honest. He's saying no. He's believing only. It's all right. Let's start the question.
It's okay. Neither does anybody else.
Yeah. It's not meant to be a gotcha question. It's just kind of a clarifying question. So the third one is: do you know of any way that anyone's ever demonstrated that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity? Because we were told that the vacuum of space exists above our heads, and that we have gas pressure, air pressure here on Earth, without there being a solid barrier between here and the vacuum of space. But do you know how anyone has ever proven that gas pressure can exist without a container due to gravity?
No. Not necessarily, no. Sorry, someone was just walking by.
We should split the 2 points up there as well, because the way you framed it was with the containment again. So one would just be, how do we exist next to space, being it that Earth does have gas pressure, right? And that space is a privation of gas and matter, apparently, right? So it would just naturally follow that the gas here would seek to push into the privation that is space, right? So it's just that this is the second law of thermodynamics, right? This is the violation that we talk about in here all the time, right? Okay, we're effectively simply stating that Earth would effectively, its gas would seek to go boom and push itself into space. But the antecedent relationship to gas pressure is a container. One doesn't need the other without the other, is the point there, right? Like, it's not like we need the container to protect us from space, right? That isn't what we're saying, right? The container itself is just the antecedent relationship to the gas pressure. So I don't want to convolute that point. So that's very important. We always make sure we get that across to people when we talk about this, right? Because I often see that the two are sort of conjoined at the hip, when it's sort of more like, no, it's not quite like that, right? It's just, it's an antecedent relationship versus what's actually a natural law and how things occur. So they're obviously taking you through the 3 points, right? So who is it that we're actually speaking to, guys? That's what I was sort of trying to ask earlier. Not like
you, me, Anthony. My name's Anthony.
But dude,
Anthony, it looks like chemtrails are lighting up for me.
Yeah, that's me, dude. So I brought
following all of it.
what he's saying. What he's saying is that they're claiming that the Earth spins.
I get that.
And there's no experiment. And they're claiming that the Earth curves. There's no experiment. And what he's saying is they're claiming something that can't exist. Here on Earth, you can't prove what they're claiming. It's just a lie. So you can't prove any of it. It's all experiments that can't be proven. They're just liars, and we prove it wrong. It's the 3 positive claims of the globe Earth. That it
So we're sticking to empiricism, effectively. You can hear me, right? So we're sticking to empiricism. We're using the very authority that they wish to put all of their trust in against them. So this is what we've done. We've effectively gone and used direct measurement at the same time as using the scientific method, all while wrapping that together with just common sense and logic at the same time, right? And at the end of the day, what we come out with is that effectively they are just chatting a load of bull shit at the end of the day, right? So, and this really follows on to lots of different subjects, right? And this is something that is imperative that you understand, right? Is that falsification also is independent of replacement, right? So, like, when we talk about how gravity isn't verifiable via the scientific method, and it's not something that should be used as a form of full-on, cemented, proof of why there would be a vector for everybody going down toward the center of the Earth, all the way across the face of a circle ball, right? We're not saying we have to even replace that, but we do have ideas beyond as to what could be the cause of some of these things, right? It's just that down was just something that was objective to everybody a very long time ago, and it wasn't really something that was questioned, right? So, like, do you have any questions effectively that you'd like to ask us guys, right? Things that would really stick out into your mind, right? Like anything at all, because this is the place to ask it.
Yeah, no, not really.
That's just it.
I'm not interested. Really.
You just gotta snap to care. That's all.
I can't.
No,
you can't. It's a bit of a brain explosion. Okay, I understand. I understand you want to run away from the topic. The topic is difficult to deal with, right?
That's how you talk it up. I just.
Listen to this question.
You guys
one second, Sasha. Let me say what he's going to say. I want to hear what he's going to say.
When I say my opinion,
and then
you get very upset, and I get that.
No.
That's how world works.
Everyone, shut up. Just let him talk.
I'm just saying, like, opinions are different, and that's cool. But like, I don't really. It's not that I'm not open to the idea and stuff. I just, I learned shit my whole life, and I don't want to change it.
Or is this an idea or an opinion? It's
you don't have to get mad about it, bro.
I'm not mad
about it. You look like you're getting mad about it, and I don't like it.
It just is what it is. That's all it is. Like,
Chemtrail, I'm going to ask you 1 second. You separate yourself from him at this moment, because there's other people that can have this conversation for you, so that you can just be there as an entity that's separate. Because you two are friends, so as you have attachment.
I don't want to fuck nothing up. I just don't.
No, listen, it's cool. It's all good, brother.
No, I know. I understand. I'm not trying to be.
Let me just explain something a second. Let me explain something to you very quickly, right? I have a good friend, and I try to speak to him about this stuff, and he shuts down. When I bring him in here, however, and he talks to other individuals, right, it's very different. The topic's very different because there's different things at play, psychologically speaking, right? You two are friends, right? So Chemtrail, you can stay out of this for the moment, right? And we can ask him, like, so these things that ground you, right, in your previous sort of held axioms, these axioms that you believe to be true, right? These things, why is it that you wouldn't want to change them, for one, right? That would be my first question. And then my second question would probably be, what would be the detriment to yourself if you were to do so? And then the third part would be, how do you know that it wouldn't be something that isn't detrimental if you were to change said axioms? Just a simple little question. Think about it a moment.
You woke up and the earth was flat and everything was fine. You were all being lied to and you could see the lies. Why would it be bad? There's no bad thing.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying I don't want to take in any new information. Like I you can be cool with. I'm cool with you calling me whatever. It's just
you're good. It's
I can
just-
be a sheep or whatever. I just don't want to change how I think.
Yeah, just so you
I'm
know.
sorry. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. Like that's just.
Wait. This isn't about changing about the
question.
You can ask a question, yeah, but I wanted to say one thing back to that.
Yeah, it's connected.
Just one second. This back to. I just want to say one thing. It's not about changing the way you think, actually. In fact, at all, really. The way you think will stay exactly the same, right? And it's not even about necessarily new information. This could be information you already held in your brain that you might just not understand is in there at this time until someone maybe just sort of shows you something that would like unlock something, right? So there's also that at play, right? So it might not be such a huge shift as you think it may be. Sasha, go ahead.
Well, can I give an example?
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Sorry, Sasha. So, I actually don't know this guy's name. Chemtrail's friend. What's your name?
Anthony.
Anthony, right. So, do you remember there was this thing a few years ago where people were talking about a dress that was either black and blue or gold and something else?
Yes, I totally do.
Yeah. So, would you say that there was one dress?
No, yes, it was one dress. It depended on the brightness on your phone and whether or not it was blue and black or white and gold.
Sure. So there's one dress and there's multiple ways of seeing that dress, right?
Right. Oh, I get what I see what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to say. I can see it both ways. I get that, but like, I mean, I get the metaphor or whatever you're trying to make. I do.
Yes,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Can I make the point I was going to make?
Let him hear it out. Can
I make the point? The point is that it can be the same information seen in a different way. And I think that's what Chemtrail is trying to get you to see is that, and that's also kind of what Crackdillon was saying, is like, no one's saying you need to learn anything like shift your whole way of seeing things. All you have to do is look at what you already knew in a different way.
Right. But like the way you explain it and like the way I see it are very, very, very different. I get like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not good with, coming up with, not coming up with, but like, responses. First of all, when I'm on the phone and
no one's trying to debate. One second, no one's trying to debate you at the moment here or anything like of that.
No,
sort.
I know. I'm not trying to debate you either. I'm just trying to,
Yeah. It's just going to be a cool and easy conversation, and that would all it would be. And I think that's what Chemtrail obviously wants of you, is to just have a little conversation about it, because it means a lot to him, and you're his friend, I guess. So
yeah,
I think so. For him, I guess it's probably a respect thing. It's like, dude, please just hear me out, type situation. And, just ask yourself the question, would you want the same afforded to yourself?
What do you mean? You would want...
Right, let's say something
hear me out
came
about
up.
the globe? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, cause
Well, no, necessarily. It could be about something different. It could be about something different, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but no. This is where I'm disagreeing, because that directly correlates. If I can accept your belief, why can't you accept something about? I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure this is.
That's easy to answer. That's easy to answer directly.
You're trying to give me information, but I just want to, relay that. Like, I get you're trying to give me information, but I'm thinking.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Sure. I'm sorry.
The difference is that Chemtrail and you and me and Crackville and Sasha and everyone else here were all educated in that globe, right? So we've already been told that the Earth's a globe, and what Chemtrail's doing is he's saying, what we've been taught isn't true. So they're not actually equivalents. The equivalent would be you saying to him something that's considered common knowledge, and that you've then brought to him and said, I don't think this common knowledge is true.
Like, give me an example. I'm not like
okay.
Direct examples are best when trying to explain stuff to me, especially it's late.
So the political system makes a difference in your life, and then you discover that the political system is rigged or something.
Political system has nothing to do with my life. I don't care about it. I'm just saying.
Wait there a second. Wait, his analogy wasn't finished, was it, dude?
No. You asked me for an example, right? So I gave you an example. If you discovered that the political system was trash and that they were lying to you and that actually there was no way that voting mattered, for instance, and then you went to him and said, "Oh, dude, I think that they're all in it together," kind of thing. That would be an example, because it's common knowledge that, quote unquote, the political system benefits you because you get to vote for the person who's going to change things for the better, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's an example, and an example would be that you go to chemtrail and say, "Actually, I don't think that's true, and here's the evidence."
Right. Okay. But I still I don't know, dude. I'm trying to understand. I don't know.
Also, I would say that what you said earlier, sorry, Sasha, I will shut up in a second, I promise. What you said earlier about not wanting to change the way you think, that's actually called anchor bias. This is something that exists in many people, and it's fallacious. It's a fallacious way of thinking. You're anchored to that first way of seeing the world that you were taught, and there's no logical reason for doing so. Sorry, Sasha, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say,
sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like Anthony, I think that you are not different from me, from nobody here. Like if we come back, like let's say everybody has experience 5, 6 years, 3 years, 2 years ago. Nobody has experience like this. Oh, God, send me a message. Earth is flat. It must be flat. Yeah, it is flat. No, man, in games, it's other things. And my question was, if Earth is somehow, let's say, flat, do you want to know why it's flat?
I'm sorry, were you asking me if I...
Oh, let me reiterate the last part. Would you want to know why? Let's say you find out for definite, yeah? I think that's what Sasha was. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Let's say, hypothetically, Earth is maybe flat. Do you want to know why it's maybe flat? I said maybe, but I know that it's flat. It doesn't matter what I know.
Do I want to... I'm trying... I get it.
Right.
Because you said in the... You said in first moment your beliefs. I will tell you one thing. Nobody here believes nothing for sure.
So can I just reiterate that for you again?
I interrupted him. He started to speak. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to make sure you really understood what you were saying there, because what Sasha was saying is that basically no one here is really saying that they believe anything, right, at all, actually. We're not saying we believe anything at all. At the same time as what he's saying is that if let's say hypothetically it is flat, right? Would you want to know why it is, right? Would you really want to know why it is if it definitely was, right?
So you're legitimately asking me if I would like to know, because I mean the answer not really necessarily is yes, because I'm a kind of person that just kind of doesn't. You guys, I'm so sorry. Like I just don't get. I can't help you. I can help you, Anthony. Listen, I had a bad experience in my life. I had a war, and in this moment, I can tell you one thing. I can say I don't fucking care if Earth it's a globe or flat because of that experience. Because I passed on the hell, and now I'm living good, and I'm okay. And after all this experience, I can say I don't give a shit for anything else. I have my family, my daughter, my wife. That's it. I don't care what is going on. I don't care about Corona. I don't care about nobody. Really nobody. But on the end, wow. But on the end, man, listen this. I know some things now. Maybe you don't know. I know some things, but you know also something about what we can start to speak. And that it's something like common sense, for example, in the first moment. And then it's coming something what you can realize yourself. Nobody wants to put any kind of beliefs about flat Earth. You need to believe. We want you now. We want that you think like us. No, man. We want that you look in that informations what we have, and then you judge and decide and say, "Oh, this is bullshit. I don't believe. This is nothing. I will come back in my life, and that's it."
Hey, Chemtrail, this topic...
But you need to know that...
You're still going, Sasha? I'll wait.
Sorry, so you need to ask, what is that? I'm not interested, but let's see what is that, what's that, and then when you hear that information, then you will at least how to say no for that information, and that's it. Then it's on your own. It's not, nobody wants to push you in flat earth. It's
like basically you'll know whether you care or not, is what he's trying to say. Once
I'm trying to tell you, I don't really care.
Well, that's the point. There we go. He said it again. That's the point. What Chemtrail has done is that he's made a friend, found you, tried to talk to you about this, and this topic exposed the fact that you don't care about truth. And that's 100% success rate. Now he knows this. And that's the thing, is that this challenges people so much, it turns them into people that have completely removed the possibility of them being even loving at all, because they don't care about truth. No, that's what
it's not that I don't care about.
Okay, I'm almost done. I know. I'm almost done. So what it does is this globe religion destroys your morality, and now you don't care about truth. And that's a perfect example that I would use in the future. Thanks.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt either. None of this ruined my morality. A whole lot of worse shit ruined my morality. I just want to say that out loud.
That worse shit you combine with your belief system, which is that you are a piece of shit on a ball in outer space, and that's why you have no morality.
Bear in mind, it's not saying that you are that.
Heroin, and that's why.
He's not saying you are that.
Morality was.
No, he knows.
I never cared ever about whether the Earth
now
was
you're
flat or
admitting it.
globe.
Yes,
Okay.
you don't care about anything.
I want to take control of this a second. Just a second. Look, it's clear that Anthony's like in a slightly emotional state, and I don't want us to.
I'm not emotional. I get that.
No,
Dude, I'm not emotional.
It's not an insult. Trust me. I'm not insulting you. I'm not trying to judge you. I'm telling the room, can we stop kicking a man while he's down? Can we do that?
I'm not down.
Because
and I wasn't thinking you were judging me. I was just stating that, like, this did not ruin my morality. Other shit did. I'm not trying to say get pity or anything.
all of that. I understand all of that.
Can I try to bridge the gap?
Trying to help you, Anthony, but let me finish, please. Yeah. All I'm saying is that maybe we need to be a bit more friendly, because it's coming across a little bit aggressive. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Can I get a word in? I've been waiting for a little bit. So, you go to the doctor early in the morning before you have breakfast or anything, and you wait and you wait and you wait. And then he takes your blood pressure and says you got high blood pressure. Well, you haven't drinking any water or anything that you would normally do when you wake up. So that little snapshot of your blood early in the morning looks like you have high blood pressure. Well, maybe things will change for this dude in the future. And this snapshot of his, personality will change in the future, because this is only a snapshot of him in his 30s or 20s or however old he is right now.
Yeah, completely agree.
Well, can I put my 2 cents in?
Go ahead.
So, you might not care, and it might not matter to you, but it sure matters to them, because they're shoving a globe in your face every 3 seconds. Turn on the TV, watch it for 30 minutes, and see if you don't see something about space or a globe for 30 minutes. You will. Almost certainly you will. And this is all day space or a globe or aliens or astronauts or something stupid all the time. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, on the sides of buildings, the advertisements. There's pictures of the globe everywhere. Why do they care? If it's not important, why do they care? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not just the globe, is it? It's the whole globe story, isn't it? So it's like, like I remember, like there was a thing, because I used to do children's parties. I don't anymore, but I remember I was trying to share a post on children's ideas for children's science parties, and every single one of them was either dinosaurs, evolution, or globes. And it was just like, what? So there's no science that isn't this story? Well, apparently not. But like Indio says, like everything that they try and tell you is science and fact is always about this story, the globe story that involves dinosaurs and evolution, right? It's their creation myth, and they tell you about it constantly. And yeah, just to add to what Indio said, like, why do they have to shove this in your face all the time if it's so obviously true?
Right.
They care for some reason. I mean, we don't know why, but they do care. Just think about it, man. It's not really that important to everyday life, but it's saturated in the media. It's everywhere. So it matters in some respects to somebody, somewhere.
Well, again, I would ask you, like, we could ask him what his opinions are on, like, let's say something like, I don't know, climate change, for instance, and how it's being used politically, for instance, or, you know, there are various different things, in fact, that we could ask you to see what you do care about. Like, well, what are the things you do care about, for instance? Like, for instance, do you care about, you know, globalization? You obviously, just taking your own personal story, is this something that I personally care about myself, right? Is the effective morality of individuals based on, you know, governments that effectively wish to control people, right? By monopolizing things and effectively making it so that we cannot be libertarian. So that at the same time as people can take drugs, right, they also don't have ways or means to get away from those things, right? So, because, and I know people that fell victim to that directly in my family, right? And, you know, I could have been one of those people too. So, I would just say that it is important, because the reason why it's important is because there has to be something that keeps us stuck to the system that we live in, right? And the system that we live in currently, right, that runs upon a multitude of lies, one of which is Big Pharma, right? Big Pharma is directly implicated into the system. When I say it's implicated into the system, the very antecedent people that created Big Pharma are people that are involved in the narrative of the globe itself, right? This is unequivocally true, right? There's so many ways of actually showing this as well, right? And the way that the policy is of the globe, right? Again, that word reifying this thing that we live on, right? This idea, okay, of a globe and how they can control a globe is because it is, again, points that all attach from all different angles. Like this idea of like a oneness, while at the same time we're infinitesimally small and nothingness, right? You know, a mere happenstance of, you know, random chance is why we're here, right? You know, these are the types of thoughts of nihilism that end up effectively getting into the minds of individuals that lead them down a dark path when, let's say, they have event-based traumas or they have a disequilibrious endo-pleasure system, for instance, right? That then end up making them go and self-medicate. These globalist people, right, that propel this educational, diabolical indoctrination that makes people buy into the idea of things like Big Pharma and makes us effectively pay out the arse for healthcare. And, you know, when people break their legs and then they end up on oxys and then they end up, you know, on heroin. And then, you know, the next thing. But all of these things are attached, believe it or not. There is a portion somewhere in this that you will care about, right? And effectively, it can be led back to it. I guarantee you, we can draw a tangent back to that. I can almost guarantee it.
Flat Earth on everything.
Yeah, maybe, but I gotta go, dude. I gotta go home. Yeah.
Listen, I think for him, it's
I hear you. Anthony, I ask you that question, but listen, this. I think the best thing is that if Chemitrail is your friend, that nobody can push you to come even here. It's better that if you are not interested, that you are not coming here, because if you don't want to find out information, it's all right, you know, and
that's what
it's stupid that somebody. I don't think so that anybody need to push you if you don't want to be somewhere, even because if you are saying that you don't care, what I can tell you then, you know, I cannot tell you anything, you know, and then I think it's better that you find out what is interesting for you and to not listen, even if it's this important. Maybe for all meaning of life, but if that doesn't matter for you, you know, you don't need to how to say it, to spend your energy and your life here. Yeah.
All I'm trying to say is I don't know what I believe in, and I'm like, it's not gonna happen in a day. You're not like
No, I just wanted you to look at it, and since you take the time to look at it, like that's why it's fine. But like I said, these people fucking don't watch it. Like, yeah, I give people money to watch these videos, and
we're asking you not to believe in anything.
I'm telling you not to
accept the reality as it presents itself.
That's literally that's how I look at life. So that if
that's what we're asking you, dude.
Yeah. So you've ever experienced the Earth as a ball?
So
it's rotating? No, you haven't. No one has. So how does
I
reality
don't
present
think about
itself?
it, so it doesn't matter to me. That's what I'm trying to say. That's my whole thing.
But you at least give me the respect of listening.
Yes, I always listen.
I know, and that's good.
I always do. I don't want to be. I don't want to be like fucking straight. Like I know I sound very, very straight mind. Like one way. Like I know I hear that, but like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not that I wholly disagree. It's just that I haven't seen proof. I just don't have time. I have somewhere to be actually. But like I don't like.
Go and live your life, man. Go and do your thing. Maybe come back when you got more time, or
That's
you
what I'm
know when
saying.
you're a bit more chilled or whatever. No, yeah, no one here wants to hold you up, man. If you got things to do, real life is more important. But always search for truth. Yeah, just come back when you're ready. I think that's what everyone wants you to hear.
Cam, I'd be willing to have a one-on-one conversation with your friend at some point as well, which would maybe bridge the gap for him to come back here. There's stuff that I could share with him that would maybe be helpful.
I just want to say thanks, guys. Like seriously, I don't like. It's not that I don't hate you guys at all, and I don't I don't like. It's nothing like that. Like, and I care about fucking chemtrail and shit, right? Like, it's not that I fucking don't like him because we disagree about some shit, or that not that we disagree, not because I just necessarily don't believe the same thing. Like that's not the fact, and like that's why it kind of seemed like I got confrontational. You made me feel like I kind of didn't give a fuck about like any of it, like him fucking
Well, no,
like
it's just
other
as soon
things.
as you say you don't give a fuck, that's when the
I know. I get that. I get that.
Just be chill, man. Your friendship is more important than petty disagreements.
Yeah, that's
Be
true.
chill, come back when you're kind of ready. It might just be that you need to maybe you haven't even got the right questions formulated in your mind.
That's
you know,
exactly.
maybe you need some time. I don't know, but
I can't think of it. I don't know what to say.
It
I
just
don't know
feels
how
to
to
me like
respond
you're
to a lot.
not quite ready. That's what
Yes.
it feels like to me. Come back when you got some genuine questions. You're like, fuck, I've been thinking about this. You know, take me through it. Just come back when you're ready.
Hey, can I say one thing to this guy before he goes? Can I say one thing before you go, bro? Don't think about it as a belief that somebody has. Think about it like you just got your new iPhone or your new Galaxy, and it's off, right? And it can do all these great things, right? Like all the things you do with your phone, but you don't even know how to turn it on, right? And you're just thinking, oh, that's a cool Black Mirror type thing, you know, but you don't have any idea of how it works until you turn it on. It's an adventure like that. It's like if you don't know how if the world is actually something different than you thought, you could turn it on and figure out all these other things that you would never know unless you turn it on.
We get that effectively he's coming from the position of like he's not saying I don't give a fuck about this. Like he's saying I at the moment can't.
I don't know how to
nobody can. Nobody can. We all just.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the best way to look at it. New Perspective said it right. This is the best way to look at it. It isn't something that's reductive. It's gonna be like I said. You ain't gonna know how much it changes things about the way you see things and even your life in general until the very thing has happened itself. And that's what Crypto spoke on earlier. This sort of belief anchored fallacy, right? This we cannot know that which we do not know.
Yeah, it's the loss of a belief, not a gaining of a new one. And it's more powerful in that way. Because you're like, what? Oh, the belief stopped me from seeing things. Fuck.
When you go, let's say like this: when you look into, if you want to look into, you will never ever believe.
That's all.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm with Hank. I'm with Hank on this. Like I think in another snapshot of time, Anthony will be more receptive, and then maybe something will click here, and he'll come to that place where he starts looking into it further, and he starts realizing that basically the Earth is exactly what we've all experienced our entire lives, and actually every other human here has always experienced flat stationary, and we know about gas
No
pressure.
way. Everything's like it seems. Oh, no way.
So that's all it is. It's really just an alignment, Anthony, of what you already know within yourself. So it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's always been flat. You've always known it, really.
It's wild to think about. No, I'm not even disagreeing with that, but like I just
And we're trying to tell people.
But no, thank you guys for helping me come to the conclusion that I just did not understand it enough to have this conversation because that's where I've been trying to come from the entire time. I now see it was kind of disrespectful a little bit, maybe how I came off, but like that's literally.
All right.
I just couldn't think of the words
we can be kind of pokey. We kind of poke the bear here a little bit, so no problems there, man. We're used to it. It's all right.
We respect it, brother. Chemtrail, respect your DMs a sec.
Real, I gotta go.
Enjoy your evening, bro.
Notice the floor. No, I'm sorry. Notice the stillness out there this evening when you look around.
I don't know about you, man, but I feel like I'm spinning 1,000 miles an hour while orbiting a giant gas ball at 66,000 miles an hour, while orbiting the Great Attractor at 500,000 miles an hour.
Can you send me?
But wait a minute. As soon as you put gas in a vacuum, it's no longer a vacuum.
Can you send me some of what you have? Because
I meant the galaxy. Sorry, I meant the galaxy at 500,000 miles an hour while orbiting the Great Attractor at 1.3 million miles.
Wait a minute. No way. Were you riding a unicorn?
Still am.
Oh, shoot. I think I saw you go by.
Sound like you had some of the brown acid, bro. Stay away from the brown acid.
Yeah, the brown acid. There's a tent for that.
Has anybody here ever thought about it their whole lives? Like, oh, I'm spinning right now. Like literally.
Yeah, it's completely absurd. Yeah.
Nobody thinks about it like that. Nobody.
Shouldn't you be worried that Helio is a flat earther?
Last up spinning around for 10 minutes.
One at a time, you bastards.
Bastards. We'll get Sean Connery on it if you don't.
Just put the drink down, settle down.
Sean Connery on the case. I'll take Flat Earth for 500.
Nobody put Sean Connery on the globe. Nobody.
Brilliant.
The Rapists for 500.
500 what?
I'll take shit that never happened for 100, please, Alex.
Quid sounds very British, doesn't it?
And therapist is like the rapists.
But I don't. Sorry about that.
I mean, therapists do kind of mind rape you, so I guess.
Right? Kind of worded the right way, maybe.
They are the rapists.
Right? It basically just gets you to talk to yourself, which you do anyway.
Yeah,
I think cops have the rapist mentality because. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say it's quasi-consensual, right?
Yeah, I think cops have the rapist mentality. So, like, if they ask you, can they search, and then you're like, nah, bro, I'm not giving my ID, I'm not searching, I'm not doing none of that stuff. And then they search you and, they violate your rights, and then you call them out on it. They're like, what, man? If you weren't being so difficult, I wouldn't have to, like, sniff your underwear right now. Like,
yeah, that is actually a very rapey thing to do. It's just like, if you won't, like, willingly have sex with me, then I'll just have sex with you anyway.
Force, yeah.
Cool, thanks, cops.
Force themselves on.
and then they just consent to my, wanting to sniff your underwear and all the stuff you.
You roboted right then and there, but maybe it was a good thing at that particular point.
It was a 10 out of 10 punchline.
How about now?
Yep, must be
Hell
in.
yeah.
Yeah, so it was totally your fault if you would have just let me rummage through your luggage and sniff your underwear. I'm just looking for cocaine. It's totally your fault, though, if you would have just consented to my advances.
So really, like when a cop actually pulls you over and like tries to shake you down, you should be flattered. You should be like, I'm very flattered that you're, interested in me sexually, but I'm not interested. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not on the market.
Just say
for
that
anyone
straight to
who's
their
never been Terry frisked, they're definitely interested in you sexually. There's only been a couple of men that have actually. I'll tell you what it means. There's only been a couple of men in the history of the world that have actually touched my taint. Yeah, one of them was my dad because he wiped my butt. The other one was a copper.
I mean, would you be able to finish that story?
You know, the Terry Frisk, Terry versus Ohio.
I got a concerned face, but
Could be part of the ritual. I mean, religion.
So, according to Terry versus Ohio Supreme Court ruling, this is case law, they can search you without doing anything but saying, hello, I'm going to search you. So they pat you down for weapons, but they can't put their hands in your pockets and pull anything out. So they can pat you down, but they can't technically search you. They could pat you down for weapons. And one of the places I guess they think that people hide weapons is right between their scrot. And
so when they ask you, are you, have you got a weapon? And you're just like, depends what you mean by weapon, officer.
Right. Because they're going there. They're actually
your hands
going to touch you.
Right now, officer.
It's like, did you wash your hands after that, bro?
What's your definition? Depends on the meaning of what you think weapon means.
Depends. It might be quite an attractive female officer, and then you don't mind.
And then she turns out to be trans. No.
Then it wouldn't be a female, would it?
We have to take MJ back to basic biology.
Yeah, I think so.
Has anyone else ever looked up the etymology of taint? I had to do it. It's the combination of the words it and ain't.
No,
Referring to
it
the
ain't.
verb.
No, it ain't.
It ain't it? That ain't it.
No, it ain't.
A taint. Taint right there. Yep, it's right there.
I saw a lady paint some taint. Was not a pretty sight.
What? You saw a lady paint her taint?
Yes, it was at a music festival. She had a little stall set up, and it was paint your taint.
Are you
Wow.
serious? Are you serious? And people were lining up for that?
I think I saw the whole body being painted, but I don't remember that particular area being
No, just the
isolated.
taint.
So
Just the
clearly,
taint.
We live in a society.
Bad, guys. It's bad.
Is that a joke or are you serious?
I was 100% serious.
Is paint your taint? Were people actually in line for this?
This is correct.
I had to go for a minute. I have no idea what's going on.
So what color did you get?
I was not in line.
Did you get a rainbow bridge?
she passed on that occasion.
Aww.
Where's the fun in that?
There's no fun.
Making fun of everybody that did it.
Were they like showing it off when they got out? Hey, look at mine! Hey, look at mine!
What does yours say, dude? What does yours say, sweet?
Mhm. Yeah, I see people walking down the street like that sometimes. And I don't think they're from the Ministry of Silly Walks.
Some of them are from the Ministry of Silly Beliefs. I saw a guy wearing a NASA shirt earlier, and I mean, like, there's one thing believing what NASA tells you, like, cool. There's another thing wearing a NASA hoodie. Like, you're actually just telling everyone that you are the most compliant sheep in the whole flock.
The epitome of that would be
he
like,
knows what he's wearing.
But why?
I bet you never see a Tesla car and space shirt. Because it's like, if you wore that, you would just have to own it, you know? Like, you really believe that? Like, that's the epitome of what they have to own. That's so funny.
That would actually be a really good shirt to wear. Because then you can, yeah, exactly. Like, you could say, oh yeah, cool, this is Tesla, they put a Tesla in space. For people who are like, nah, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, even the NASA people, even the NASA fans don't want to admit that one. They're like, oh, that was probably just a little. That was a hoax. That was a hoax. The first moon landing was a hoax, but everything after that was real. Oh, the Tesla car, that was a stunt. But, you know, that space is still real and everything else.
Speaking of the NASA shirt, I have a memory of thinking back of when I was a hardcore Glober, thinking how cool it would be if I scored myself a NASA shirt. So I can see where they're coming from.
The weird thing is they fake it poorly on purpose. Obviously.
So with that in mind, what would you say about somebody that has like a freaking $400 leather NASA freaking racing jacket? Looks like a motorcycle racing
like, I am a
jacket.
Just say that in small print at the very bottom of the jacket.
I'm just very happy I'm not that person.
I mean, is it just gaslighting? That's the most interesting part about this. Are they just gaslighting with the fakery and showing us the harnesses and showing us the toilet seats that don't, or the toilets that don't have no seats?
It's a good question.
Are they just gaslighting, or are they giving up the game on purpose?
I don't know. The chugga coffee. What do you think?
Oh, Don Pettit is the epitome of gaslighting. They're not serious with it. They wouldn't put, knowing that there's already questions about the moon landing and everything else, they wouldn't put him out there unless they were gaslighting. They could get somebody very intelligent, seeming. They don't even have to show us any of the launches or any of the stuff on the ISS. They could say it's up there, and everybody would keep it in the back of their minds and believe it. But when they show it to us and do it poorly, there's a game beat.
I'm not sure. Sorry to criticize. I'm not sure gaslighting is the right term. I think you mean like trolling. They're like trolling us.
Trolling, yeah. It's kind of is a typical narcissistic kind of ploy, though. It's very similar to gaslighting, trolling.
Well, gaslighting is almost the
you cut out.
Is it? Oh, yeah, it kind of is, I guess. Yeah, just kind of going along. Yeah.
Well, they're gaslighting the people that believe.
It's like making you feel crazy for something that,
Well, yeah,
but it's all about the cycle. But yeah, I don't know. I don't,
because it makes you feel crazy if you're doubting it. You know,
it's gaslighting.
But you don't want to doubt it.
I don't think that they're gaslighting with Don Pettit. I think that's just trolling. Well, yeah, maybe the average person doesn't. I don't know.
Well,
it doesn't really matter. I get what you mean.
They really are invested, and then they have to like buy that as well. You know what I'm saying? That's gaslighting. They're like now you have to accept these stupid things because you accept the whole thing.
Right. Let me look up the definition of gaslighting. See what it is.
It's like what they used to use back from the very start of magic for the crowd was magnetic. You know, they used to keep magnets in general probably hidden from anybody's idea of reality. Like the people didn't even know that magnets were a thing. Probably once they discovered that, they were able to levitate things. You know, put the gods on chariots, or you know, make them lift into the air, and then the reaction to that was like total fucking submissive. You know, you must have magical powers, and the rockets are just basically a extreme version of that when you think about it.
Yeah, gaslighting is what they do. The ballers always do to us, right? So I heard one guy earlier say that, you know, you don't need independent, dependent variables for your scientific hypothesis. Like anyone who knows that you actually do need those, and they're telling you that you don't, and you're crazy, that's gaslighting.
Yeah. It's like a manipulation of your psychological, I don't know, status into making you think that you're crazy or doubting your insanity. I think specifically, like. So, like, am I insane for thinking this thing? Like, they're trying to get you to think that way.
Right. When they read the definition of science and it says observation, and they leave out and testing, right? Because they're making you think that
You're robotic, Hank. Well, when they put you, when they show you the harnesses, because obviously they're not all just leaked harness videos. They were shown to us to cause the separation, get more people realizing that it's not what we thought, or doubting it. And then when they say, "Oh, the harnesses are really there just to keep them steady for the camera," that's gaslighting.
Yeah, and when you like see like little pangs of light from the overhead cables on the moon landing footage, and then they're like, yeah, they don't have an answer for it, or they have a really weak answer for it. I guess that's all gaslighting as well. But yeah, I mean, for me, I think it probably all fits more like neatly into trolling. Like Duper's Delight is obviously something that they take great pleasure in.
All of that depends on who it is they're directing it at, or who it is that's viewing it.
Yeah, true. Maybe they've got two types of propaganda that they put out. One is for the Globers, because they're like mocking them for being so stupid for believing it. And then they're kind of trolling us as well, because it's like, haha, we know that you're not wrong, but we also know that everyone thinks you're wrong. So, you know, here's some propaganda designed to mock you as well.
It's both. They're gaslighting the Globers and trolling the people that know better at the same time.
Yeah. But I wonder if they don't have like two separate crafted kind of propaganda strategies just for those two tactics.
Right. Well, it works either way for whoever it is that, you know, depending on your belief gauge, you know, what to show you. The toilet is the funniest thing. That's what I like. I don't show anybody the harnesses on the ISS before I show them the toilet and the demonstration of them using the toilet, because that is gaslighting. Pun intended. I mean, she's like, here's the little pipe hole that you have to hover over with no seat and aim. She could basically say, oh, she said directly, it gets a little messy in here, so here's where we keep the wipes, because things can get a little out of control.
Yeah, such bollocks. It's so obviously stupid.
Seal. There's no seal on the door. It's like one of those like flappy fold away doors, you know, where all the fumes are just, you know, little pieces of shit would float out into the cabin. It's just ridiculous. If anybody, that's like one of my gauges that I you know, if you think that, I mean, just try it maybe for like a day, use that toilet. Just get yourself a little home version of a little pipe hole to shit in for a week. And then imagine months on end of that with no gravity, supposedly, right? It's just hilarious. That's why I think they do it too. It's also not just for the gaslighting or for the trolling, but because it gives them the out in their minds. Like, if you believe this, then we don't feel bad. It's that bad.
So you telling me these astronauts act like their shit doesn't sink?
Good pun. That's good. It's not a pun.
That's quite proud of it. Yeah.
So can you hear me now?
No, for sure. Hear me now.
All right, so gas moving the
No, Hank,
Where-
there's still robots.
Sorry,
Hank, try again a little bit. Try again a little bit. Have you guys ever seen a demonstration where they have the practice toilet that the guy, like the newfangled toilet where you have like this
Practice toilet. Brilliant.
You seen that?
That's great.
And they put a little mark on his butt to try to make sure it's aimed, and you look at the camera to make sure you're aimed over the right place. You guys seen that one where the camera's coming up from the inside of the toilet and you're looking at the red dot on his butt?
What?
You ever seen that one? Oh, that's a
I
good
don't
one.
want to. I don't know if I want to, mate.
Yeah, no
so
thanks.
funny. Here's the toilets, and then they have them sit on it, and it just doesn't even look like you could even do what you're supposed to do with the first one. And then they have like this little practice toilet to the side where they take a marker and mark his pants, and then he looks at the camera to make sure that he's aiming correctly, as if that's something you could do before you.
I don't understand the purpose of this at all.
It's just to make sure that things don't get too out of control, I guess.
In what way?
It's totally hilarious. I don't
People
know.
have forgotten to
They
piss
don't have
and
to. It
shit.
doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, but there's a total demonstration. I could post it.
They need a camera to back up the dump truck.
I know fat people don't even struggle to shit, so I'm just confused. And skinny people, like,
You know, fat people that don't do what?
I said fat people don't struggle to sit on the toilet and shit. Neither do skinny
yeah.
people. Not, I'm not saying that in a nasty way at all.
These are specially designed ones that you need to practice with.
They seem redundant then, maybe.
Oh, it's just gaslighting again, or whatever you call it.
Gaslighting?
Trolling. It's trolling.
Okay. Like I say,
Well, it would make somebody feel crazy, like we just talked about. It would make somebody feel that wants to believe it, and then is just like flabbergasted that this is a thing.
You ever seen those videos where people are in public and effectively there's a group of individuals that would, do something as a collective that has been planned, and then everyone else would start to do it, right? Yeah.
Flash mob.
Yeah, flash mobbing. Right? But like you're doing it on a micro scale as well, right? I've done this in a pub basically, right, where you effectively start. So you're there drinking, and then you just you basically tell people to slide their glass on when the barman walks away. You tell them to slide it onto the floor, so it's smashed, right? And people will do that as well. People will do anything, right? If you get enough people to just do it, right? So I was like, so effectively, when you think of that, one person can start off something as silly as that, like a Greek wedding, for instance. You're not at a Greek wedding, but if you start smashing plates outside in the beer garden at a wedding, guess what? It turns into one. Everyone starts to do it as well. And this, I just think this speaks massively for agitators when it comes to riots and stuff like that. It's just anecdotal, obviously, just a couple of things that I've experienced myself, where I'm basically, look, this happens. After you do this, lots of people get involved, and it's people you know or people you might not know as well. And that just shows for agitators how true could really riots be when all it takes is just one person, to just throw the first brick, right, type thing. But that sort of stuff is really scary when you realize how little it takes to make everything off, right? But would that be the same as a flash mob, Crypto? Just being out and then just deciding to do something crazy?
No. I thought you were saying
yeah.
Flash mob is planned, right? So, hey guys, we're going to get together Wednesday at 5 p.m. and protest at this spot. Everybody bring your grandmas and everybody as many people as you can get to come.
But then that you call that the changing of the flash mob into a different pace, right? The agitator could be the person that turns up the flash mob and goes, right, we're going to do something different at the end of it. Since people are gathered and they're already in sheep-like state, let's do something different. And that's why I feel like a lot of protests end up turning violent, is genuinely, or just down to a couple of individuals that have gone right at the end or toward the end when it looks like it's about to fizzle out and people don't really want it to, we'll just do this action so everyone else does the same. I think that's usually what occurs.
So we call them agent provocateurs. We've been watching them for a while during all the riots and stuff that's been going on since before Black Lives Matter. And what these agent provocateurs will do is they'll infiltrate, right? The cops, if they want to like smash the crowd. So, one of the unmarked or undercover police officers will enter the crowd and then throw like an egg or something at the cops. And then that gives the cops the ability to beat everybody down, because peaceful protests are completely legal and protected by the Constitution. But if somebody throws an egg, it's no longer a peaceful protest, is it? And then that you can quell with a nightstick, tear gas, and anything else that might be illegal otherwise.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point, is that, like, you know, they already have a really solid means to stopping any form of normal protest anyway, right? So, that seems like a very easy and solid means to stop a protest, right? So, how does one effectively plan ahead for such an event?
The best example of that is, everyone's seen the everything wrong with the Capitol riots, 22 minutes video with the
Nope, send it.
insurrection where they go in and
Don't call it an insurrection, bro.
That was
Whatever
not
they
an
call it.
insurrection.
No, the plan.
The insurrection happened in Seattle earlier that year.
The stage, and the one that they're.
Remember when they said this is the? Remember they said you are now leaving the United States of America, and they said that we've taken over this part of Seattle. That was an actual insurrection, but you know, of course,
that was
the media.
also agent provocateurs. That was also a thing that they staged.
No, that was where the
Sure
government.
was. They don't allow that to
Hear
happen.
me out, bro.
It happens by their control.
Oh, dude. Actually, that's what I was going to say. They actually allowed that to happen. The government in Seattle said, we're going to give over, we're going to shut down the police station and we're going to give them this territory. It was a conscious decision to actually allow an overthrow of the government in Seattle. They stepped down, literally.
But they directed the overthrow as well, because it was perfectly plotted around the area that they wanted to.
Well, that's what an overthrow is.
Yeah.
Again,
Well, yeah.
It's
not a real. I mean, it's like there's no real revolutions. It's only just the revolution that they wanted and planned, right?
Well, no, when you're outmatched and outgunned, right, and people turn up to the Citadel, for instance, right, you don't just go, right, let's, in movies, they like to portray this idea that every man will fight down to the last, and everyone will just be like, you're not taking control of the building. Once you're in the building, that means you've already took control of the building. You took control of it by means of the fact that you got there, right? It's that simple. All right, cool, stay in there, try and fight to the last man, whatever, cool, we'll just lock the doors and starve you out. We still have control of your city. So, people just hand it over. They have to do so, right? They're forced into signing legal documents as they do so as well. Because at the same time, it's a chance for those people to, and I mean in an ethical sort of sense, it's a chance for ministers, for instance, if you were, taking over a state or taking over a certain place, it's a chance for them to make stipulations with the people that are taking over. So some form of because people do actually speak, people have debate, and at that point, maybe you can influence certain decisions that they would make in terms of the way that they would govern as you hand over. So it is sort of stipulated in the rules that if there ever is an insurrection or a taking over of a form of government, that you would try and work with the people that have just taken over the government from you in order to protect the citizenship that you're supposed to be ruling over before you get taken over. That's sort of the common thing that's always actually happened, believe it or not. That goes all the way back to, there's instances with like Omar's pact in Israel, for instance, right? All the way back to Saladin, right? So, this is something that's a common occurrence.
Yeah, and they never would have gotten there without the agent provocateurs doing exactly what they're supposed to.
The reason I brought it up really was because I was arguing with someone very recently about this, and they were saying that a couple of agent tours change the whole atmosphere of a group of people, and I just completely agreed, because I've literally done it myself. I've done it on accident, so I just know that it's not true. I've literally done this. changed the way everyone's acting very quickly and dramatically, and been like, "Oh my god, what did I just do?" You know, like, so I know it can happen, but you know, people to argue that it can't happen. So what actually happened in Seattle, Hank? Now I need to know. So I don't know too much about this situation. If you're able to, that.
Your mic's a little bad, Crack.
I know. There's not much I can do about it right now.
All
to be
right.
honest.
It's okay though. It's not bad. It's not too bad.
I hope that makes it a little bit better. I don't know. Hank, yeah, can you hear me? Hank on the hill.
He's probably still a robot too.
Well, I've not heard of this thing that happened in Seattle. Does anybody else have any information on it? Like, anybody else care to share?
Well, from what I heard, there was zones in Portland and Seattle and some other areas that they were strategically meant to be the areas because they were around a certain federal building that they wanted to somehow. There's a whole thing about it, like that these areas were plotted out before any of it.
It was just like Black Lives Matter and Antifa type stuff. Or...
Yeah, basically.
Oh, right. So you're on about the zone that they called the Chads, right? The
exactly.
The autonomous region.
Right.
That they then instantly called the police after people got stabbed and shot.
So there was a woman that did a whole bunch of research about it, and the reason that those areas were chosen for those takeovers or whatever.
Well, one of the main reasons was the defunding of the police that was propelled by the people that lived in the area at the time, I believe. I just realised I do know about it. Just Seattle didn't ring a bell to what that place was, but yeah. So there was the defunding of the police. So there was a lower police presence. So the people obviously had effectively a lot more, people to police ratio, making it effectively not safe. And then in the end, I believe the feds had to actually come in. Some of the videos are quite crazy actually, but it was completely stupid actually, and it failed miserably. I don't really know what they did legally to take over government though. It seemed more like they were just taking over an area and stopping certain individuals from entering, and then begging for certain individuals to then enter when people got injured. I may be wrong, but that's sort of what we got over here in England. Speak to me, Hank. Speak to me. Oh, I'm just gonna ban everyone then. Fuck it. Is it my end?
I hear you.
Oh, hi.
I'm here. Hello.
Hola, you alright? How you doing? You alright?
Yep.
I'm good. How was your day? You had the day off today, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yo.
I've been doing chores and maniccuring my nails, and I'm gonna put a new set of acrylics on here after a while.
Well, do post a picture afterwards then, please.
I will. So yeah, I'm trying to make I'm trying to make my nails magazine perfect as much as possible. I've got a heavy task about me because I don't have like perfect nails. Otherwise, I wouldn't be putting acrylics on.
Yeah, have you ever built them up from the base using acrylic?
Hmm?
Have you ever built them up from the very base using acrylic?
Using forms? No, I use
Forming.
tips.
You use tips, okay, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
No judgment, you know. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
I build from the base. I'm just saying, you know, just no flex. No flex. No flex. No,
Well, if I had longer nail beds, that would probably be a better choice. And I know there's a way to do it for, like really short nail beds for people that bite their nails. I don't particularly, but, where you could build like an extended nail bed and then you put on your form and build your nail. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, a lot to the nail art world. It's endless. So yeah, that's kind of how I started out with this server, just listening to everything while I'm doing other things, mainly my nails.
I can respect it.
I mean, it's a respectable hobby, really. I mean, yeah. What hobby isn't? I mean, most are.
The art form of it is quite interesting to me because of the way it can be used in a different way, right? So, the types of paints used in nail polish, right? They're incredible. In fact, some of the different products.
The biggest thing is polygel, and I think there's a hybrid from that. So yeah, acrylic.
Polygel.
Yeah, acrylics with tips is really old school.
It's massively growing, isn't it? Like the whole industry, and people make a lot of money doing it. At one time, I literally was thinking I might just do it myself because, it's not really that difficult if you are artistic in any way, shape, or form. And you sort of know what you're doing. You can charge a lot of money for it, and you can do it quite easily off the books as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
I don't know how far a male technician would get. I've sort of been thinking recently about becoming a chiropodist, because I have no problem touching people's feet at all. I have absolutely no problem. It doesn't bother
That's
me
what
basically.
Jesus did. It's the soles of the feet, actually, right?
Yeah, man, it just doesn't bother me at all touching someone's feet. It really doesn't. And there's not many good nail technicians out there that do the feet. So I'm thinking, capitalize. Capitalize on it.
Well, yeah, you're kind of doing someone's feet can be extra. Because there's some pretty ugly feet out there.
I don't think feet are actually ugly, right? Do you want to know what it is, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, I get what they just don't take care of their feet.
I think what it is like people in their head have become like not able to process feet because of shoes and socks, right? So like it's something that's not seen. So it's almost like covering up your boobies, right? Kind of. Yeah, so it becomes a whole like almost like a body part that's unseen type thing, right? When the way I see it, I think the feet. I think your feet should be out more than what they are, right? There's a whole lot you could do with your feet, and our nails as well as men. I think men are supposed to not necessarily grow their nails, but I think your thumbnail, right? Your thumbnail as a man should be a little bit longer, and you should use it a lot. Not too long, just a tiny bit. You should use it a lot. Mine is incredibly strong.
Yo, I'm not high on any psychedelics or anything, but I was thinking about it. It's weird, dude. Toes are weird, bro. There's like fingers on your feet, dude. Like,
yeah,
that's like weird, bro, to think about.
Right, exactly.
No,
right.
They're not fingers. They're not for gripping. They're for balancing. Lean forward. When you lean forward, your big toe kicks in and it stops you from tipping, right?
Yep. And when I want to tip someone over, that's why I always take the big toe first. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you got like in an MMA ring. I mean, you know, you stamp on that big toe, take it out. They try and lean forward, but they can't lean into those punches anymore. The feet stamp is seen as like as a bitch move. I'll say that one word once. I won't repeat it again. In the ring, feet stamp, and that is right when you have someone up against.
It's kind of like a heel hook. It's like, really, bro, you're gonna use that?
Well, again, by all means, you know, all is fair in love and in the cage, and it is something that you can resort to, especially in street fighting. It's something I would say resort to. If someone big ever grabs you, and you can stamp with your heel on their foot. Again, like I say, just for self-defense purposes, I would say, you know, don't leave the option out. But in the cage, it is a little bit of a move that is uncalled for, and sometimes a little bit like, really, bro? You know, like you're gonna break my whole foot straight away. You know, it's kind of, you know, especially when they've got acrylic nails done on their toes, and they were formed, built up. You know, as me and Jenny.
Okay. So to beat Carl, he said you don't need that shit. I'll post some of my nail art. Hold on.
Oh, you're actually right, because you don't need it at all. You're completely correct. You're true, and you're correct. 100. I'll even click the 100 symbol. But that doesn't mean I don't want to see you with a really nice pair of acrylics on your toes sometime next week. And I want pics of it too. So
I've never done acrylics on my toes. Ugh.
I thought that's what you were talking about the whole time, Jenny. That's what you said.
My hands.
It's on the nah. You said toes. It's on the live stream. Everyone, come on, tell it.
Oh.
This was live stream.
Well, if
you
I
deaf
did,
on the live stream, didn't you? Deaf on the live stream for that bit. I know you
I'm
did.
out of my mind. I guess. I guess I'm just out of my damn mind.
You are not. You are not.
All right, let me. I got a screenshot.
Please post some for people to see. Because people don't understand the intricacy of some of this, I guess. I've seen some real crazy stuff. You know.
Well, I guess I could just find my Instagram because it just has my nail stuff on it, nothing else. Oh, I think like a picture of my cat, but.
We still on?
I was asking you about Seattle as well, by the way, earlier, but like you weren't responding, so I thought you.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. No, I'm at work. I'm at work. Ask again.
Yeah, so I was asking about Seattle. I sort of realized I did know more about it than what I realized because it was that Chad Zone, that autonomous region thing. But I didn't realize they really took any form of real power or anything was actually signed. Like I knew the pre-thing to it was like the defunding of the police, which made it easier for them to do this thing, right? Or am I just completely out of the ballpark?
So from what I understand, what happened was when the Seattle thing kicked off, they were like, protesting, let's defund the police. And the Democratic mayor was like, yeah, that's a good idea. Why don't we just, defund the police? And when they defunded the police, like it had a power vacuum, right? Kind of like when Iraq war happened, the Iraq and Iran power vacuum, right? It's kind of like that. So what happened was that certain people stepped in and they like put up signs and like a barricade, like this is the end of the United States, and it was a non-U.S. zone, I think is what they called it. But it was literally like the mayor had stripped the police of their powers and defunded them and allowed pretty much it was kind of like when Bernie Sanders let the Black Lives Matter people speak. It was like he allowed them to do that.
Bernie.
And it was very similar to what happened in Seattle, from what I understand. And from what I understand, there was all kinds of laws being broken in there but nobody cared because the police were defunded. And other cities that did it too, when they defunded the police, like one of the people that did it, like she was like on the city council or whatever, she was like calling the cops because she was like disagreeing with her Uber driver, and the cops like didn't answer her call because she was the one that was like voting to defund them. And it was like, oh, you defunded the police and now you need help. How sad for you. So I'm not for defunding the police, by the way.
Sorry, Hank, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Your laugh tracks are the best.
Did you see the last picture? I just came across it. Just as you said Bernie, I'm like, Bernie, huh? Okay, I got you.
But yeah, that Seattle thing was way bigger than the news made it out to be, right? Because it was like there was a piece of land on the continent in between sea and shining sea that didn't belong to the United States for a period of time, and that would be called a insurrection, right? And then when the people stormed the Capitol building, they're like, January the 6th, oh my God, somebody took a dump of the Capitol building on the desk. It's like, that's it? That's all they did? Did somebody die?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One of the rioters
Did they
died?
take any
Okay.
power? Did they take any power?
No, they didn't take any power. They just occupied the Capitol building for a little while, which I think the Capitol building was closed and they broke in. Uh-huh. Okay, so a cop didn't get bludgeoned to death with a fire extinguisher.
No, absolutely not.
But yeah, if you look at the two events. Uh-huh.
From that, did die.
He did die.
And died several days later of natural causes.
He died of natural causes several days later. Oh, anyway, that was the Capitol building. Yeah. So when you do research into the Capitol building in January 6th and the Seattle takeover of a portion of the city, it's like what was going on in that Seattle takeover was way fucking worse. But in both cases, the cops did nothing to prevent it.
And the January 6th thing, there's literally people going up to the cops and going, like this video, now, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, the people in January 6th were like, fucking stop that guy, go get that guy. But it was allegedly, you know, the mainstream narrative was that Trump said, if I don't get elected, it's because, you know, we've been cheated out of the election and we got to fight. So apparently that means, you know, Trump said to storm the Capitol building somehow. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not really taking sides because I'm not Democrat or Republican, but that Seattle thing was way fucking worse.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I get. Yeah, thanks for that, because I wanted to know the veracity of it too, how bad it was.
But if you listen to the mainstream media, like, you know, January 6th was like the worst thing that had ever happened since the Civil War. But that's the mainstream media narrative, you know? Yeah, I kept hearing January 6th, and I'm like, what are they talking about, January 6th? I kept hearing it over and over again, and I looked into it, and I was like, they stormed the Capitol building, they broke in, that's it? Like, this is what you guys are talking about this whole time? It's like, what about Seattle? Did we forget about that so fast? Like, the mainstream media thinks that you have a memory of a goldfish, and that you, like, completely forgot about Seattle, and it's like, oh, January 6th, oh my god, it's the worst insurrection since the Civil War.
Hey, Crack.
Uh-huh.
I just posted my nail art. That's from a while ago. It's been kind of put on pause due to current, you know, state of the world and all that.
It's the end of the world as we know it.
Okay, so the bottom one is like the most recent. I did it kind of backwards. So I've had ladies ask me. Ask me if they were the nail stickers, and it was nail art stamping. So So it's not freehand, all that stuff. That's just stamping. So each one of my nails are little tiny canvases, and sorry for talking over somebody. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sarah again.
Oh. Apparently, there's a town in Mexico where you're not allowed to have bumper stickers or any kind of political nothing because they kicked out all their politicians after they got tired of like all the corruption. They saw like the feds were working with the drug traffickers and the human traffickers and the cartels. And it's like you can go there and you can visit, but you can't like have any political stuff whatsoever, or they'll kick you out. And apparently, like it's like pure anarchy in the town. They don't recognize any government, not federal, not local, nothing.
Where is this? Cleveland?
No, it's a town in Mexico.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I said Cleveland.
Ohio, Ohio, Ohio. Do y'all remember that show? The four people would get up on stage and they would always have like a little skit that they had to reenact. And it was that Carrie dude.
Whose line is it anyway?
Yes, I love that show. That show had me on the floor rolling. I love that show.
Those guys are great. They're really talented. Better than, I don't know, I guess you could almost argue that they're better than the cast on like SNL and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think there's a British version, but I don't know anything about that. My wife said there's a British version. But whose line is it anyway? It's like, I mean, if you want to laugh till you cry and get some Kleenexes and just, have a good laugh cry, that's the show for you.
It's the best. I just bet you could find the whole series on Soap today. I'm just saying.
Anybody living on a ball is indoctrinated. Yeah, that kid that you guys talked to earlier at my old job, I would walk around and say that, and he was one of the guys that would go, anybody living on flat earth is indoctrinated, like as like a joke. That's him. Like, that's why we're still good friends, because he listened to what I said, so we stayed friends. He never actually cared, but he listened.
Nothing really says I love you like I don't give a fuck what you have to say.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up. That's why I lose a lot of friends. Because I call them out for shit like that. If I didn't care and I didn't call them out, then they wouldn't be joining in the Discord and getting told to fucking snap out of it and stuff. So, like,
Well, at least you got friends to lose, right, homie?
Yup, that's it. And I don't have any enemies either. You see that? Like, the people that I yell at and call fucker, they don't actually get mad because they know that they're wrong. Like, I could talk to them today and it would just be the same old nonsense. They're not enemies. They're not like out to fight me or anything, or else they would have fucking fought me already. But it never happens. They're just passerbys.
How long you been in this, chemtrail?
What'd you say? 27?
How long have you been in this?
Oh, Helio, you invited me,
Not the server, the truth movement, bro.
Oh, 7 years, ever since they sent the, I was trying to think of when I went. Yeah, when I joined the server was when I uploaded that video, bought everything from flatearth101.com. So, like, not that long ago, like 2 years or something. Like a year, so I don't know. Not very long I've been on the server. It was one of my videos I uploaded and he sent a comment. But 7 years, when they sent that thing past Pluto. You know, New Horizons? That spaceship? That probe?
Yeah, the one that let Pluto had like the shape of the dog's face on it.
Ironically, it was called New Horizons. So it was like New Horizons. You're gonna learn about the flat horizon, like what horizon means, like New Horizon. Wink, wink. So I started researching space station videos, like how they take piss.
Dude, that was back in like 2015.
Right? Now
you said 2 years.
No, 7 years. When I joined the server, it was like 2 years ago. But back in 2015 was when I got into Flat Earth. When they sent that thing past Pluto, I started watching videos about the space station. So 7 years ago, Quasi Luminous was on the sidebar where it's like suggested videos. And he snapped me out of it by saying it's on all the cereal boxes, every single car logo. It all has Flat Earth. You need to wake up before you're dead. You're a silly human slave. You know nothing of truth. Snap the fuck out of it or else. So I was like, shit, you're right. This is fuckery, dude. I was like, this is fucked up.
Straight.
But I never did any bloodletting or anything like that. He was like, I'm Satan. I was like, word, dude, there's fucking Flat Earth symbols and numbers on everything. But, like, you're Satan and, like, blood's thicker than water. Like, cool story. I get you. I get it. But cool, man. Flat Earth. As fuck. Flat as fuck Earth. And then obviously kind of got off of that wave and figured out how to just live with it. Eric Dubay and the ODD, like, you know, the normal, like, I was there from the beginning, dude, really upset about the whole situation. From the very beginning, dude, snapping out.